Chết
Khó tìm,
mẹ.
khó lắm, khó tìm lắm mà. Không mà
Khó tại
không,
hai
dễ
hai
tìm,
triệu mà
Coi
kiếm.
thử nó có
dễ
bắt
tìm
ve không
nhưng
nha,
mà
không không bắt ve thì chị chỉ nha.
ờ, gọi là hên xui thôi. Ai muốn bán như mày, quan
Nhưng
trọng
không
ai muốn
còn
bán
thử
như mày. Tao hên là tao lướt được, tao kiếm được cái. Để mẹ kêu nó lên Facebook search màn 144 hạt lướt hoài hồi cũng thấy thôi. Móc ốp ra, ốp luôn, ốp luôn. Ốp đi địt mẹ mày.
Không cần.
Mày sẽ hối hận không nghe lời tao nói.
Không cần. Bắn như cái bảo hiểm nhân thọ. Bắn được đúng một viên ôm. Trận này phải ít nhất 20 điểm. Quẹ.
Nguyễn Đức Thịnh sắp thắng rồi. Ta nghĩ được còn một round nữa là Nguyễn Đức Thịnh thắng.
Nice quá. Wait. One flank. One mid, one flank.
Our new part of
La ba ba la ba la la ya la la ba đi ba ba bu ba 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 bi ba ba bu.
Охуеть, капли, блядь, ПВШ ставить.
Ew.
Vãi mưa. Thật sự là mưa sao?
Lồn Ray mà clutch được pha này chắc vãi lồn. Cái con what the fuck. Oh my god.
Đừng bao giờ coi thường người khác.
Anyone have the off skin? Thank you.
Mẹ báo đã trúng rồi con mẹ.
The jet off á.
Lú mà. Nó nhẹ lắm em, nó ăn 5 mấy gram không còn thấy nó nhẹ mà. Chồng đòi như thế nó chụp.
Ôi. Thế mà hụt. One more in hole.
Rồi. You will win. You win.
Đừng làm tao thất vọng chết ơi.
You will win. You win. You win.
This is a special.
Lỗi tao đủ má bắn thường lồn chamber. Đéo hiểu. Chamber diff. Go mid guys. Đủ má chết chạy 3 round liền. Cái lùng má. Đúng 3 round thua chết chạy 3 round rồi không đi con mẹ mày.
Блять, они все смочат.
Go away.
Пиздец.
Winnable. If no win, GG.
Cơ.
Trời ơi má. Chặt kìa. Đổ xuống đi cô. Ôi má tim chết chay hết.
Oh my god.
Anti. Go mid again.
Các bạn muốn bắt luôn à? Tin là phải bỏ ra là đi quá đi.
Ơi. Cái lùng mẹ nó. Trời ơi đi mid kìa lồn như vậy anh em. Ô đầu.
Why?
145. Đéo được rồi. Hey guys, roast B. Lồn chẹt nó giờ bắt vải qua bề bánh phát. Tao chết luôn. Má mấy ông ngăn ngồi cạnh tao chơi LS mày ơi. Có hai ông cầm khẩu cây mẹ xanh le. Hơ 139 chết. Anh em ơi, thế đéo nó rời rạc vậy thì con mẹ thắng. Mẹ cái chuông kỳ buông, chuông kỳ bu rồi. Đúng cái chuông kỳ bu rồi.
Vũ chưa thay lớp ạ.
Speak English, speak English, please, English.
Sao mày lại nói như vậy?
Nói tao đéo thì tao đéo nghe được mà.
Ra đi, ra đi, ra đi, ra đi. Ra.
Это не из этого.
Lồ nào thế? One made one city.
А где приходится
Two of the two of.
chạy mình chạy chạy đi lại thằng nhà chạy đi qua là nghe tiếng thế ủa
Wow.
ở dưới em nghe đó nha ở nha tại vì mình được
Bắn tê một tù. Đeo hiểu bắn tê mà tù. Thua ăn cơm gà. Cái lùng má đó. Đúng server Hong Kong.
Wow. I have no grip. I have no grip. Oh my god.
đúng rồi nhà đó đúng rồi
Это хуйня.
Bánh một biết quay cơ
Да, я вышел, я. Голову надо. Могу зайти, все это уже. Ложкой, ложкой.
What the fuck?
Лучше.
có đủ gáy nữa
Giọng mạnh lắm rồi. Đồ quá mà nghe ấp đó bạn. Đồ quá mà nghe ấp quá luôn. Tên gì? Tên Dun Bay Nguyễn hả? Lòng má đi thật. Блядь, давай вместе в руки ношено. Nghe gay quá bạn, ra gần nghe gay quá. Chỉ có nghe ngoài ngô gần nó nghe nó chăm.
Qualifying wrapped up, we now have our grid line up for the big race tomorrow. Be sure to join us then.
Oh, la 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 and we welcome you. Oh shit. Okay.
Mệt nó ngu. Báo nó Long.
Đồng ý rồi.
Có bán không? Kiệt cho mượn 100.000 đi Kiệt.
Là sao?
Tao nạp tiền vào mua skin coi. Này tao đăng ký cái gì ta này.
DRS is being enabled this lap. You can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Trời ơi, nó thằng ngu mẹ. Gì nhé.
Alo. Lồn cả. Lồn con căng.
Ê. Ui, mới vô chửi tao mày. Hai lô bay Việt Nam mà. Hai lô bay. Ngoài đó đỉnh vãi cái lồn.
Battery charge is high. Let's use that overtake button a bit more.
Mà là bên gia là em làm bắt hết cái mắt. Đồ hết nó đâm. Trời ơi, không sai đi.
Nó làm gì chưa?
Không, tí là cái đồng hồ nó tên là 8K, còn em muốn dùng như em dùng nó đăng.
Mày sụp cặt thôi là mày đã làm tất cả anh em trong này rồi. Đó, không bị sụp.
Rồi dùng nó 2K thôi. 4K cũng được, dùng nó 4K được. Chính hơn. Cái bút teo của nó khỏe hơn. Nếu mà nó cờ lon của mấy con có được. Không có chiều gì đây đó. Em chiều gì đó.
We're approaching the pit window and you're going to be on mediums.
Long chưa không Long? Cái giọng lồn đấy đéo trời đó.
We're expecting some rain soon. Expect the first drops in the next few minutes.
Nó cô chỉ tổ mà.
Hiểu ra đấy. Mẹ tao ở đây nãy giờ luôn Khang.
Mình nếu mà tụi tin tưởng luôn. dạo này Kim Kim cái ô tô kia em đi cái đó em đang bắt hỗ trợ em mà
Cái lùn 4 giờ 43 cái lùn quê. Đó. Kéo để ý đi
Be careful on those slicks. These
Quên đi
conditions
làm.
are making the line a bit greasy, but we're still
Cho họ
nowhere
ca
near
đi.
the changeover point.
6 giờ mới là đủ mấy. Nãy tao đặt lệnh. Tao mua MAV 30.
Rồi đừng mua bán nữa mày biết mẹ cái sàn chứng khoán nó đang nhảy như mâm bộ, đang nhảy tăng bộ
Bây giờ nó đang ở đáy kìa đó, nó đang ở đáy hiểu không?
sao đấy được, mày có biết ổng nói
Đợi
vậy mà
3
đấy.
tháng sau. Đợi 3 tháng sau. Trước khi ông nói á, thì mình thanh toán hết. Trước khi ông nói thì mình thanh toán hết là xong.
We're going to box this lap and push hard on the inlet.
Thôi tao không tin Donald Trump nữa đâu.
tin ai tin chứ đừng đúng á, mình nghĩ tao tin đâu được chôn vậy.
Đô 500, đô 500.
Tao không bao giờ nghe Donald Trump nói nữa.
Đô 500 thì có được
Đô 500 mốt là 1 đô là 500.000. Cái lồn quá.
Tàn thuế 46%.
Tao nói rồi đó, mày không tin tao, giờ tao sợ rồi, tao không dám đụng vô ông Donald Trump nữa đâu. Mày phải nghe tao đi Thịnh ơi. Đừng mua gì
Nó
hết.
đô 500 rồi.
Đừng mua gì
Không,
hết.
đây là thời điểm.
Đâu, mày không phải thời điểm đâu.
Giái tao. Đâu?
Mẹ cái sau hôm sau ông đứng mộ nói ôi mẹ tao ghét người tao, giờ tao đặt thuế ngay lập tức luôn.
Okay,
Đâu?
be aware, the
Một
grid
đêm.
line is going to start falling away soon.
Ôi, phải 3 tháng.
Mẹ mua Việt Nam bây giờ nó rớt như giá ngang á, đừng mua.
Rớt thì anh em Việt Nam cùng chết.
Keep an eye on your distance to the speed limit line as you approach. and
Mút
make
thì
sure
anh em
you're
Việt Nam lên hương. Tại bây giờ nó đang rẻ. Đợt trước là nó bán tận mẹ 18, giờ nó còn có 15.7. Mà hồi chiều
Rồi
trưa
mày biết nó có giữ cái giá đó không?
nó sẽ tăng, thì theo thời gian nó sẽ tăng, chỉ cần
Theo
bây giờ 3 tháng sau nó chỉ cần 16 8 thôi là bán mẹ.
Mày có mua theo tao nói không vậy? Mày mua là mua theo tài sản luôn á, mua giữ luôn.
Tao mua tao giữ luôn.
Sao có 200.000?
Thì bây giờ hết tiền rồi, thì mỗi tháng tôi bỏ vô.
Một phiếu của nó nhiều. Mày cho một phiếu nó nhiều không vậy?
Bây giờ hiện tại là đang là 15.76.
Còn là 76 là triệu mấy trăm mấy triệu mà.
15.000 một phiếu. Mày mua cổ phiếu đâu phải mua trái phiếu, tiền lồn đâu mua trái phiếu.
Mua đi.
Thì con mẹ
mày mua cổ phiếu
nó
của
bắt
ai?
một lô. Mã là FUEMAV 30.
Là cái gì?
Là ETF của Việt Nam 30. Quỹ của quỹ M Việt Nam 30.
Nói chung mày cứ tao nói rồi đó, mày cứ vô mấy cái quỹ đi.
Thì quỹ thôi, bây giờ chỉ ký quỹ thôi. Chứ bây giờ tiền lồn đâu mua trái phiếu tiền lồn đâu.
Trời
Nó bắt
ơi.
phải mua một lô là 100 mấy chục triệu.
Tiền đâu chơi. Trời ơi, thôi thua rồi. Nó núp luôn rồi, nó biết được nó núp luôn rồi mà.
Okay, the stewards have now disabled DRS. DRS is now disabled.
Lộn này AFK.
Hoàng đi, tao vô nè.
Good.
Okay, you're doing well out there. Keep it up. We're looking at about 10
Không tin tao à?
minutes of rain.
Không.
10 minutes.
Vãi tất cả.
Vẫn tính thế mày không tin tao à?
Ta đang nghĩ là mua một là cái đấy của
10
30,
minutes
hai
left
là
of
của
this
index
rain, then
100.
we think it's going to dry up. 10 minutes. We're not certain which is the best tyre right now, dries or inters.
Take a full flank. Inside bro, inside, inside.
Ngon.
Có gì Trinh nó bắn cái một
Inside.
Okay, mate, that's it. Go, go, go. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now.
Má tự nhiên một thanh ram của tao bị hỏng nữa cái lông má.
Ngon.
Cắm vô phát nó hiện đi ram lên đủ má cái bạn.
Mày đang ở nhà mà. Thấy lộn mày đang ở net mà.
Nét thì nãy tao cắm một thanh ram của tao bị hỏng.
Sao mày biết được hỏng hay không?
Cắm vào thì nhìn trên bo mạch thì thấy nó ghi là DRAM.
Trên bo mạch nó ghi DRAM.
Cái đèn á.
Tao nghĩ nó chỉ là một cái cái lỗ rồi.
Tao tháo hết ra, tao lau rồi.
Lâu rồi. Đi nét.
Lâu á, chỉ gì.
Lau bằng bông. Mẹ.
Bông gì? Bông khô thôi. Ôi.
Bông khô, mẹ đấy ông lột nó bông ướt. Với lại cái cọ, tao có lấy cây cọ quét. Tao lấy kiệt mỗi tháng tao bỏ ra 100, 700. Để xem 3 tháng sau
3 tháng sau lên
về trăm mẹ. Giờ bỏ ra 100, 3 tháng sau có 50 cũng được.
Chắc tao nhờ ông bác tao mua cổ phiếu Mỹ.
Giờ được thì nhờ.
Cổ phiếu Mỹ nó chắc ăn hơn là cổ phiếu Việt Nam. Mấy cái
Chắc
quỹ
chắn rồi.
mấy cái Việt Nam mình thấy mà làm ăn dữ.
Nhắn rồi,
Em vô kịp nó sắp nó yếu.
Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 3.5 seconds. Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 16.6 seconds.
Nó phủ đầu luôn rồi, trên đất phủ đầu luôn.
ngon.
Giờ mà tại vì bên Việt Nam mình ít ngân hàng nó liên kết để mua cổ phiếu Mỹ và
Không, ý
khó.
là tao nói thiệt á, có khi mình chơi cái mày chơi cổ phiếu của Xnet được á. Mày kiểu mình phải nạp tiền nhiều á.
Phải thật nhiều.
Mày cái mà tao gửi cho mày á, mà kiểu mỗi tháng cho 100 vậy đó, là mình chơi với Xnet, tao nghĩ được. Mà trong cái tài khoản đó của mày cũng phải có ít nhất cũng phải 2 triệu để cho nó không có bị đáy xong nó cắt lỗ.
One drop. Tê hô drop. Run.
Con này là
Đột lòng nó ngáy luôn.
Này là 10
lùng
giờ.
lùng.
Mai lên nha Khang.
Quá lùng, em mai tôi về cậu đâu nữa. Cậu
Phải mai mày về cậu rồi sao cuối tuần này coi mà.
coi vậy nè.
Coi
Thật là
Tết
trên
mọi người.
Chiến thần lạc hồng.
Mà tuần này chắc chắn là đủ domination luôn, 100% luôn. Tao không biết bây giờ mà thằng Lan Đỗ nó chốt nữa rồi tao chịu. Cái đường đua nó quá dễ rồi.
Rồi đua đâu nhỉ?
Bahrain
Inside.
Rồi lùng.
Bahrain là quá dễ rồi vâng, không có nào mà không biết Bahrain. Có mấy khúc đường cua hơi nhiều, đường cũng rộng nữa. Nó ngu rồi ráng chịu phải sa thải nó liền luôn, giết luôn đó mà. Tuần này Ferrari nâng cấp xe nha, quan sát luôn.
On your right. Qua. Mày.
Tao mong McLaren cút mẹ đi, tại vì mày thấy nó ăn gian cái cánh sau vãi cứt luôn, nó ăn gian cực kỳ luôn mà nó vẫn thua.
Một ngu.
Tài xế uống cặt.
Cái đệt mẹ mày. Tê hô drop. One drop. Last drop.
Mày không tin được đâu Khang ơi, Lastro đang hạng 2.
Nice one.
Lastro đang hơn Lando Norris.
Okay, looks like some of those puddles are clearing. We're still definitely on the right tyre for the time being. Probably not a million miles away from slick conditions.
Nó 5 giờ hả? Xong trận nghỉ đi về làm.
Okay, we've been given a time penalty.
Qua mới nhận lương mà nay cuối tháng.
sao chạy? Đang cuối tháng đâu?
Mà không hiểu kìa.
Không hiểu à?
Quà mới nhận lương mà nay cuối tháng.
Mà mới nhận lương xong nó xài phát một sạch tiền luôn.
Ủa Hoàng ơi,
Tao không có vấn đề tiền bạc.
I got flash.
It looks like we're running on a dry track soon. Back to dry shortly.
Euro take the open noon.
What the hell?
Yeah, one arcade. Last arcade.
Oh my god.
ở ngoài mua không? Đi chơi không bạn? Thường nó giọng buồn đó bạn. Tại vì tin đúng không bạn? Được, bạn ơi. Bữa làm nó mới nhắn tin là
You've lost some time to the car behind.
máy người ta chưa 18 không? Hỏi rồi. Như là chỉ huy với anh nữa thôi. Đừng quá nhỏ tới lắm. Khó quá bạn ơi.
Wow.
Chứ không phải cũng không phải là có tiền đâu.
Ít mẹ mày thằng lồn cầm ao lo. Thua. One drop.
Thấy tin nhắn của em rồi bạn chưa đó.
Under. Nice one.
Thế này, ố. Tao không hẹn với tao đến bắt tao mà. Nó là 140 gì chứ.
Bowling. Bowling qua phá linh ngang cô linh ngang cô.
Let's use overtake and burn off some of this energy. Final lap, final lap. Push, push.
5 giờ rồi.
Đến 5 giờ.
Fuck.
DRS has been enabled. DRS is now enabled.
Làm chôn, không chôn nữa, không bao giờ chôn nữa nha, làm chôn. Mà ta chọn làm chôn thắng là chắc bắt người lắm.
Cú lừa cuối regulation vậy.
Mà làm chôn thắng được một cuộc đua tuyên bố giải nghệ.
Từ Vimen.
Effective immediately.
Nice one. Very lovely drive. On to the next one.
Ah, fantastic drive. That's just fantastic.
Bắn đủ
You
mà.
deserved that race win. Well done, mate.
The thin air makes this event a brutal one for these Formula One cars, but this team have done a fantastic job to make it to the checkered flag. A show-stopping. I'm equal parts exhausted and elated with this weekend.
Cái gì? Mệt mày quá, ngu.
Thôi chịu rồi.
Ê! Đi bỏ đi mày.
Morning, boss. This week's income from the sponsors is cleared, and we're making good profit
Ủa
against
sao
our
ta
running
chưa
costs.
mày chốt deal nữa? Phải chốt deal rồi chứ.
Đi qua đây.
Chốt ngay điêu rồi.
Tao chốt mày vô tượng.
Đừng chốt tao vô tường. Chốt khang vô củi á.
Ủa tao phải win rồi chứ.
Không có vậy. Bạn cố đi. Rồi làm cái bài đi.
Ủa còn 4 race thì tao cách thằng này còn khả năng rồi throw hết 4 race luôn.
Okay, we've had the new parts come through the fabrication process. We'll have them with us for the next
Mặt
round.
đai quá. Bể rồi.
Bể bóng, kịt bể bóng.
Yêu rồi, đừng góc nha.
Kịt bể bóng.
Ski baby đi. Vậy mà Thịnh nó chưa xong nữa, chưa xong nữa
Tài
đi
rồi.
về nữa.
6 giờ mới làm mà. Vãi siêu. Ấy.
Ну на шее ты нахуй животное, блядь. Đồ quá bắt nghẹn luôn. Ngồi chung bắt nghẹn. Má mấy này giờ nó tay cọc các bạn chung. Các bạn làm cái gì có nó vũ khí cho nó kiểu đủ quá cái gì á. Gió. Đồ má đi rồi nó mắc cười luôn. Rồi nè.
Vãi lồn đi con mẹ.
Да блядь, средства ебаные.
Hey Jet, go push. I cover you. Go, go, let's go.
Go push, go push.
Go pussy.
What the
Go
fuck?
push.
Два kitchen.
Don't care. Go.
Dũng ơi, anh nói nhỏ Dũng ơi, anh nói lớn lên.
Go push.
Anh phải nói lớn lên
Let's
Dũng ơi.
go, go, go. Ok, fire affiliate, take
Đúng rồi. Tiếp đi. Cái beam đó.
Это точно. Это давай, давай, давай. Я паузу.
Phạt. Guru.
Có đồ đừng xài đồ đi. Vậy tao không nhận chưa?
Anti, anti. Again, again, again.
Nó rớn rồi.
Long đang ngủ. Ha ha ha.
Go again, again, again. Long đang ngủ rồi nó ngáy.
Long
Đang rên rồi mà.
Long đang mơ là đang bị đụ vào đít.
Yeah. Sau tí nó kêu mạnh nó lên Khang ơi là.
Oh shit luôn.
Chấm hỏi, chấm than. What the hell? What the nào mẹ mày mới mua cho mày cây đàn guitar Khang, cây đàn bass đó Khang.
Đúng quá thì tao không biết luôn, trước khi tao đi làm tao mới tự mua nó mà chưa được mà.
Ha quá gà.
Còn lâu thằng Khang mới đi làm.
Khang mà biết đi làm hả?
Không.
Mà có thể nói vậy.
Không. Mày có biết đi làm không? Mày biết làm cái gì?
Làm đi.
Giờ làm đi mẹ mốt thấy Khang làm đi làm kêu tao đi làm hôm nay tao làm đúng đêm thôi. Về thấy mua.
Mày làm gì?
Về thấy nó mua mẹ Mercedes Audi.
Oh my god.
God damn.
Cô bọt chơi đi học đủ mà.
Hot damn.
Khang là
Tại
kiểu
mới bà kia khoái
Kardashian.
Wing thằng như Khang lắm.
Đồ lạnh vãi luôn.
Quá lâu ngủ mà không nói mớ được luôn hả?
Hay thế luôn.
Mẹ thằng lồn champer. À thằng lồn. Let's go, club, let's go. Come here. Fuck them.
Hả? Sao bây giờ?
Можете выходить.
Oh my god, no one here.
Ồ, có gì thế này? Ngoài kia что стоят? Ui, ебать. Đố mạnh mẽ lên. Вот тут пиздец.
What the fuck? Inside. Nice one.
Đúng là skibidi rồi chứ.
Đủ má bắn thua lồn chẹt bị dính con tiêu brick đéo hiểu sao đủ má tôi sốc quá game này. Về làm nghĩa trang hơi Khang ơi.
А я спал с тобой. Спал? Я спал с тобой. Ну, идите на мидл. Жень, дай мне бомбу.
Oh baby, ski.
У меня подсветки нет, блядь.
Đâu.
Đập chích.
Надо запилить кон.
Đập giết.
Tổ cha mày.
Nice.
Thì tổ cho tao nữa. Mày ổn lắm vậy? Mày hỏi thằng Kiệt ổn không? Mày ổn lắm vậy?
Lúc nào chẳng
Chưa
ổn
bao giờ
Khang, mày nói gì vậy Khang?
Chưa bao giờ là ổn ha.
Vãi lồn. Amen. Cypher inside.
Сука. Дай глаз, блядь, нет.
Ở Việt Nam mình có công ty nào mà giỏi marketing không?
Không.
Могу вам флеш дать, вы выйдете.
Tổng công ty Chi Đức.
Đâu. Không, tao hỏi thiệt cái này bài cuối kỳ.
Đúng hả?
Đủ quá.
Firebox.
Có đúng không? Tao hỏi đúng không?
Không.
Смогу. Сидя, Алекс, сказали. Еще два, да. Платите. Нет, Ебануться.
Tao rất sợ khi gặp Stephen Curry 878.
Блядь!
Блин!
Bled.
Блять! Ở đâu?
Футбольнерский пиццу, блядь. Кто, да, футбольник.
Mr. Leo.
Здравствуйте, наконец-то ты себя нашел.
Ba ơi, bạn không chết trận club.
Что, вас играют?
Это все нахуй уже, пацаны.
Как будто за пивом, да, пожалуйста?
По-моему, да.
Да.
Блядь, ну как мы это проебываем?
Oh my god. Dạ.
Поехали со мной, блядь, на лайнере.
Ты видел его лайнер?
А что за лайнер?
Это пиздец. Знаешь, есть кубы с лошадиным селом таракани.
Ski!
Я сегодня, короче, когда его из подвала прогонял, там, короче, таракан появился больше. Ну, бывает, меня отвлекаешь,
Mày chơi mấy thằng bài đi. Dạ, trốn.
Hôm nay thứ mấy
Ôi
anh em?
Heaven.
Này thứ
Thứ sáu.
3.
Thứ 6 hả? 3.
Hôm nay là thứ 7.
Thứ 6 mình lồn ngu.
Ủa?
Ủa?
Mày lại thằng hỏi.
Ủa? Được mẹ. Thứ 6.
Thứ 6 là ngày đầu tuần Long ơi.
Sau là ngày
hứa ngoan rồi đầu tuần.
Thứ 7 cũng là ngày đầu tuần.
Thực ra đầu tuần là thứ nào là tùy vào
sáng ngày
tùy vào quan điểm của mày mà.
Không có nào là đầu tuần cũng không có cuối tuần. Thời gian là một cái thứ mà ảo giác xã hội nó tạo ra.
Thì vậy người ta mới nói là
thứ
nào là đầu tuần là do quan điểm mày thôi.
Quan điểm của mày là mày không có ngày, không có giờ.
Thứ 6 là ngày đầu tuần bé địt. Em cũng bé hứa ngoan.
Đâu mày?
Amen, many amen.
Oh, you sucks. You suck. No! No!
Hỏi.
Ôi.
Tao nghĩ thà thở dài còn hơn là thở ngắn luôn. Mày nghĩ vậy không anh?
Nghĩ đổi má thở dài thở ngắn thở không kịp. Đéo thở, tóc thở.
Tắt thở.
Đủ kìa. À bro. Quá là ski. Đi.
Cái địch của 7 điểm nữa hả? Đi con mẹ.
7 điểm. Nhiều người muốn 7 điểm không được. Nhất là mấy
Đúng
thằng
rồi.
chơi bóng rổ.
Đúng.
2 quả đá 3, 1 quả lên rổ.
Mày làm thử đi.
Dư 1 điểm thôi.
Mày làm thử đi.
Là dư 1 điểm thôi.
Mày làm thử đi.
Và soạn buổi đi làm.
What?
Đó.
Là làm đĩ là được là đúng á. Lần này làm đĩ.
Wow.
Tao đã nói rồi.
Mày
Anh em không tin.
bây giờ nó soạn buổi đi làm. Mày
Anh em không tin.
mày mặc đồ chứ có bụi mày.
Đúng rồi.
Vãi.
Tao bảo tao đi làm cái gì là làm cái đó mà anh em. Anh em ơi, mỗi thằng cho tao mượn 50 ấy.
Thằng này có mượn tiền hoài quá.
Ừ.
Các bạn nạp tiền mua skin mà
Tiền nó kêu ngưỡng hoài mày.
Tiền trong đít lấy ra.
Bắt nguyên tên trong gara đó được ba. Nó người ta nhìn lên mà. Sao bóng sớm. Ơi, đủ ba bác thằng
không ấy mua mẹ.
Tao nghĩ ba tao không ổn rồi anh em ơi. Tao nghĩ ba tao không
Có gì
ổn.
mà không ổn? Có gì mà không ổn?
Ba tao xài Instagram. Bất ổn.
Wow.
What?
Trên nó thích đi cứu ha.
Nghe thấy bất ổn rồi hiểu không?
Đúng rồi, nghe thấy bất ổn rồi.
Thread nữa có xài thread nữa. Là hiểu rồi.
Chết mẹ, ba mày lên đấy ba mày bị skibidi.
Tao không muốn đùa nhưng mà thường dấu hiệu này là ba sọc.
What?
Được người già xài mạng xã hội là một là đi để đi xàm hoặc là đi ba sọc. Thường là vậy. Ây da.
Em được, tao thấy file đó em nghe mày mạnh quá trời luôn bạn. Chỉ có Junbai với Sonam thôi,
Không, lỡ ba mày không phải ba sóng, ba mày skibidi.
Tao kiểu ba tao tào lao.
Ba mày skibidi á.
Tao nói đi ngoại tình.
Cái đồ bác món phải liền cho toán. Đâu cái Junbai đâu. Chó.
Hợp lý không? Thấy hợp lý mà.
Nói cho anh nghe anh có bắn không?
Đúng rồi.
Nói cho anh nghe coi, tôi bắt bình thường trên ranh re anh có bắn không? Rồi. Có không? Đó, mẹ bắn phải lồn ra. Người được chọn, người được chọn đủ quá.
Cái ông kế bên này đừng có chữa bậy nữa, thì nó không tốt.
Không tốt à?
Mày có chửi không? Mày có chửi không?
Nhưng mà nó không tốt quá.
Mày có chửi không?
Nhưng mà nó không tốt.
Nó không tốt ở chỗ nào?
Khang là mày là b-boy đúng không Khang?
Mua đó luôn.
Mồm miệng của người ta thì người ta nói.
B-boy.
Hey, đi buoi.
Mồm miệng người ta thì người ta nói liên quan chó đến tới mày.
Sao
Ảnh hưởng đến
Không
tinh
tốt.
thần, sức khỏe và thần kinh của mày không?
Tao không thể tin
Có
được là những con người như vậy mà tồn tại được Khang. Để tao gửi màn hình cho tao chụp màn hình tao gửi cho mày là Khang.
được.
Tao không thể tin được những con người này tồn tại được luôn Khang. Mày coi trong cho anh em kìa.
Chứ nó gửi hình phúc mà.
À,
Tao không thể tin được luôn á. Tại sao nó tồn tại được vậy Khang?
là sao nữa tao làm gì tụi bay?
Con mèo hả?
Sao lại là con mèo quá?
Tao không tin sao tồn tại được luôn.
Là sao Dũng mình hiểu không?
Tao bị counter.
Ủa, B2 Việt Nam mi khó lắm hả? What the fuck man? Hay là do mình người Việt Nam?
Tao mà nhiều người Việt Nam á.
Mày
Ê, mất.
đi là ai luôn á, lùng quá. Ngồi xử lý cuối, ngồi xử lý cuối. Đâu rồi?
Mai giờ đặt lệnh ngày mai mua ha.
Chết mẹ rồi. Được lên là bú rồi. Hay. Ý là team bạn bú vậy. Mày hay phải lồn.
Mày là BB boy đúng không Khang?
Cái gì Trinh không, tôi thấy gì Trinh không làm gì trong con quá luôn á.
Tao là tí đi chi.
Má hồi sinh lại kìa thôi mẹ.
Cái gì hồi sinh?
VN Index đến mẹ 2.000 điểm rồi.
Thì tao
Quá
biết
thơm.
là nó hồi sinh mà, mày nghe ông Trump ông nói gì không?
3 tháng nữa hiểu không? Bây giờ
Ông
3
Trump ông
tháng.
nói là ông từ lúc ông đặt thuế thằng nào mà nhùn rồi là ông giảm thuế thì mình nhùn rồi thì ông mới hoãn thuế tới 90 ngày.
Thì ngon 90 ngày má, giờ 100.000 vô 3 tháng sau được 200.
Đấy.
Má tới hồi 3 tháng sau thỏa thuận
Ủa
xong
má,
thuế 50% rồi. Oh my god.
Wow.
cất luôn, ăn cất luôn.
Ọc luôn mà.
Ngon,
Thằng
tới
nào mà
10 rất là
lấy
ngon.
thằng nào lấy mấy du hành thời gian mà đi rồi bắn đồ. Hiểu ý tao. Từ giờ đến lúc mà hết cái 90 ngày đó là tao nghĩ là sẽ có một người làm gì đó. Hiểu không? Hiểu ý tao. Sẽ có một
Hiểu
người
hiểu
làm gì
hiểu.
đó.
Hiểu hiểu hiểu.
Tao nghĩ là sẽ làm gì đó. Nghe thấy tao top server mày không muốn chơi.
Gặp tao cũng không muốn chơi mày nữa.
Top tao đâu phải top server đâu, tao top 1% thôi. Mẹ tao chưa làm gì mày rage quit rồi.
Ngon.
Chưa làm gì luôn. Tao chưa thể hiện trình nữa, thằng này cút đi. Tại sao vậy?
Rén.
Có gì đâu mà rén. Ủa? Chơi game thôi mà. Sợ thua à?
Sao thú không gì nữa.
Trời ơi, Anthony Skibidi. Một.
GL là cái đéo ấy, mẹ sao bài như cái đâu buồi vậy. What? Sao mình lại làm?
I got you, Anthony.
Got you, Anthony.
No, Anthony Skibidi.
Ôi bung bắn cái cháp đi. Tên ra cứ tên ra What the fuck?
Anthony
Đi về.
Skibidi. Mày nói đi về nãy giờ mấy lần rồi đó. Mày coi nửa tiếng đồng hồ á Thịnh.
Nó đi về.
Giờ bố mày về thiệt mẹ.
Anthony Skibidi. Oh shit. Anthony ơi, định lại đi.
What?
Skippity.
Vãi biểu. Trời ơi. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? À, đừng để tao nấu chứ. God damn bro. God damn. Wide open. Anthony Skibidi! Oh my god! 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 Em tao đang chơi với Anthony Skibidi thiệt. Biết cái gì? Không biết cái gì hết. I got you bro. I got you bro. Chết mẹ Anthony. Anthony ơi mày bắn hụt rồi. Ê, Anthony bắn hụt rồi. Anthony ơi. Tao khóa trong với mày rồi. Trời ơi. Mày chơi game ích kỷ. Không bao giờ thắng đâu. Bum. Bum. Chơi game ích kỷ mày. Không bao giờ thắng. Không bao giờ thắng đâu. Không bao giờ thắng đâu. I'm like, you're welcome.
Hả?
Bum 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 bum. 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 Thôi biết anh roll, biết anh roll, biết anh roll đi, biết anh roll đi. Chết mẹ nó AFK nữa. Các cuộc tặc mày chơi game tí AFK là sao?
Đúng.
Vãi cái build. What are you doing? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Why you AFK, bro? You AFK, we lose, bro. Oh, you AFK. You AFK, we win, bro. You AFK, we win. We win, bro. We win. Boom, boom, boom. Trời ơi. Cái lồn gì vậy? Goose Spring ở cỡ chuồng. Skibidi, skibidi. Toilet. Skibidi toilet. Skibidi toilet.
Ngon, làm đẹp rồi. Sốc rồi.
Đúng rồi, anh im đi Dũng rồi.
Tôi bị sốc.
Anh Dũng không xứng đáng mà.
Thì không.
Mã xúc vật.
Rồi. Mã vừa sắp mình.
Sáng giờ coi FB1 phải bắt được một coi cái thằng cái thằng rookie nó cướp xe của Chao Leclerc mà.
À đúng rồi.
Biết cái gì mà đúng rồi.
Không, tôi đang làm bài làm.
Tổng
Đâu?
tầm lồn. Có thể đeo tin.
Thật sự luôn.
Tao đang làm bài của tao. Tao không hiểu sao tao phải làm.
Ai tên là bài vậy? Obamiente, 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 oh my god, mình này gà quá.
Ê, mấy thằng này toàn 3-4 điểm vậy. Đi.
Ngon.
Mấy thằng
Mày chơi game cái gì mà mày được 400.000 điểm farm cái đéo gì dữ vậy?
Kiệt ơi, bỏ đài không Kiệt?
Không.
An ơi. Con cặc tao này. Ngon. Tôi bỏ đài đi.
Đồ má, cái thằng 257 nó để thua thằng 219 đó, mày quá nhục rồi. Quá nhục nhã. Bro.
Oh my god.
Bro. Em mấy người quê mùa này nếu không chơi với mình, nhìn mình tưởng má người giỏi quá này ghê quá không chơi luôn. Mấy tao chơi gà cho. What I do to you? Này là Sasuke.
Itachi.
Find this sword in dead rails called the chieu sword. Then kill an enemy with it. That enemy that you just killed will get reanimated to help you kill other enemies. But if you find the green mask in dead rails, and you'll be able to turn him into your ally and help you kill enemies. Find this green sword in dead rails called the jade sword.
Gác xếp ngu chó chê.
Bro.
Tao ghét access.
Cái gì cơ?
Mày biết cái Microsoft Access không?
Anh ơi, anh nói lớn lên, anh để cái mic dưới lỗ đít.
Biết cái Microsoft Access không?
Access là access cái gì?
Cái Access ấy.
Không. Không biết gì Michael.
Mày không được biết kỹ. Cái gì? Để tao đọc lại không? Okay, the change you request the table
Thank
will
you
not
for
successfully
game.
because you would create duplicate better invalid primary key. Thì làm sao
BBK hả?
Okay, change the data on the field of your to detect what? Rồi mày lỗi ở đâu?
Bro might have to skibidi out of this one.
Now this is my absolute favorite thing. Put it here. I'm gonna wait turns. And what we're gonna do is that we get if we get a boss on. Now one of the things about boss right? A lot of people expect something by itself.
Nhiều thằng nó chán phèo ghê luôn. I just wanna have fun, bro.
So once you get a very powerful, that'll help it out a lot. But until then, actually, that's what I'm saying. I don't hurt. You get the boot bomb. Putting the boot bomb on one of the fun things I did there. So now I have 4 boot bombs. Also got and what's really cool is every time fire them. But because CS throws is hard, it's cool moments where if you launch your TF, fire like 5 rockets. It looks so good. There you go. Alright. Now this is my absolute favorite. But I'm gonna lose my turn. I'm gonna shoot. Really If we get a spot now, we're just about lost three, two. Something by itself. It's not still our. Once you get until then, that's what I'm saying. Kind of harsh. You get the boom box. Put the boom box on, and yeah, one of the most fun things I did for them. So now they have 4 boom box. Yeah. And this is really cool. It's every time you because yeah, those hard. But I mean,
Man, these fuckers are so lame.
watch here, yeah, I like 5 rockets. Looks so cool. There you go. All right.
Hai thằng bảy lên. Tôi kéo nhìn chúng nó trên nhìn xuống rồi. Phi xe giống vậy rồi, ví dụ có 3 đạn thế nào? Ở đây phải xếp hai. Không nhìn thấy nó đâu, tôi thấy được mà. Để tôi bỏ lên. Đồ. Ê, chơi. Phải rồi, chơi. Ôi giời. Hay rồi.
Oh, I see. Obviously, this box. Like, that means here, block here, and up here. Yeah, block. That just block. That and
Nó bị lặp lại ạ, đi com. Đây sao tách mà. Fuel Bob Bubble Tea. Where the fuck is it?
Oh, damn.
À, con mẹ mày, đây rồi.
Indirectly help. What the fuck?
Đây rồi. What the fuck? Vẫn thế. What? Sếp mà nhỉ?
Con đánh tròn anh em ơi.
Vẫn không được nhỉ?
Yes, sir.
Whoa. Whoa.
He's staying close enough.
Cái đéo ấy vậy. À, hay lắm. Con mẹ nó.
Ôi ôi, nó vào vậy nhà tôi đéo biết là gì kìa. Trong nhà luôn. Mày chạy có bắn vào này không? Trong nhà. Tôi ra ngoài rồi. Đúng rồi, trong nhà. Thôi chạy đi. Bố mình nói là còn bên ngoài tôi trên bên ngoài thôi. Sau tường này nó sau tường. Thế nó toàn này. Cử nó. Nó phải cử nó phát bắn vào nhà mình tôi được không? Bán đây có cái thằng bắn ngoài kia nữa là. Ủa? Thằng mình đi đâu vậy? Ở dưới. Đằng sau. Ở dưới lèo. Nó đang lên nè. Ơi, tí rồi. Má nó vào nhà mình còn đéo biết đâu. Nữa. Được. Chỉ gì mà. Tịt con mẹ à. Ba rồi nó tán máu. Mẹ nó vào nhà tôi đứng xây tôi thì đéo biết. Tán máu. Không cân 6. Em phải đi đâu cũng không. Tại vì không đâu. Kéo phải. Không cần nói đúng rồi. Cố vậy. Còn nói thầm. Hai cái thầm. Nó có cần nói thầm trong. Ê, chơi cái gì đấy? Green light. Không chơi cái gì đấy? Không xuống cái gì nữa? Đảo này. Nè đúng không? Em lo nè chưa thằng con.
Đéo ấy vậy.
Ồ, không là chỉ bay của mình thôi mà. Bay chung thì nó bay được rồi. Nhưng mà muốn về sớm à? Đây là bay ở đây để xong mình lên mái. Tôi luôn thấy đấy là chạm đến. Tôi có đi rồi. Cái bay mình thế mà. Bạn này con tụi nó về. Có 2 thằng thôi thì chả lẽ lại không ăn được 2 nữa. Cái mặt tối cái là đâu có súng đâu. Đâu có súng rồi, súng rồi. Vãi lồn mà cái UNC mà không đi con ui là UNC thì ông nội này thì không rồi anh nhìn là nó là xung cấp kia. Nó chạy ngay sát tao nó chặt quá. Đông thắng không phải là 1 đâu, không phải 2 đâu, nó 10. Thế đang bắn nhau nữa mà. Đéo có thông tin rồi cái nó đấy xem chết mày phải bảo tao chứ máu đi vậy. Đéo biết rồi, đâu phải Lại thằng solo quá từ 200 triệu đến solo đấy đâu. Không vâng đây, đâu không phải đâu. Còn có bao các thứ bạn là 490. Đây chẳng được cái quả kém quả linh nhà bắt đầu nào đấy. Đấy, một đấy. Mình có hai cái này được dùng với khẩu hết. Làm ba cái bao đi tao kêu. Ô, đâu chơi. Kêu cái loại này. Chạy em đâu. Đây là cái bộ này. Mà đây một cái này để tao ôi là ai cái gì ạ? Và đã làm là cái đầu. Đúng rồi, em đây các thứ mà rồi nói được phải lần. Nhiều lắm cơ mà, 100.000 cơ mà. Gạt ra hết à? Bạn ngay không ra được góc lòng gạt ra hết à? Có mà phải gạt ra. Đã. Lại kiểu nó góc quay một phát người rồi. Thì là đây là đồng bạc. Đã đến lúc nó chúng taเอาlại thứ để tay lắm. Em giúp đấy. À, nó đồng hồ mà. Đấy. Đây. Nhỉ.
Thiếu mẹ mang ảnh đi. Như cái giấy.
Như Dũng á.
Mang ảnh đâu? Ảnh không?
Anh có học gì liên quan đến kinh tế không anh? Anh có học gì liên quan đến kinh tế không anh? Vài.
Mà lớp của tao đâu?
To empower new generations of drivers and bring top level events like WEC to
Ai?
Mã khoa mang ảnh mã lớp của.
But he did well to keep them behind, despite what Martin was saying there. McLaren perhaps could have been a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, it was a pretty flawless lap. I think nobody has played that one down. He did an incredible job with a car that all weekend long it seemed they had really been struggling with. Even throughout the qualifying sessions through Q1, Q2, they were still making changes to that car to get him a little bit more comfortable. So just an incredible result, all things considered. And yes, McLaren played it, I would say, on the safe side. They didn't necessarily want to take any unnecessary risk, uncalculated risks. It is a very long season, and it really felt as though they felt a second and a third is enough. You know, play it safe, play the long game. But we wanted to see them take a little bit more challenges, try to fight Max for that victory. But that's not the race we got.
What does it say about him as a
driver? Gì liên quan đến kinh tế không?
Of everything he did last week in light of how strong the McLaren looked every weekend.
I think there's no doubt the McLaren.
Học hay không anh?
But we're talking probably a tenth of a second per lap. No more than that.
Không hay đâu.
Không hay ở đây có nghĩa là sao?
Nghĩa là nó làm man đấy. Chả tập trung vào cái gì cả. Cái ngành của anh nó không tập trung vào gì.
Ngành của em cũng có tập trung vào gì đâu.
Ít nhất mày còn tập trung vào tiếng Anh, của anh đúng nghĩa không tập trung vào gì cả.
Em tính học kinh doanh quốc tế. Em tính học kinh doanh quốc tế đấy.
À,
xong ngành.
Kinh doanh quốc tế.
Xong ngành.
Plus a sprint in China, of course, and it is Lando Norris that leads the way, but the gap narrowed to 1 point, then a further 12 points to Oscar Piastri. Russell has gone about his business very well in his 15 clear of Kimi Antonelli, who has also started strongly in his first season in Formula One. Charles Leclerc,
giống hết có một
performance gap over Lewis Hamilton,
con mẹ nó.
In Suzuka. They hope that they will have addressed that coming into this weekend with a few upgrades. We'll come on to that in a few moments' time. Alex Albon in the middle of those two, Ocon and Stroll making up the rest of the top 10. Still 5 to get off the mark for Pierre Gasly and Fernando Alonso. Then Lawson, Doohan and Porto.
Sao cái này của mình nhìn lạ vậy?
In the constructors, McLaren are 36 ahead of the Works Mercedes team, then a further 14 points to Red Bull. Ferrari, worryingly for them, already a 76-point gap between themselves and McLaren. Now, Max, following the race in Suzuka, said, if I was in that McLaren, I would have sped away, and he reiterated that to our Italian colleague, Mauro San Giorgio, yesterday.
Ủa? Cái này là... này là 1.5 ở đi xa. Chừng chăm sóc.
So, you thought it was a joke?
I'm asking you. I didn't speak to you.
No, it's not a joke. I mean, we know how hard and how narrow our window is with the car. Now, then you get that question, what would you do in another car? Well, I give you an honest answer.
Everyone can say what they want and believe what they want.
Lộn mấy sự kiện làm lâu quá.
Lando Norris nói tao tin là tao và Oscar thấy chiếc Red Bull rất là nhanh so với xe của tao. Còn Oscar thì nói địt mẹ mày đưa chiếc Red Bull tao còn đéo dám chạy. Thật sự là mà Lando nổ. Nghe nổ không Khang? Ủa khoan, vậy thì cái này nó khác.
He can come and test our car any day that he wants, and I'll be excited to see the disappointment on his face after he gets out.
I also said in that same interview that is not going to happen anyway, you know. So there is no need to speculate about it. I'm just working with the team to try and improve my car, you know, to try and make it nicer to drive, make it more.
rather than settling for a second and a third. I'm not sure if it is the right strategy. I mean, of course, that will give us more exciting racing. It will give him more victories potentially, and even Oscar. But ultimately, this is a long season with many races, and sometimes it's more about being consistent than individual victories. But we want to see some racing, so I'd say give it a try. Try, throwing in some more risks in there.
And the opportunities are here. We know it's a high degradation circuit, so if we get a bit more of that, then perhaps the opportunities will be more rife, depending on where the circuits are and what kind of levels of deg we get.
Completely different race here, where you can build a tyre advantage by staying out longer and having fresher tyres at the end of the race. And it was 2 against 1 in Suzuka. They may well have that again here with other teams, indeed, as well. And should they have tried to destabilise Red Bull? I think they probably should have, yes. And do something a little different. The problem you've got there is they've got 2 drivers up for the World Championship. It's a problem they're going to have to manage all through this season and probably the next few seasons indeed. Do you want to disadvantage one of those? Because if you do that swap or let's say bring Lando in early, put him in traffic, lose a little bit of time, then there's a safety car, Lando's back in 7th and he's no longer leading the World Championship. So it's very easy to sit on the sofa going, do that, do this, but you can look a bit foolish quite quickly.
Okay, quite interesting talking to Mark Webber, by the way, just before he went and did his thing with Channel 4 about saying, whether Oscar, if he had overtaken Lando, would have been able to make a better fist of things. He said, we'll never know, we'll never know. So a few salvos as well from the Piastri camp. Right, let's talk to you about Ferrari, because Lewis Hamilton, after Suzuka, said there are some upgrades coming from here, hopefully can get on top of the problems that he was having, because a performance deficit between himself and Charlotte is coming this
weekend. Bú rồi anh em ơi.
I'm not really feeling a huge amount of issues, just we lack overall performance at the moment, pace-wise, which we hopefully will take a step this weekend. On my side, it's rear end is a little bit, and that's about it.
We've got some new bits on the car coming, which I hope will help us to close that gap a little bit. Whether it will be enough to close the complete gap, I don't think so. I don't think that there's that in what we are bringing here, but I hope it will help us to at least be closer. But it's still quite a significant step. I mean, in Suzuka,
helping Ferrari get some more downforce as well. And there's a new diffuser. You know, when a team brings a new diffuser to a race, they're serious about generating loads of lovely downforce. So there you go. That is a new diffuser on there. So this is a significant upgrade, an upgrade that Ferrari are hoping is going to help them transform their season and get them back to winning ways when Lewis Hamilton won the sprint race in China just a few weeks ago.
Will it be enough? How serious are the issues at Ferrari, Martin?
I think they won, won the sprint from pole. We must remember in China, but of course you start that with 35 kilos of fuel, 40 kilos, nothing like the 100 plus you start a Grand Prix with. Lewis likes a car low anyway. They clearly need to run that car low to get peak performance out of it, and they can't do that. They were thrown out for being illegal for wearing the underneath the weight too much. So both Ferrari drivers were pretty downbeat there.
They are downbeat, and I wonder for Lewis and for the whole of Ferrari, as you said, it's 76. They've been hemorrhaging points in the first 3 races. At what point does it get extremely serious and they start thinking to themselves, well, we're not going to win the constructors here or the drivers this year? It is extremely early days, but it means that there's huge emphasis on this weekend.
There will be, and I think they're going to be wanting to address these issues as quickly as they can. There was so much noise around the team coming into the season, a lot of high expectations with Lewis making this iconic move from Mercedes to Ferrari. And unfortunately, other than that glimpse of hope in China in the sprint race, it hasn't quite been the season I think they anticipated. Problem, because as we know, once you change a part in the car, it may unlock other issues. So it's not necessarily that this will be the whole solution or that the next part will be. It might take them a little bit longer to get to the point.
In general terms, when we're coming to the last year of a set of regulations like this, what's a rule of thumb for the teams and what they'll be doing with
into the 2026 car, the money and the people.
Okay. There are 6 rookies getting a go. Remember, minimum 4 sessions for rookies per team in 2025. Let's just have a quick look at who's filling in for who. And because this is Bahrain and because they do... Do you like the fact that there's 4 sessions this year in 2025 and a few more people get a go to see how good they are?
Well, it's an excellent chance for them to show their mettle, learn a little bit about Formula One, and all through recent history, you know, George Russell and others get a chance to have a go in FP1, and then the next thing is they're in Formula One and they're well prepared for it with all the other stuff they do.
Ông quả đấy nó đích đi với xe. Cái gì đấy? Gì bắn cái gì vào đi? Đấy đấy, ghê đấy, nó ghê đấy. Nó đã chết rồi.
That's a shame for Kimi Antonelli. I imagine he'll be going straight back in to get them to have a look at that and sort that out. Yes, you were saying, because also I saw some pictures and side-by-sides of the actual input and the steering wheel angle between Verstappen and the McLaren drivers, and how much more he was having to put in to get it around that corner.
Yeah, but normally if you carry in so much understeer, especially into a high-speed corner like Spoon, it will snap into an oversteer at some point. But he's got this incredible feel of almost preempting that snap, and the car just, the rear, he just controls the rear. He balances the rear with his hands and his feet on the brake. It just gets it to steer back into that second apex. And then the braking for the chicane. So it's not just the high speed. The braking for the chicane was incredibly precise. So yeah, horrendously impressive. And it's one of those things, Rachel, honestly, as a racing driver, you watch it and go, I just wish I had a fraction of that talent. Oh, he's got a flat spot on the front right tyre as well. So
From the lockup earlier on.
Yeah, he's clearly got some reliability issue, but he's got the front right flat spot. You can see quite clearly.
Orlando Norris has gone quickest so far in the McLaren. We've talked about. Oh, let's have a listen.
Yeah, I got no power, mate. Yeah, copy.
Something they'll be trying to reset, a Control-Alt-Delete in the garage?
Well, we'll hear from Ted. I'm watching the onboard here up at Race Control, and he's coming through turn 13 at the moment, so he's heading down. He's only got one more corner to go. So the good news is he's able to get back to the pits, and Ted and the McLaren, well, Ted and the Mercedes team, I'm sure, will be welcoming him in. They're actually right opposite our commentary box, so the team out in the pit lane. By the way, their sporting director, Ron Meadows, isn't here this weekend. The man who would be calling them out on the pit lane, his son is getting married, so congratulations to them for this weekend.
Definitely, yes, as we see Kimi Antonelli coming into the pit lane now, and he is indeed going to box, and they will sort out that issue for him, I'm sure. I was mentioning Lando Norris, Karoon, because there's been a lot of talk about whether or not had they pitted Oscar, Lando differently, done something differently last weekend. The overall feeling coming out of it seems to be that no, the fact that Max was ahead and it was so difficult to overtake around there, looking at the 8/10 or whatever they would have lost from pitting, it wouldn't have benefited them in the end. Could they have been more aggressive? Could they have taken more risks?
Yes, okay. I think so. I mean, listen, we always obviously have to take on board what they've said, but I looked at it and thought, you're all circulating sort of 1.1, 1.2 seconds apart. There's not enough of a pace advantage to overtake. So if you want to try and win this race, and you've got two cars at the front end fighting one of the Red Bulls, you've got an opportunity to do something. And you know, if they'd gone 4 laps more aggressive with Lando on that pit stop, they obviously pitted Oscar earlier, but what if they pitted Lando like 4 or 5 laps earlier, gone for a really aggressive undercut? I get the gaps necessarily weren't there, but he would have had a tire advantage to maybe overtake and come through. I don't know, I just felt, and at worst, you know, at worst he would have still ended up 2nd or 3rd, and then they could have swapped it and done the fair order that they felt at the end. They weren't under threat from Mercedes or Ferrari, really. You know, I think Leclerc was 10 or so seconds behind, Russell 17 seconds behind. So, yeah, I came away from that race being a little bit disappointed that McLaren didn't do something more aggressive strategically. Just go really bold, think really big and bold. Because psychologically, for Max to win that race was powerful for Max and the Red Bull team in the World Championship battle.
That's what I was going to ask you. I mean, it would have been a surprise to them, but also that would have been a real reality check, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't think swapping the cars would have done anything, to be honest, because see Vesely going deep at 10, so again locking the front there into the final corner, so he's really struggling with front locking there, which was, by the way, something we saw with Antonelli here at the test pre-season. He was struggling with a lot of front locking. So yeah, I don't think swapping the cars would have really done it. I'm not convinced Oscar would have got ahead of Max, but I do think strategically I would have liked to see him go bolder.
Balance. It feels like the car's not working at all, but it's probably just good for the tyres.
And try to maximize full throttle to fully charge it. Copy it.
Lewis not happy in the Ferrari, Ted Kravitz. Lots of drivers complaining about the grip out there at the moment as well. What have you got down there?
Because it's so hot, presumably, Rach.
I would guess
so. That's
so.
what they're saying. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. And the car of number 12, Kimi Antonelli, the Mercedes, is feeling the heat as well, because early indications are that it's actually got a little bit too hot. There was a loss of water pressure they've seen on the telemetry, so I think the engine looks like the engine might have got into kind of power recovery mode, and they know that it's something that's going to take a while, so that's why you can see Kimi Antonelli now out of the car and the repairs starting to be made to his Mercedes. Too early to tell whether it's session ending, Rach, but certainly some repairs needed to this Mercedes. So yeah, loss of water pressure, and Kimi's out for the moment, cooling off, talking to his engineer, Peter Bonington.
Great, thank you, Ted. Yes, 35.1 degrees air temperature right now, track temperature 47.1. But of course, this is the session that's not really representative all weekend. Be much cooler when we get under the, well, it's sunset at 6 o'clock, so the race starts, because we're in April this year, it's an hour difference. We're actually starting literally at sunset this year for the race start. Much cooler.
Yeah, the track will just get grippier and faster as the night falls and the temperature drops. So that'll be nice for the drivers.
Oscar, how's the front wing?
I think it's okay. It's maybe a little bit high, but I mean, it's just zero grip.
Understood.
Everyone's feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, we're up to nearly 50 degrees track temperature. And one thing to keep in mind for the drivers, the last reference they've got around the circuit, as Ted said, was, 20 degrees cooler. Now, track temperature, high 20s, sunny conditions, that is magic for a racing driver. It was a slightly odd test, wasn't it? Because I think the second day ended up being the quickest one. The wind picked up on day 3, but still, compared to their last reference of even that day 3, which was a bit slower than day 2, this feels awful.
How's the balance? Shocking.
At least nobody's happy. At least it's consistent.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nobody out there saying this is amazing. Rosie Waite of the Mercedes pit wall, their head of race strategy, studying the data right now and having a look at how their two are getting on. Well, Kimi's in the garage, so it would just be Frederick Vesti right now, one of the 6 rookies, as we mentioned, who's out on track. But they have to take part, the teams have to give over each car for a session once during the season, so 2 sessions in total per team.
Yeah, and this session isn't one where you're going to be looking at wear and deg as being something representative for the race. As you say, it's going to be 3 hours and 15 minutes later than now is when the start of the race will be. But the strategists already early on in the weekend will have to start looking at tyre usage. What tyres are they going to use for the session? How many sets are they willing to burn up in these hot conditions? Obviously, with the rookie drivers, you want to give them a chance, but you want to be careful about tyre usage. Quite a few people running the hard tyre here in this session, as we got the brief yellow flag. So yeah, they'll be looking already at trying to calculate, if Vesti's flat spotted that tyre, how bad is it? Is it bad enough that we have to get rid of it and put on another set? That's a big problem. So there's a lot of things that they still got to think about, even if the track conditions aren't representative of the race.
I'm going to correct myself. It's 4 rookie sessions this year. It's changed. It's 2 per car.
Yes.
I said 1 per car.
Oh, I didn't.
This shows you never listened to me, Karun.
Sorry.
It's 2 per car, indeed. McLaren, in fact, broke the curfew last night. I've asked the team what the issue was. They said they spotted an issue on one of the cars that required further investigation, but they wouldn't tell us any more than that. But they broke the curfew last night, one of their exemptions for the year, the first of 3 for them. Unusual on a Thursday night.
Yeah, it would have been an installation thing. I mean, the pace of Formula 1 is such, and the workload is such, it's unbelievable. The mechanics would have finished, a 4-day weekend in Japan, brutal weekend, got the cars back, glass of champagne to celebrate their 2nd and 3rd place, and guess what? They're taking the cars apart. They immediately after dropping, they're going to take the cars apart and then completely rebuild it, check all the bits, do the measurements, check any of the
components that might have too much wear, replace that. There might be new bits coming from the factory anyway, part of their planning. There's such a lot of work that the mechanics would have had to do. And then when installing it all back together for Thursday, they must have spotted some sort of an issue when they went to fire the car up.
It is quite incredible when you watch the pack down and see how quickly everything gets put away and everything in its place. And it's like a massive puzzle that over the season obviously gets quicker and quicker. Ted Kravitz, what have you got for us, Ted?
Well, a couple of things. Firstly, on the mystery McLaren, what was the issue that kept them late last night? Rachel, I got exactly the same message. Not too much we can share, but the team spotted an issue which required some more investigation. Nothing more to say on it at this point. So, of course, when someone tells us that, Rachel, what are we going to do?
Go and try and find out what it was.
Exactly, we're only going to dig harder. So I really need to understand what it was and whether it was, I mean, that kind of thing would sort of point to power unit for me. Something that would, maybe with a fire up, ready to go at the end of the setup day on Thursday, something that was requiring a bit more investigation. There would be nothing really on the build of the car that would suggest that. And by the way, Karun, if they are getting champagne for celebrating not winning the Japanese Grand Prix, then I think something's wrong somewhere. You shouldn't be getting champagne for not winning a Grand Prix, but I know what you're saying. The other thing down here at in the pit lane, amazing job by I'm just watching the Mercedes engineers as they try and fix this water leak and get this car turned around. I mean, if it's hot enough in the team radio.
Want to take one more push on this?
Feels the reference, mate.
Understood.
Yeah, but how does the floor feel, Lewis?
Yeah.
How does the floor feel? That's what I want to know. If it's hot enough in the pit lane, it must be doubly so in the garage. But all credit to the Mercedes mechanics. 4 of them are under the car, many more of them working on top of Kimi Antonelli's car as well, trying to get this car turned around to keep him in the session.
Ted, is Bahrain one of the tracks where they have air conditioning in the garages? I know some of them do. Abu Dhabi, doesn't it?
Abu Dhabi does, yes, but Bahrain, no. I mean, they just have the fans going, and at Mercedes, they've got some pretty heavy-duty fans pointing to the underside of the car. The floor is just coming off at the moment, but no, to answer your question, the garage is not fully air-conditioned. Not that really having 2 massive openings at the beginning of the garage really rather negates an air-conditioned garage. But hey, I know Abu Dhabi makes an effort on that front.
Very true.
I see, Ted, that
Yes,
the Mercedes wall of mechanics has formed in front of you because they saw you coming behind.
Well, it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's only a 5-person wall, and only because the floor is off. But the only camera down here is a F1 camera with Davide Valsecchi, so it's only my spying eyes they're trying to block. Fairly standard procedure for Karun. Don't worry about it.
Very good.
It's the wall that forms whenever Ted appears.
Yeah. So, Ayamo Iwasa, we're seeing here, racing the Super Formula Championship. He's got some experience in Formula 2, so he would know the circuit quite well, of course. They do all of their testing here as well, just like in F1, and therefore it makes it a good place for Iwasa to come and do some mileage.
In Max's car, which prompted the question, why doesn't Max jump in the Red Bull for this, in the RB for this session? The Racing Bull.
I would love to see it.
Well, I would.
Yeah. Go on, have you asked him?
No, I'll ask
I'll tell
him.
you what, Simon's talking to Christian Horner after the session. I think we should ask him that.
Yes. Were you tempted to get Max into the Racing Bull for this session?
I don't know if he'd be tempted. I think Laurent Mekies would be tempted.
Well, very,
because you get a good reference, wouldn't you? That's what it would be for me. If I was Racing Bulls, I would be desperate to get Max Verstappen to come and drive my car for a few laps even, just to give us a reference, just to tell us where the car's at, just to give us some feedback. Yeah, it's funny. I was talking to Jody Eggington, who's on his way out of Racing Bulls. He's going to be doing other projects within the Red Bull family. And he was saying, actually, I think it was 2023, he said. There was a year where Max was dominating everything and looked like he was going to win the championship. And he made a request saying, look, we're struggling to understand. We've got a few issues with our car, struggling to understand some of the updates. Could we have Max for an FP1 session just to get a reference? And he got a no. So
Could you imagine if he stopped racing and decided he didn't want to actually be competitive anymore? He could just be a driver for hire for every team. Just jump in, tell us what's wrong. Just jump in, tell us what's wrong. Make a fortune.
yeah, I don't know if he'd make as big a fortune as he is right now, if I'm
Well,
honest.
yes, but it depends if he wants to give it up or not, doesn't it? We've had just 20 minutes so far of this first practice session here in Bahrain. Lando Norris topping the times on the medium top. The Williams of Alex Albon just behind him, followed by Pierre Gasly in the Alpine and Norris's teammate Oscar Piastri.
Audi sponsors Formula One on Sky Sports.
Formula One glory comes to those who put in the preparation. Build your dream F1 team. Upgrade your car. Choose your favorite drivers. And compete in online races. Will you make the right calls and lead your team to victory? F1 Clash. Download for free from your app store.
SCS Special Spring Savings are now on. The elegant Albignano is just $649, and the stunning Maya is just $799. Now with up to 4 years interest-free credit, with so many great deals, you could buy two. Hurry, these offers end soon. And New Look stores are now open at Abbott Cinch, Kilmarnock, Kirkcaldy, Livingston, Strayton and Stirling. SCS. New look, new sofas.
Yep, that's my dad. You're probably wondering how he got here.
Hello, darling. Don't forget it's the bins on Tuesday.
Mum, wait. Have you got Airalo?
Airalo?
Yeah, it's an eSIM. This call will cost you a fortune.
It's okay. We are on the Wi-Fi.
Huh? No, we're not.
What?
With so many holiday homes on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. So I hired body doubles.
Wild Tina at the holiday home.
Wild Tina at the apartment.
Oh, Tina.
Ooh. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
Keep them connected on the UK's best network. Use essential apps even when you run out of data. Search EE Mobile.
We're not done here.
It's crazy, it's fun. It's the run-in.
And the vibes are unmatched.
The Reds are bouncing up and down.
Stars are aligning. These lot are flying. And the race for Europe, electrifying.
They're a powerhouse right now.
Well, it's just wonderful. Catch all the twists and turns of the run-in. Live with Sky Sports.
Lots having issues out there on track right now at the moment. This is Yuki Tsunoda.
Okay, but the throttle is not reacting quite well. It feels really slow, very lazy somehow.
Yeah, we'll check it back in the box.
Lazy being not picking up and responding as much. Let's just have a look at this from Isaac Hadjar. And a look up for him at the final corner, Karoom.
Yeah. Just going back to the Tsunoda thing, it can be one of two things. One is when he's pressing the throttle pedal. It's all electronic these days. It doesn't have a cable anymore. It's all done on software. Norris had a look up at turn 10 as well. So it's either when he presses the pedal, it's not responding as he would expect. It's being lazier to respond, slower to respond. It could also be on the return. When he comes off the throttle pedal, it's taking a long time to return back to zero position. So you sometimes get they run sort of dampers, or they run things like that for the throttle pedal. So sometimes you get a bit of laziness on that return back to zero as well.
We were just talking about Williams, Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon. Ted, what have you got for us on Williams?
Thank you, Rachel. I'm down in the garage, or just in front of the garage. Alex Albon going on with his program. He's just come in and made a quick adjust to the front wing flap, and then out again on his run. So doing some setup work. It's a few more kind of workaday things that Luke Browning is going through. I believe some constant speed runs, some aero rates, things like that. But he is now back in the garage, and it looks like they're doing some setup changes to the front suspension. There's also a little bit of work going on to the rear suspension that I can see on the back of his car. So yeah, it looks like hopefully they'll take some fuel out and let Luke see if he's got any grip or whatever lap times he can set in this other Williams towards the end of the session.
Thank you, Ted. I was going to ask you about that, Karun, because, you know, Carlos not having the pace, not quite being up to speed with his teammate Alex right now in that Williams, is missing this session for Luke Browning. Actually, James Bowles is on the pit wall for us this weekend, and we can ask James himself. James, how difficult is it to ask Carlos to sit out this session when he really wants to probably get as much time in the car, I imagine, as possible right now?
It's always tough, but this is probably, as you can see, the amount of drivers that have been swapped out, one of the best sessions. The reason being it's much warmer than it will be in qualifying and race, so not that representative. And he has done quite a few 100 kilometres around here as well, so it's painful whatever time of the year it is. I think this is probably the worst, sort of the best of the evils.
And James, we were speaking just before about Carlos. It seems to have been a bit of a struggle the last couple of weekends. Can you shed a bit more light into where his deficiencies are in comparison to Alex?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we go through the first one, I think he was only a 10th off Alex in Japan. Bear with me, I may have quoted a number that's not quite right, but it was a very small delta. And his race pace was matching Alex, so it just really goes to show you that qualifying is really where everything's at, and in the races, or in qualifying ourselves, it's our fault that we had a 3-pace penalty and dropped him back. I would say before then, though, if I go through it, I think it's more a deficiency of the Williams relative to the Ferrari. He's used to a car where you can combine a lot more on entry. That's not a particular characteristic we've been working on. We've been working on load and other things that allow us to move up the field. And he's just having to readapt back to that because we can't change it in this year.
Just to explain to people at home, combined meaning braking and turning on the way into the corner. So, James, track temperature 47 degrees. It looks like you've had Luke Browning out there doing a bit of data collection for you. How impressed have you been with what you've seen of him so far? What's his future with the team?
Yeah, really impressed with it. You mentioned it here. I mean, you haven't seen Luke do a lap time yet. We're using this time to actually correlate back to the test to make sure that we're not missing anything and try little few experiments. So that's what his main purpose is now. You'll see him a little bit later on the soft, and we'll actually give him some laps on that. Mighty impressed by Luke, though. He was running in a 2-year-old car in Monza just a few days ago, and really developing well.
James, I wanted to ask you, I mean, you've got more points already this season than you have in the whole of last season. What is the target this year? Sitting 5th in the Constructors right now, but I'm sure with both cars up there, you're looking higher than that.
I mean, step one is I'd like both cars in the top 10 and scoring. So our responsibility is to work with Carlos to put him there. Beyond there, I mean, what you can see in the championship is I think 60 milliseconds last week separated 6 cars. So it's awfully tight. There's no specific goal in this Constructors' Championship. It's about making sure we get everything right and building the foundations for next year's car going onwards. So we also want every road point we can in a weekend, but we're not going to sacrifice next year for this year.
And James, just finally from me, we've been talking a lot about young driver programs, young driver development. You were very involved at Mercedes with Kimi Antonelli's development. We see you've had Victor Martins testing recently as well. Is he now part of the Williams driver program? Can you just shed a bit of light on that?
Yeah, he is. We signed him, I think it was about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago now. Victor's very impressive, obviously Formula 3 champion and generally running up front in Formula 2. And so I think we're privileged to have a mixture of Luke and Victor. I think one of those should be winning the championship this year. And as you know, we very much believe in academies, believe in investing in young drivers, and I think he's got a tremendous amount of talent, but he's absolutely a part of our academy.
James, just quickly, one final one from me, if that's all right. I just wanted to ask you about how this year's going to pan out for you, because obviously everyone's looking towards next year's cars. What scope have you got to keep developing this year's car, and do you have a finite cut-off point?
There's some more bits that will come towards it, but yes, I mean, I think we've already said publicly, so I'll reiterate it. We have moved to 2026. That's what we are developing at the moment. So anything that's coming to this car is only just little bits that we're carrying over from earlier development. And it's the right direction for us to go in. So unsure what others are going to do. I suspect you'll see quite a few teams doing that.
Great. Thank you for talking to us at the moment, James. We'll speak to you more across the weekend.
Thank you.
It's interesting, isn't it, Karim, because there is so much up for grabs this year, with it being so tight. It's a difficult decision for teams. Do you take a possible extra couple of positions this year and the money that comes with that, or do you try and maximise next year?
I think if you are 5th and below, you look at next year. I really do. I think, yes, you know, you get extra place. Yes, you'll get a bit more money, but if you can get a head start on next year, you can pay dividends for the next 2, 3, 4 years.
And you get the extra wind tunnel time the further down.
My point being, by getting better results next 2, 3, 4 years, you get more money then. So
Yes.
you sacrifice a bit now. So honestly, I think if you are, even if you're Aston Martin and Williams and Haas, you just start looking next year. I mean, I think the trickiest ones actually are for Red Bull, weirdly, for the top 4 teams, because Mercedes probably don't look like they're in the championship fight. Red Bull with Max are. McLaren absolutely are. Ferrari, we need to see. They want to be. I think it's a big year for them. So I think it's much harder, actually, for the top 4 teams to make that decision. From 5th and below, I actually think it's a no-brainer.
Big lock up for Nico Hülkenberg, but he has just gone quickest, having stuck on the soft tyres, as has his teammate Gabriel Bortoleto. So they are currently P1 and P2. To see who else has put on. Yeah, Gasly, Rio Hirakawa has put on some softs, also Esteban Ocon and Liam Lawson and Isaac Hadjar as well.
I caught up with Jonathan Wheatley earlier today, who's on his 2nd weekend as team principal there at Sauber to become Audi, and it's just saying the phase that he's in right now is about the listen, watch, note down. Said he ran out of ink in 2 of his pens last week. He was writing so many notes.
He knows where to come. You've seen my pencil case and how much I bring to a race weekend.
Yeah, so it's just, and obviously once you go through that post-Saudi, he says then we have a weekend off to just take stock and start picking up the low-hanging fruit of, okay, these are the little bits we can do in terms of this year. Then is the bigger picture of the structure of the team, because since Andreas Seidel is gone, they haven't had, and Matteo Binotto's come in, but they haven't had a day-to-day sort of team principal type person there. So I think there's a lot of work to do, but he looks reinvigorated after 20 years of going to the same office at Red Bull.
Just looking, talk us through this, Karim, because this is Oscar Piastri on his first soft tyre run.
He is, so first of the real heavy hitters on a soft tyre here. So slightly surprised, if I'm honest, to see Piastri going this early in the session, but clearly they want to get some sort of a reference for the car at this, even at these temperatures, and he's on off at the final corner. So they're going to have, well, nearly a full lap of information to look at.
Almost, just the final corner. Ted, what have you got for us?
Well, I've got an update at Mercedes on Kimi Antonelli's car, and we just saw this a few minutes ago. In fact, we're looking at it live. Let me see if you can see this.
We can, Ted, yes.
They're actually, I believe they're trying to separate the gearbox from the back of the engine, and it's not coming off. And when you need Carl, the mechanic, one of the chief mechanics, who's got some heft and strength about him, to actually try and separate this car, it's quite unusual to see that. I mean, give it a wobble by all means, but you start doing that and start worrying about sort of bending connecting pins and stuff like that.
I mean, they're holding on at the front, Ted. They're holding on at the front.
Yeah, because they need to pull.
Back, they're pulling the back away.
They need to pull the gearbox off where the engine is, I believe, and it's not coming off. So give it a wobble, boys, but easy does it. Wow, they're really having to give this a proper pull, aren't they?
I have not seen this for a
No,
long
not either.
Can you give him a hand, Ted?
This is old school F1. Just give it a big shove and see what happens. Try and get it off.
I think when Carl, all 6'3" or 4" of him, and a lot of strength is involved, Rachel, I'd be the least of the least amount of help down here. But yeah, all of it amounts, of course, to the fact that I think we can probably assume that this is session over for Kimi Antonelli.
Oh dear, thank you very much, Ted. We'll wait and see if they manage to that off. But yeah, that is quite a bizarre scene at Mercedes right now.
I'm looking out of the commentary box window and there's a lone Italian flag right opposite Antonelli's pit garage there. And they're just sitting there staring across the track, forlornly hoping for him to come back out. I don't know if we need to give him the bad news, but there you go.
I'll let you do that. That could be your job this weekend as Pierre Gasly goes quickest through the first sector on his run on the soft tyres.
Hopefully those fans have the seats for the rest of the weekend.
Yes.
And they can actually see him.
But we're looking at Yuki Tsunoda here as he comes through the final sector.
Yeah, first couple of sectors okay for Tsunoda. Not, you know, a bit down on Gasly's time. First sector 41.0. Middle sectors also not great, a little bit wide of the last corner. So we'll see when he comes up to the line. He's gone fourth, but you know, 3/10 behind a Haas. That's not where you'd expect to see a Red Bull. Gasly on a very good lap here. So it was interesting, by the way, listening to some of Gasly's comments after Japan, talking about how the Alpine chassis, he believes, is working really, really well. He was very quick at Sector 1. You know, they were the 5th fastest car, just behind the top 4 teams in the first sector, which is all fast-flowing corners, fast medium-speed corners. And the car was the 5th fastest there, best of the midfield. But in the middle sector of the lap, which is a long drag up from the hairpin to Spoon and then from Spoon back up to 130R, they were the 9th fastest car. And that sort of tells the story of they haven't got the straight line speed. So I think Pierre's can't wait for that Mercedes engine to come next year.
Willie Oakes, their team principal, on the Alpine pit wall. And we switched to James Vowles, who we spoke to a few moments ago. I mean, the team did look promising in testing. There is potential in that car, isn't there? The Williams car.
Oh, the Williams, yeah, sorry, I thought you were talking about Alpine.
No.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, we thought they were going to be the 5th fastest car, and so far they've proven to be the 5th fastest car. So it's been a good step forward from last year, where they finished 9th in the Constructors' Championship, and you know, having 2 drivers with experience and high caliber is going to help them. Here we go. This
replay of Yuki.
So into the final corner. This is where we saw him live, didn't we? Going a bit wide just at that final apex. So that time will be disallowed if he did that in qualifying. This was Oscar Piastri, who had gone fastest of anybody in the first 2 sectors and then just ran wide in that final part of the corner.
It's the tricky bit, isn't it? Because you have to set up 14 and 15, really, coming out of 13. Do you not? Is it? You know, you're shaking your head at me. I thought that was a really important part of this track. Am I completely wrong?
You don't need to set it up out of 13 necessarily, because you've got a long straight, but you need to...
but if you get 13 wrong, you can make up for it.
All right, let's look at this first and come back. But here's Alex Albon.
Straight out. Oh, sorry.
So they released him into the path of the Red Bull, but there was space there for the Red Bull to go around. Ted, were you watching?
No, I wasn't actually. I was down at McLaren, but that's... So what Yuki has done there has put himself into a little bit of scrutiny. Was it Yuki or was it Ayumu?
Well, we were on board with Yuki a little bit
Yuki.
earlier, and he was told to go straight back out and not pit.
Yeah.
So I think you might be right.
Okay. Had he just braked and followed the Williams out, then clearly the Williams will get a unsafe release penalty. They'll probably get an unsafe release penalty anyway. But by Yuki then undertaking in the working lane and having that Sauber mechanic need to sort of watch his heels, might put Yuki into a bit of a warning situation from the stewards as well.
Lance Stroll crosses the line on his soft tyre run. Goes 11th fastest, but it's Pierre Gasly in the Alpine who's topping the times right now with a 1:33.4. Alex Albon second quickest, then Esteban Ocon and Nico Hülkenberg in the Sauber.
Audi sponsors Formula One on Sky Sports.
Formula One glory comes to those who put in the preparation. Will you make the right calls and lead your team to victory? F1 Clash. Download for free from your app store.
Mr. Hollywood!
Hello!
Have you opened your personalized home insurance deals from Auto Sergey? Already done for you.
You mean it's okay not doing it all yourself?
He really gets it, Sergey.
I don't think he's talking about Auto Sergey deals. Wait, don't go in.
Just make it simple with personalized deals delivered from Compare the Market.
You found it then?
Of course I did. Good boy.
Yep, that's my dad. You're probably wondering how he got here.
Hello, darling. Don't forget it's the bins on Tuesday.
Mum, wait, have you got air alert?
Air alert?
Yeah, it's an eSIM. This call will cost you a fortune.
It's okay. We are on the Wi-Fi.
No, we're not.
What?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
When you don't want to feel overlooked.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Sarah?
It matters where you stay.
Hello.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton, for the stay.
The seasons change, but I'm growing tired of trying to change for you. As it rains, the summer will warm,
Your everyday can pay for your holiday. Search Avios.
PI figures were down this month. Now I want.
This lunchtime, go all crispin with Walkers.
Who are you?
He's Willy Wonka. Let's get a move on, kids.
Far too much to see.
This is your gladiator.
The odds are against you. The odds are always against me.
My son, we are hunters. Embrace who you really are.
You are ordered to return home.
I am already home, and I am a wild robot.
Buy movies from $3.99 with the Sky Store Easter sale.
And the stewards are investigating this very hairy moment that's just happened on track, Karun.
Wow. So Alex Albon on a fast lap. Luke Browning going slowly. And you can see here, this is the view that Felipe Drugovich had there. So, wow.
Ouch, that was close.
Same reaction we had here. Communication problem?
Yeah.
So Luke's been noted for impeding, well, Albon Browning incident, impeding noted. We will await the outcome of that as Lando Norris now goes quickest through the middle sector, a personal best through the first sector. Let's see how he finishes the lap, Karun.
Yeah, opening up the wheel, this is where we saw his teammate running wide at the final corner. No issues for Lando on his soft tyre run, and he goes to the top of the time. So 33.2 for him. about a quarter of a second ahead of Pierre Gasly, whose time is holding up well. Liam Lawson pops up into 7th, just one place ahead of Yuki Tsunoda, which is where he was in qualifying.
The references all season.
Last weekend. Yeah, so I had that wrong with the two Williams. It was actually Luke Browning on the fast lap, and Alex Albon, the one who had the relatively late call to get out of the way. So I had that the wrong way around. Apologies for that. But yeah, a bit of communication issue there on the Williams pit wall, and very, very lucky that the two cars didn't collide.
There was a big lock-up in the pit lane, coming back in.
Yeah, he's testing the pit entry, you know, and that's something he's got to... It is actually quite tricky, because you come out of that last corner, 14-15, and you do accelerate a reasonable amount before you have to jump on the brakes into the pit entry. So it's definitely worth practicing, especially if you think that the tyres you're using are going to go to the bin at the end of the session.
And they're quite close to the top of the pit lane, being only the second garage as well. But you've also got to hit the pit lane speed limiter well before that at the line.
Yeah. So, yeah, bit of practice for him there. So, Alex Albon up at 13. So he's got the soft tyres. He's on a decent lap. So we heard James Lyle saying that they're going to give Luke Browning a run on soft tyres. We haven't seen that yet. He's had a run on the mediums and still at the bottom of the times. But here comes he's aboard to the lap, Alex Albon. So, and is he coming to the pits? He is coming to the pits. So not sure if he's had an issue and they've told him to abort and come in. But his first two sectors were pretty reasonable, and yeah, he's obviously third at the moment, but the first two sectors look quite decent on that lap as well.
Ayumu Iwasa in Max Verstappen's car, personal bests through sector 1 and sector 2.
Yeah, so Iwasa's still on the mediums though, so Red Bull haven't given him a chance to have a direct reference or direct comparison to Yuki Tsunoda. Tsunoda 8th at the moment on a 34.4. Iwasa on the mediums, he stays down in 15th.
It's a big difference between those times in the top 10 though, Karim. 1.4 seconds between the top 10.
Yeah, and that just indicates really that this session is different people just running different programs in terms of fuel loads and engine modes, and some are just using it to do some aero work like Luke Browning has been. So it's not really a representative session in terms of the lap time. I mean, track temperature rate is held. It's still 46 degrees. It's moved, less than 1 degree from when the session started.
The air temperature hasn't moved at all. It's still 35 degrees air temperature right now. It's not started to cool down yet, Karun, so if you thought your walk back for lunch was going to be cooler, it won't be.
Yeah. Here comes. So interesting, Lando Norris trying to have a second bite of the cherry on this run. It's done at 1:37, so that's a long way off his first lap.
The team's coming into it thinking they wouldn't get the 2 laps out of one.
Yeah, you never get a second lap at the circuit, to be honest. It's so abrasive. It is very much about the first lap performance, but they'll be using that second push lap to do some other work, do some other data gathering. They do a sweep of the different engine modes. They will use this for practice, and that is about experimenting both for team and driver. So where are we on the rookies at the moment? We've got Drugovic 17th, so 13, 14, 15.
13, 14, 15, 17, 19, 20.
Yeah, the Ferraris are the outliers, aren't they? We haven't seen the Ferraris run the soft tyre yet. And Lewis Hamilton, we heard him pretty grumpy earlier on. Ted, any activity down there with 10 minutes to go?
Your wish, Mr. Chandok, is about to be granted, because Dino Beganovic has just left the Ferrari garage in Charles Leclerc's car with a brand new set of soft tyres.
Yay!
And I'm just waiting to see with the... yes, it's the same for Lewis Hamilton. So in the kind of... Oh, team ready?
Alex, we need to go in up here. I know we're 2.5 up. I'll back it later. I'll get it later. That's fine.
Yeah, but when I don't know what the brakes are doing every lap, it's nice to do something.
I get the frustration.
Okay,
yes,
so that was the Albon issue. So in the sort of great pantheon of unrepresentative practice sessions, Rachel, this one's right up there, and it's absolutely clear, but there's still something to be learned on the soft tyre. So maybe now, give it a minute and a half, and then you'll see Lewis Hamilton on the soft tyre. Does this floor give anything? Is it giving a bit better downforce? Is it possible to tell in this session? Probably not, but hopes are still high at Ferrari. By the way, Piero Ferrari, the great man Enzo Ferrari's son, is here and in attendance, I believe, for the rest of the weekend. I'm looking at him at the back of the garage, just hanging out in his dad's, with the whole team's garage. Piero Ferrari here this weekend.
And in fact, Yuki Tsunoda has been is required to report to the stewards for his overtaking of car 23 in the pit lane we saw earlier on. Just keeping you up to date with the admin.
You love a bit of admin. Felipe Drugovich on a lap here. So Lance Stroll is 12th at the moment. That's the reference on the soft 35-1. You know what? I look at this wave of rookies who've come into F1 this year, right? 6 new rookies have come in. And yet Drugovich isn't one of them. And every time he's got in the car and had a chance to do something, he's looked impressive. There again, matching Lance Stroll within a few 800ths there. And, you know, Stroll's been on a good run of form this season. It's really odd. You know, he's not raced, really, competitively in single-seaters now for a couple of years. He's racing in IMSA. But, you know, Drugovich did a fantastic job in F2 to win the championship. And he's not really had a chance to show what he can do in F1.
Racing in IMSA for Cadillac.
Yeah.
He'll be on the grid next year.
And same for Vesti, you know, but there's a lot of noise around wanting an American driver. I'm not sure if there is one who'll have the required super license points or experience to deliver the goods. And if you were Cadillac, you would want an experienced driver in one seat, right?
Yes.
You look at a Bottas or a Perez, someone like that. But actually take a punt on a Vesti or a Drugovich, someone like that, I think it would be really good.
As Begovic comes around the final sector right now. Personal bests in the first 2 sectors for him. Let's see what time he's got in the Ferrari. And he goes 12th quickest. 1.81 behind. We're waiting to see if Lewis Hamilton does indeed go out on the soft tyres. He is. No, he's not. Yes, he is. He's out on the soft tyre right now. So hopefully we'll see him come round. And there he is. The command that you have, Karun, on the camera as well.
Oh.
There you go.
So yeah, Hamilton first sector, 29.69. That's about a 10th and a bit off the best that we've seen so far, which is Pierre Gasly. We'll see what the middle sector does. Lando Norris has the benchmark in that part, but we'll see. You know, if Hamilton is happier with the balance of his car on the soft. Luke Browning also getting a run on the soft tyres, as James Vowles promised. So let's see what he can do. Hamilton, middle sector of the lap, quarter of a second down from the benchmark from Norris. So this will put him, depending on the final sector, somewhere around Pierre Gasly's time.
Just under 6 minutes left then on this session. Temperature finally starting to drop, but only by a 10th of a degree so far. So there's a long way for it to go by the time we get out for second practice, but it will be much more representative. How much does that throw teams' plans out as Hamilton goes 3rd fastest in the Ferrari and just 5/10 actually behind Lando Norris, which should be pleasing. But Lewis already expected to be much closer.
5/10 is a lifetime in F1. And it's
but his first lap,
we don't know.
Floor
yeah, but we don't know. We don't know the programs yet. FP2 will give us our first indications, right? Because you know, Lewis has run much later in the session. They haven't changed the livery down at Williams. They're using Flow-Biz paint on the front wing there.
With the clutch, I've lost power.
They're in a limpo mode at the minute.
Oh, it's not good news. More bad news. In fact, don't forget he was called into the pits and asked to abort his previous lap, but let's listen in. Sounds like he's pushing on. He's using all of his gears. Bit of a lift for 12. Well, let's see. Let's see if he does come in at the end of this lap. So this is, I think that's his out lap, isn't it? He's just come straight out of the pits. So they'll get some data anyway from whatever change they've done the front wing, and they've run the flow viz paint. We'll see if he's called into box or if they've been able to resolve the issue out on track. He's carrying on.
Out. Yeah, staying out.
The drivers can, you know, there's various switches you could flick and fail sensors, and if it was an electronic issue with the clutch, then it's something that they've obviously decided that it's not a car stopper, it's not a major issue, and they can carry on with this particular run of data gathering.
So he's off on his lap again. We will see what time he puts in. A moment.
So Bogdanovic,
Browning, the only measure for him. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, Bogdanovic is on a lap at the moment, so he's done a 35.0, which is about 1.2 seconds away from Hamilton's time.
So Alex not able to improve in that first sector.
No, I think, but he's on the mediums now, isn't he?
Mediums, isn't
this
he?
Is,
they've switched.
Yeah. So
data gathering on that front wing.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds so dull, doesn't it? Data gathering. It's not exciting for fans.
Important.
It's not fun for the drivers, but it is super important for the rest of the weekend. So think of this as a little bit of a taster, and then we'll get the proper starters later this afternoon in FP2 when they'll all be on track at the same time with cooler, more representative conditions, and then we'll get on to a little amuse-bouche for FP3. And then I've gone too early, haven't I? What's qualifying? Because obviously main course is the Grand Prix.
Or is it the dessert? The dessert. The Grand Prix is the dessert.
Yeah.
I think qualifying is the main course.
Qualifying main course,
yeah.
and then
it's a little creme brulee for the Grand Prix.
Tremendous creme brulee for the Grand Prix. There we go.
Crack the top and underneath, see what you've got.
Brought it back to food. Coffee will be proud.
It's got to be done. Got to be done. Okay, so Alex out of the mediums, as we said. What I wanted to ask you, we can see what they're doing here. You've got the flow viz on the front. They will then get the car back in, and they will look at how that's dispersed over the car. They'll work out the error. They look at what's performing.
Yeah, they're looking at airflow. They're looking, you know, and they'll send images back, crucially, to the aero department back at Grove in the UK. They'll be studying these images, trying to look at the way the air flows across not just the wing, but everything behind it, the suspension, the floor, the sideboards, the tire, where the air keeps going beyond the rest of the car, because the front wing is so important for the rest of the car.
Isaac Hadjar, who's been impressive, hasn't he, so far this season?
Honestly, surprising. I saw him in F2. I thought he was good, but he's been the standout performer of the season for me. I know Antonelli sort of grabbed the headlines in some ways, but he's in a much better car. And if I look at the level of preparation Hadjar's had compared to Antonelli's at 10,000 K of preparation, and Hadjar's been really, really impressive, I think, so far this year.
And when you think how he started in Australia, how strong he's been to come back from that and put in the performances he has, amazing.
Absolutely. I think, one of the big stars of the season.
Look forward to seeing how he gets on. Lando Norris still top of the times right now. Quite a few runners still out on the softs, and we saw Lewis Hamilton before. He is still out at the moment, and he's just crossed the line, in fact, but nobody improving now at the moment as we head into the final seconds of this session. What do you make of the McLaren? Both drivers saying they are still driving around some issues at the moment.
Yeah, but
is everyone?
Now, in modern F1, because the cars are so big, they're so long, they're so heavy, nobody ever comes out of it with feeling completely 100% with the cars. They feel lazy and cumbersome in the slow-speed corners. And if you get them to be sharp and rotate in the slow-speed corners, and they're too sharp in the high-speed. So setting up a Formula 1 car has always been a compromise. But I think because of the size of these cars now, you never ever come out of it thinking the cars are absolutely perfect.
You're looking for that perfect neutral.
It doesn't exist,
I guess.
though.
And it doesn't exist. It's like a unicorn. You'll never find it.
Well, unless you're Martin Brundle, then you found one on the grid in China.
Oh, he did, didn't he? He did find the unicorn influencer on the grid in China. I saw him without the head off, though, and it spoiled everything.
Well, don't tell me about it, because that was one of my favourite grid walk moments of the last 25 years or whatever. So yeah, I love that. You know, ran out of singers and sports stars and celebrities and found a unicorn. Unbelievable. Only Martin. Amazing.
Well, the session has finished here as we're all coming back around now from this FP1 session here in Bahrain. We've had 4 different winners from the first 3 Grand Prix weekends. Karun, are we going to get a 5th different winner this weekend, do you think?
Who could it be, I guess, is the bigger question. Let's see what Ferrari's floor upgrades have done for them. Never know what George Russell could do.
He's been quietly going about his business, hasn't he?
Yeah, and Charles is really good around the circuit, isn't he? We've seen in the past, you know, he should have arguably won in 2019, I think it was. Had a reliability problem. Won here before, you know, great ding-dong with Max and then came out on top. He's really good around the circuit. So yeah, we'll see how he goes, but I still think McLaren have got to be the favourites coming to this weekend. They've got to be, but which McLaren? We'll see.
Who are the hotter temperatures going to hurt the most? I mean, traditionally in the last few years we've talked about Mercedes suffering in the heat. They prefer cooler temperatures. Do you think they've got on top of that?
The only time we've seen this high temperatures this year has been Saturday in Melbourne.
Yes.
And Ferrari were the ones who suffered there. They went backwards, and you know, they were struggling to keep the tyres cool for Sector 3. So, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the weekend unfolds for them.
Luke Browning, the quickest of the 6 rookies there, though, in P13 in the Williams in the end. Ayumu Iwasa in Max Verstappen's Red Bull, which he will hand back now. Max will get in it this afternoon for his first laps around here. But a great showing from Pierre Gasly in the Alpine in P2, just behind Lando Norris in that session, and ahead of Lewis Hamilton in the Ferrari with the new floor, which they are hoping will solve some issues for them. But yeah, Gasly just 2/10 behind Lando Norris in that session as the temperature actually stabilises a bit more. It's not dropping anymore either, but it will be much cooler by the time we get back on track for that second practice session. Practice starts on the grid for them as we see Frederick Vesti pull in to the box.
Fred, that was an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you, Toto. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity once again.
And gets to pull away in a Formula 1 car. Who's in front of him there? Just see, we've got Jack Doohan in one of them. And Fred Vesti pulls away.
Yeah, so we can see it's good for the rookies as well to come and do this start, isn't it? You can see Bogdanovic there on the right-hand side of the grid. I'm seeing Williams there, Luke Browning as well coming up. So yeah, it's good practice for these rookies. And you know, if you're Luke Browning, you're lining up there alongside Alex Albon, behind Oscar Piastri, you're going, yeah, this is what I want to be doing one day. This is what I hope I'm doing soon.
Take a screenshot of that memory and hang on to it.
But, you know, most importantly, he's going through all the procedures, going through the switches, getting himself all set up to get the launch. And actually, I was watching out the commentary box window, right, as we're looking at these replays. A very good launch for Luke Browning there. Not at all a good launch for Isaac Hadjar. A huge amount of wheel spin. So, yeah, it is very, very useful to do these practice starts here. As much as they're allowed to do it at the end of the pit lane, actually doing it on the grid with the grip levels that you have on the track is super important.
Interesting to speak to Ryo Hirakawa now that he's driven 3 different F1 cars in these last 5 race weekends to see how they compare. It would be fascinating chat, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Luke Browning, quickest of the rookies, as we mentioned there, 13th quickest today. He'll hand that car back to Carlos Sainz for this afternoon, and Felipe Drugovich P16, and he will be handing that back to Fernando Alonso this afternoon, who's having a tough start to the season in that Aston Martin. No points as yet so far. As we see the Ferrari of Lewis Hamilton, 3rd quickest, almost 6/10 behind Lando Norris in that. Wait to hear what he has to say at the end of the day and whether or not they've solved those issues for him that he was talking about after the race in Suzuka. Lots of work. I mean, as you were saying earlier, the biggest upgrade that we've seen from a team so far this season, and early as well, and more to come in Imola, we believe.
Yeah, I mean, they're pushing on this early part of the season before they pivot to 2026 because, I mean, let's be honest, they haven't signed Lewis Hamilton and finished 5th in the World Championship, have they? They brought him there to be in the fight for the World Championship.
And he hasn't signed it to be there either. But as we said, Lando Norris fastest in the McLaren today with a 1:33.2, just ahead of Pierre Gasly in the Alpine. And then comes Lewis Hamilton in the Ferrari, 5.596 behind him. Then Alex Albon in the Williams, Esteban Ocon in Haas, P5, Nico Hulkenberg in the Sauber, P6, Jack Doohan in the other Alpine in P7, Liam Lawson quickest of the race in both in P8, Yuki Tsunoda in the Red Bull P9, and Oscar Piastri in the other McLaren. 10th quickest ahead of Gabriel Portoletto, Isaac Hadjar, and then come the rookies, Luke Browning the quickest of those in the Williams, then Dino Beganovic in the Ferrari, Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin in P15, another of the rookies, Felipe Drugovich, P16, Ryo Hirakawa in the Haas, he was in the Alpine, in Suzuka he's in the Haas this weekend, Frederick Vesti in the Mercedes in P18 ahead of Ayumu Iwasa, and Kimi Antonelli, who had issues which they will be fixing through the lunch break, and I'm sure he will be back out on track in FP2.
Well, a big spread of the teams throughout the pack there in the opening hour of practice. More a test session than anything else, but Lando Norris quickest of the lot with a 1:33.204. Plenty to reflect on. Here's what we've got to look forward to this weekend here on Sky Sports.
I'm looking forward to your first win. And if you get it this weekend, that would be right, because it's Rosewater, isn't it, on the podium. But Miami could be tricky if that's your first win, because obviously you won't be old enough to drink the champagne.
Oh yeah, true, in America it's 21. I'll bring Valtteri with me, so he can do the drinking for me. I'll spray the champagne, and then Valtteri's going to be drinking the whole bottle.
Did you have a celebrity crush growing up?
Yes. Emma Watson.
From Harry Potter? Oh, that's so sweet. I like Voldemort. He was excellent.
Yeah. Was that your celebrity?
Yeah, he was my crush, but I thought he was quite good in the film.
I should explain why we're sitting on this curb near this gravel, because
I think I know why we're
post-race, you're in a reflective mode. You just keeled over and laid on it.
I remember it, and I always believed I'd be in Formula One, and I always believed I'd be a race winner, and I still believe that I'll be a world champion.
Yeah, hearing from both the Mercedes drivers, from Alex, and much, much more as well. Here's our programming. It looks like this. Back with the second hour of practice, much more representative. 3:35 as the sun begins to set here. F1 show reflecting on the day from 5:15. Saturday, final hour from 1:15. Qualifying from 4:10. And we're on air in the UK from 2:30. Lights out at 4 for the fourth race of 2025. And we're back on Tuesday with the F1 show. And we'll wrap up this, and we'll look forward to the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix in that. But right now, not too much to talk about. We know what this is about, this session, and it doesn't mean too much as far as the weekend is concerned. But we'll hear from Christian Horner shortly.
Audi sponsors Formula One on Sky Sports.
You never forget your first. Then one becomes two. And two becomes something else entirely. There's the one that gets you noticed. And the one that got away. It's only a matter of time. Buy, sell and exchange authentic pre-owned watches safely and securely. Watchfinder, the pre-owned watch specialist.
Car insurance sorted. They've just used Confused. Just used confused.com.
Breathe it in, little one. That is sweet, sweet oxygen. Breathing is pretty important. But there's more to living than that. You just need to know oxygen gives you life. We exist to help you live. O2, essential for living.
At Park Dean Resorts, we're all about together time. Hours of non-stop playtime. Splashing in the pool time. Proper bonding time. With more beaches nearby, breathtaking locations across the UK, and tons to do. It's easy to enjoy together time with Park Dean Resorts. Book today.
Don't you wish selling your car for a great price was just easier?
Smashing.
It's not magic. It's motorway.
We don't need to tell you what this is. You already know. It's there, deep in your mind. You can summon its name without us even saying it. There it is. Told you.
Extreme weather is only getting worse. I want to help people.
I don't chase anymore.
I can't do this without you. It's Tyler Owens, calls himself a tornado wrangler.
If you feel it, chase it! She's perfect!
She's gorgeous!
You thought you could destroy a tornado.
You never had a chance?
You want one?
Guys, whatever's in there is big and it's moving fast.
We got twins! Twins!
Twisters, available from the 18th of April on Sky Cinema.
Welcome back. Lando Norris quickest in that opening hour of practice here in Bahrain, but there's a few other things that we need to talk about away from the track that are more important right now. Christian, I know you've just returned from a meeting. I don't know if it was called by the FIA president, Mohammed bin Sulayem, but obviously all the manufacturers invited that. To that, we're talking about 2026 and beyond regulations, potentially returning to V10s. That seemed to be the essence of what was coming out from the FIA president. Can you tell us what was talked about in that meeting, first of all?
Well, look, you know, first of all, it was a meeting called by the FIA. It was a very cordial, productive meeting. I think the FIA president, you know, asking for feedback about what the next generation of engine, you know, should look like. Obviously, 26 is absolutely fixed, but thinking a little further down the line, you know, what is the right trajectory for Formula One?
How much further down the line? Sorry, I mean, are we talking 28? 27, or I know these ones are due to run from 26 to 30.
Impossible, pretty much 28. So it's all subjective. I think it's a fact-finding mission at the moment. You know, it's now down to the manufacturers, the PU manufacturers, to feed back to the FIA. They're gaining all their information, and you know, then it'll progress from there.
You took me around Red Bull Powertrains about a year or so ago.
Yep.
Blew my mind on the
Yep.
investment, the facilities, the people. You're putting hundreds of millions of pounds into that, as are other manufacturers. Surely you don't want all that wasted. Would you support this V10, V8, whatever?
No, absolutely don't. You know, we're building an infrastructure based on the current set of regulations, and so whatever the future regulations are, it needs to take into account, you know, the resources that teams have. And you know, we've structured our business around this current set of regs, and you know, we're excited about 26. You know, it's rapidly approaching. In the engine world, it's literally tomorrow. But yeah, we're making very good headway and pleased with progress.
But you like the idea of a V10?
I think the romanticist in me, you know, a screaming V10 could be really attractive for Formula One, but it's got to be done responsibly and you know, with electrification as well. You know, what does that engine look like? And you know, is it a 10? Is it an 8? You know, there's so much. That was really the discussion this morning, is what does the future potentially look like? And it's now down to different manufacturers and PUMs feed back to the FIA and them digest that.
Fans at home might be asking the question, you know, when we've got this new set of regulations coming up next year, why is there already so much talk about what the engines are going to be after that? And is it a unanimous wish? Is that something that all the teams are wishing for, or are you guys split on what you want to see in the future?
Well, I think as usual, all the teams will obviously want something slightly different that suits their own criteria. So I think it's really up to the FIA and ultimately Liberty as a commercial rights holder of the sport to decide. This isn't just about in 3-4 years' time. This is about what do the next 10, 15 years look like.
We've got really decent, or we've had towards the end of last year, very close racing. We're hoping that we're going to have a season like that this year, as is always inevitable at the end of a set of regulations. Christian, is the concern that what's going to happen right now, there's going to be a performance difference between a lot of the teams next year, and that's going to be more pronounced, and it's not going to help the show?
I think inevitably when you get a big regulation change, there is performance divergence, and that is almost certain to happen. You know, next year, again, one of the topics on the agenda to talk about this morning was how quickly can there be convergence? We have a budget cap. You know, perhaps the engines don't need homologating. Perhaps you're able to upgrade your engines under that budget cap, that everybody has the same, to encourage convergence as quickly as possible, because I think we all want to have close quarter racing, not a repeat of what we had in 2014.
Audi are arriving. Honda decided to stay. They surely are saying, why on earth are we doing this hundreds of millions of pounds worth of engine? And Cadillac will surely say, well, we're not going to bother now then. Is it because people fearful they just can't get their act together for next year?
No, I think first of all, they all of those names probably agree on the convergence and having that ability to, particularly for the newcomers, to be able to catch up. And then what the future is, I mean, it's all subjective and speculative. I thought it was a healthy discussion. Everybody was, very, very, very open and open to ideas for the future, because, you know, what route is the automotive industry going to take? What effect are these tariffs going to have in a broader picture? Formula One also has to protect itself.
Can I just ask one more here? Where does the decision lie on how the engine format is in the future?
Well, there is a governance. When this set of regulations came in, the PUM signed up to a document that binds the governance. So you have to have what they call a super majority for any significant change. So that would be out of the 6, you'd need 4 votes out of the 6 PUMs.
So the power unit manufacturers.
Correct.
But can the president of the FIA declare in 2031 this is what we're going to do?
31 at the end of Concord possibly, but before that would need to follow a governance. There is a governance, so it can't just be, we're going to introduce this next week. After
the last financial crisis in 2008, we lost BMW, Toyota, Honda. Is there a danger that might happen right now? Have you been discussing that and the economic turmoil that is going on right now?
You can't ignore, volatility like that, and therefore, again, one of the key questions or topics was, whatever the regulations are, whether it's a V6, V8, V10, cost is essential, and getting costs to a sensible level. Sustainable fuels, we see the massive progress that's been made with that, and that's a really exciting introduction next year as well.
How are these tariffs affecting how will they affect your supply chains? Is there anything in that?
I mean, supply chain for us, very difficult to say. I mean, we buy very little from the US at this juncture in time, but it's more the effect that it has on the broader business world. There's quite a lot of uncertainty out there at the moment, so you can't afford to ignore that.
We've seen some very high-profile resignations and departures from the FIA over the last sort of 18 months or so. Christian, in particular, I'm looking at Robert Reid, the deputy president of the FIA, who said that the reason that he's leaving because he wanted more transparency. He wanted to be the fact that he wanted to, I suppose, get an understanding of where the FIA was going. The governance, he said, was not right on point right now. What's the relationship like between the FIA and the teams at the moment and the leadership?
Well, look, I can't talk on behalf of Rob. I don't know the inner workings of his frustrations, but the FIA, they have a difficult job in Formula One to police 3 sets of regulations: technical, sporting, and financial. They take it incredibly seriously. Of course, we all have our frustrations at times, but I think by and large, they're working very hard to do a good job across all those three pillars of governance.
Their statement said that they had robust governance in place. I mean, is that something that...
Well, there is. I mean, you only have to look at the Concord Agreement or the just the regulatory process. The way to introduce change is like this engine topic. It's all subjective, because if there isn't the votes that are required, it quite simply, it won't happen. So for any regulatory change, for any significant change, there are three bodies that have a vote, and that's the FIA, the commercial rights holder, and the teams. And of course, there's different majorities, supermajorities for different types of votes.
Tristan, we can't comment. The only thing we can comment on is stories that we read, essentially.
Sorry?
The impact of these changes at the FIA don't have a direct impact on us, but they may have a direct impact on the team. So I kind of want to get the feeling from you guys, if there's a reason for you to be concerned about all of these big changes. A lot of senior personnel have left over the last 6 months. Does that concern you guys at all?
That's their business. I mean, it's easy to cast aspersions from outside. But unless you know the full workings, the full rationale. I haven't spoken to Robert, for example, that's not really for us to comment on.
Let's talk about hair. I saw a note just before we started talking to you that all 4 Honda engine cars, your 4 Honda engine cars at Red Bull, have had their second of 2 energy stores fitted.
Yep.
So at race 4, that's a bit ominous, isn't it?
Not really. It depends on how you want to cycle them, because they go in and out. It's not like the first one is now put on the shelf, so that will be reintroduced. So it's just how they circulate them at the different events. So there's no alarm bells ringing in terms of, we're going to run short of those units later in the year at the moment.
Chances this weekend after that exceptional display by your quadruple world champion last weekend in Suzuka. What are the thoughts on Bahrain?
Well, that injected such enthusiasm into the whole team. I went back to Milton Keynes straight from Japan, and you can just feel the energy that a win like that brings. And we're absolutely in this drivers' championship, and we're very clear that we need to find performance. Now, unfortunately, these next 2 circuits are going to play very much to the advantages of McLaren. I think high temperatures will suit them quite well. They seem very good at cooling their tyres. So yeah, we're going to have to work hard, and we'll see what we get. That session isn't particularly representative earlier because the temperatures are so high, but I think we'll get a better indication in the long runs this afternoon.
As you say, not very representative at all. Max also wasn't in the car, but what kind of feedback was Yuki giving? Because we heard a lot of drivers over the radio complaining about balance in that session. Was that the same for you guys?
I think just no grip, and you look how far the times are off. It's a long way off the circuit, and temperatures like that, everything feels horrible. So yeah, we ran through a program. We got some aero data that we wanted, particularly on Max's car, and the more representative session will be later on this evening.
Any thoughts about, or any thought about sticking Max in the Racing Bull for that session, just to give them a baseline?
No, not at all.
He's in McLaren, isn't he? They've got to put in the McLaren first.
so no, he was following the data very closely. He's been involved in all the engineering meetings in the build-up, to that running as well. So yeah, I think he's looking forward to getting his run later on this afternoon.
Thanks, Christian. Appreciate your time. Best of luck this weekend. But yeah, that's it. I mean, Lando Norris, we don't read a great deal into that, but nevertheless, Papaya would have liked that. Nice start for everybody involved here, bearing in mind that these are the owners.
The Bahrainis are majority owners of the McLaren Formula 1 team, and obviously this racetrack as well. And they've stuck with it through thick and thin, haven't they? There's been some dark years at McLaren, so it's. I think McLaren are a bit nervous of their single lap pace, and I think there might be some outliers here this weekend in the form of Williams and Haas and others. But on the race, they should be good.
We shall see. We're back soon for the second practice session. Bye-bye.
Sky Sports F1. Audi sponsors Formula 1 on Sky Sports.
Give your family's broadband a spring refresh. Pay nothing for 3 months and we'll cover up to 300 pounds of your leaving fees to switch. Plus, when school's out, you've got control to pause Wi-Fi on your kids' devices. Oh, and it's powered by BT. We'll handle the switch for you. Search EE Broadband Deals.
What did you do today at TUI Kids Club, little one?
Everything. First we did swimming and I got soaked and it was great. And then we did a dance class and then we all had to spin around and I didn't get dizzy at all. And then we went to the football academy and I scored a header. What did you do today?
Well...
With more Kids Club activities than you think, TUI package holidays are packed differently. TUI, live happy, atoll and ABTA protected.
Fast delivery. Massive entertainment. It's on Prime for $8.99 a month.
Oh, that's very,
Right?
This store doesn't have agent force, so an AI agent didn't tip off the stylist as to what I might actually wear.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a commitment. Hey, bud, what do you think?
You know, people can see you out here.
Yeah, right. Love you too.
Agent Force helps retailers prevent fashion fails. It's what AI was meant to be.
Enjoy more of the latest blockbusters on Sky Cinema with Despicable Me 4.
Maxime Lamal has escaped from prison.
What? You can't hide from me!
You have to blend in.
It's gonna be great, right, pal?
We must make Gru suffer for arresting me.
Despicable Me 4, available now on Sky Cinema.
Carlos Sainz, who started on pole and didn't get the win in Malta, does it tonight in Singapore. Carlos Sainz wins the Singapore Grand Prix.
Audi sponsors Formula One on Sky Sports.
The FIA Formula 3 Championship is back after the tricky conditions of the feature race at Australia. We come to the desert here at Bahrain for round 2 of the season. Very hot conditions this weekend, which give the drivers a completely different challenge to what we had at the season opener. Welcome everyone to round 2 of the season. Qualifying practice about to get underway for FIA Formula 3 to set the grid for both races this weekend. If you're new to Formula 3, welcome. We have 30 cars out there. We will reverse the top 12 for the sprint race tomorrow. They will start as they finish for the highest scoring feature race on Sunday. And here to call you through the action, myself, Chris McCarthy, alongside me for the first time in Formula 3, Piers Pryor. Piers, welcome. This is going to be exciting. We've had a 45-minute practice session. We had in-season testing here a couple of weeks ago as well. Now we have qualifying.
Yes, of course, in that testing we had a couple of weeks ago, plenty of laps on circuit. Not so much this weekend so far. Most teams and drivers choosing to only do 1 or 2 runs on their tyres. We saw a lot of waiting around, but no waiting around at the start of this session. Everyone's straight out into the pit lane as we start qualifying for round 2 here at Bahrain International Circuit, and things are hot on circuit. Air temp 35 degrees, track temp still 40, nearly 44 degrees out there, so these tyres aren't going to last more than 1 flying lap, I don't think.
It It's 4 o'clock local time here at the Bahrain International Circuit, and there is no waiting around. Green flag is out, the green light is on at the end of the pit lane, and all 30 cars pretty much are making their way straight out. We have the cars who qualified on the front row in our championship leader Rafa Kamara, and the driver who finished directly behind him in both qualifying and in the feature race, Noah Stromstead. They are deciding to wait back just a little while in this one, but the remainder of the field seemingly in a rush to get this one going. The AIX drivers have appeared to hang back as well. There are the Dams Lucas Oil cars. Trident, though, deciding to wait, and Rafa Kamara was very quick in practice. He was quickest of everyone as well, so picking up where he left off, Piers.
Yeah, same tactics from Trident as well. They just chose to go out later than most other teams in practice also. Noticed for some of the cars on circuit that have come out the pits, a bit of a split strategy on tyres. 4 full sets of brand new tyres over the race weekend, including practice, qualifying and the 2 races. I've seen some brand new tyres coming out on circuit, and also noticed just a moment ago on board with the Trident cars, they, or at least one of them, has decided to go out on some used tyres from practice. So drivers choosing to allocate their tyres differently out the weekend, and we've already got side-by-side action at the start of this session. People are jostling for position, trying to get the perfect place on circuits to allow them to get the best lap time possible. It's just balancing that traffic situation with also trying to get a tow, as we do have a slight headwind going down into turn 1.
That was Gerard G going off the circuit to pass some drivers there, I believe, in the silver high-tech TGR. So drivers really are in a rush to get going, and that's the Red Bull Junior of Nicholas Solov down the inside of Ivan Dominguez. We are seeing furious battles already. We're not even racing yet, but battles for track position going on track here, Piers.
Yeah, already, and none of these drivers are actually up to racing speed at all. They're pretty much just jostling for position, but we're seeing a weird situation where drivers are racing at half racing speed, and they must be careful though, because there's a directive from the race director that they must not be going slowly in that final sector. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, the left is shot there, Chris. I'll let you talk through that.
Yeah, so Gerard G going straight off the circuit.
Yeah, you can see that, he's just trying to go around the outside. I don't know whether the stewards and race director will look kindly upon that. We'll see what comes of that, if anything, but no flying laps as yet. It looks like all these drivers are still just jostling for position. You've got the high-tech cars in there, road-in cars, looks like MP cars as well, so it's a big cluster of cars. Potentially this Trident trio at the back here, with space to themselves, it might be quite wise actually, and it'll give them a less stressful run at the very least.
Yeah, so that is why we are seeing Trident playing this tactic. They're deciding to go in the gap. New name, if you're looking down the left-hand side of your screen, Freddie Slater has joined AIX Racing for this weekend. Trident, there they are on the pit wall, and now have they made a great call in going in the gap here. They've decided to put their drivers out in a clear space. Charlie Wirtz, the one leading the queue so far. It's about to get very busy out there. We've got Rafa Kamara. Here is Freddie Slater making his FIA Formula 3 debut this weekend. He did come to in-season testing. He was in the top 10 there. What can he do now in qualifying? Well, we'll find out shortly, because it looks like we are going for another build lap on board with the British driver. Let's go back in that case to the queue here, which is being led, and it is a queue. It looks like we're getting ready for a rolling start by the high-tech of Gerard G.
So he has made his way, to the front of this gaggle of cars in the middle sector. So he's clearly decided that free air is his best opportunity, unless we see him slow down to let some cars through, but looks like he's rolling ahead of the rest of the group. The reason these cars are jostling is because with the headwind down to turn 1, it's not super windy, about 3 meters a second, so about 15, getting on for 15 miles an hour, headwind down to turn 1. If you can get a distant tow, it's definitely going to help. 3 fairly long straights here at Bahrain, down to turn 1, down to turn 4, and in that final sector down to 14 as well. So sometimes you can gain more than you might lose from the aero wash.
Well, Gerard G is going to take us on to the start-finish straight, and I think we are going to see our first flying laps coming in. Here we go, across the line. The high-tech TGR driver now has DRS open, and he will take us across the line to get our first flying laps underway.
Yeah, Judge, he braking down to turn number 1. A lot less bumpy into the braking zone there than we have had in previous years. The Bahrain International Circuit have smoothed those out. Compromising his line on the exit of 1 to get a flat-out run through turn 2. Second DRS zone starts right here, down towards turn 4. We've seen a few drivers struggle at turn 4 in practice, understeer through the entry and then oversteer at the exit. Will Gerard Shi have a clean run through this time? Yes, he will, just about staying within track limits this time. And then into the technical middle sector, the right then the left of the 6, 7 and 8, sorry, 6 and 7 complex, followed by the hairpin downhill braking turn 8. Big lock up into that corner, running wide. I'm almost certain he'll either abort this lap or it won't be a particularly quick middle sector. I think he's still pushing on, so we're going into turns 9 and 10 now. Braking while turning in 9 and 10, very easy to lock that inside front left tyre, but it is Stenson that's quickest at the moment in sector 1.
Yeah, Martinius Stenson going purple through the first sector. Gerard G just ahead of him. We are seeing the sector times flying in. Martinius Stenson has gone a sub-35. He's done a 34 first sector, so it's looking very quick for the high-tech TGR drivers. Let's see if anyone else can join him there. Looking, Noel Leon has done a 35.0, as has Ugo Chukwu through there. Stenson through the second sector looking very quick as well.
Yeah, she definitely lost out with that mistake, the lock-up that we saw, losing half a second, almost 7/10 to Stenson actually, just in that middle sector alone. The teammates, I'm assuming, having fairly similar setups on their car, so that'll be down to that mistake alone. But we're seeing our first representative lap time from Shi. No, we're not, as he pulls to the pit lane, deciding that clearly he lost far too much time in that middle sector.
And
we'll go on, Chris.
And he does come in. And so is Stenson as well. So Stenson is also coming into pit lane. So the high-tech TGR driver's coming in, and that puts Callum Boysen to the top. Louis Sharp goes second. And we are on board now with Sandro Giusti down to the final corner.
We joined Sandro in the middle of turn number 13 as he had an oversteer moment, absolutely nailed through the
Kinda don't like how this dries. Will be too Ackerman. Shit, just 8. I really don't know. This is a bit too much. But what I do know is that it's moving around a lot. I don't like that. I think the real grip is fine, but it's just moving around when I'm turning. It's like, it feels like F1 24, but I don't like that. to slide. Maybe the return speed should be a bit slower than the steering speed? I mean, I don't know here. Actually, I remember how Miata somewhere in here, I guess. I don't remember where I put it. There. What is this? Okay, it's 1.5. I think there's a grip speed, script, RTRA. Do I want that? I don't really know. Feels like it's just the same thing again. Nah, I don't really want to. I just work with the normal one. Do I have 1.5 in here? AC. Wait, no. AC6. No? I swear to God, I have a car. I have a chassis, like one of those. 6452 graph comp. Yeah, 1.5. This one. Let me drag it here. It's the grip. It was just the same thing. Yeah, I really thought it would be a different thing. Wait, okay. Maybe set it as default. Be fine. I really don't remember how I tuned 1.5. Fuck. Well, let's just keep driving, I guess. Usually keep driving works. I'd rather just keep driving until I figure out something. drifting like that, and braking traction is totally a normal thing by that point. Like, you don't have a lot of steering angle, and also don't have a lot of the normal I don't fucking know. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe it. Right now it's very understeery, which is, I think it's correct. Usually it's not as sharp of a front end on these cars. I think that's good. It's not like totally perfect though. I think it's rolling too much first of all, so I'm going to add some anti-roll so it stops rolling too much. This is like I'd rather secure this test. It's way too loud. Like 1.5 look like instead of like I'd rather do something else. But I'm lazy and I don't want to switch chassis. See that's the thing I'm telling you. Like, that was it's very hard to drive. Are really sensitive is telling, and I feel like I should change that. I mean, I'm not even tapping on the steer decay yet, so perhaps I need to tune that down, reinforce with less. It's probably too much anyway. This is not and it's not doing the thing I want in a car right now. I think that's bad, and I'll fix it slowly. mean, I don't really have to fix it either. It's just something that I want to do. Just do the thing that you want. Just, and do what you like. One way to fix oversteer. Make it steer less. And rather make it quickly. Doesn't steer as much and won't oversteer. Press peak. That's it, like this. If I'm not braking properly into that corner, then I'm gone. I'm just gone. So perhaps 65% at the front would be good. I don't want the rear locking up so much. I find it weird that they run these spies in real life. Actually, I don't know if they actually do. Since they trailbreak a lot of GT cars, I would imagine that they run like very realized actually. Probably at appropriate speed as well. This is like a blind tune. I think this is a really good blind tune. I haven't driven this car in the sim yet. It's mostly from references. Like it's struggling at with its corners. Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm putting this into the thing. Renaming it Porsche 911 GT3 R. And putting it in. Oh, meant to copy it. Putting it in replicated storage. Paste into that. Put in the car folder. And when I'm at it, update this as well. Put it in. Cool. That's one car. There's another car. I mean, I'm probably not gonna update the SF71. I want to do it. Oh, nice. Spawns the shit like that. Why? Why do you do that? Perfect. 0. There we go. Should make the parking brake not turn on e-brake. How do I not have the e-brake on at the start? Brake. Brake, brake, brake. Brake. Parking brake is on by default. Can I just turn it and just not have parking brake? I'm checking the listing. What? Man, do I have to fucking go ask? Jesus. Parking brake on. I'm gonna ask the thing. Ask. How do I turn off the parking auto parking brake? What do you mean I have to? Oh my god. Yes. Let me ask the question. Modify the drive script. Okay. Drive script? Tune auto start. P brake. P brake. Are we serious right now? Okay. Oh, there's a video about it. Yes, Millen Edge, my goat. Go to drive. Find. Find what? P break. Now I just delete that? Just, oh, okay. That's simple enough. Pre-bake. There we go. Okay. Thought it would be a bit more complicated in that. Nice. And I'm gonna do the same thing to. Go ahead and publish that. Skibbity. Skibbity. Oh my god. Okay. Mm. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. It's very skitty, bro.
băng qua sóng gió. Say what's up, say what's up. Baby love you ngang, try to say what's up. Bấm hôn bấm hút 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 bấm hút hút ở ngay cửa sổ. Giữa phố bấm hút 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 ở cửa sổ quanh Lambo mà cứ từng ngập phố.
Oh!
Một chúng nó phải không ghi điểm ý chuyện với cả all my bros. Say what's up, my em gái mà đẹp trying to flirt. Mà cái bạn son bày làm việc quy nhơn cứ cái thôi là lời từ nó son lớn bộ cặp vấn mẹ này không có xe này cô đơn nói đi nhé nên em thích ở bên người hơn.
Rồi cho anh em mà một nước đi mà quá tởm luôn á Chí. Thấy mà nước đi quá tởm luôn mà. And you take the knight, I take your queen, and you down a rook. You take the bishop, I fork your ass.
You know what? I can.
Wait, what are you doing this? To fork you, maybe take this. Never play this.
So hard, very sure. And here your definition.
Má nãy mà ta chơi đúng á chứ. Nãy mà ta chơi đúng nên là sẽ gì thế này nè. Look at that. That's a disgusting ass checkmate, bro. It's absolutely...
You're a disgusting guy, bro.
That's absolutely vile, bro. Nên chơi gì đây? What should we play? What should we play? I'm looking for visual novels to learn Japanese. Why would you want a visual novel to learn Japanese? Japanese. You want the Japanese. What would you do in this situation? Would you skibbity toilet or will you
Little Phoebe under his desk right now.
What?
Little Phoebe under your desk right now.
Oh, fuck is that?
Little Phoebe.
Oh, is that? What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, I'm sure that Little Phoebe's right under you.
Bro, shut up. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You only know BB and Skibidi.
Tất cả những son 7 là ngũ được quy nhơn cứ tất thân lên là cái của cái xuân lớn.
Shut up. Shut up. Chán qua. What do we do? What do we do, bro? What do we do? What do we do in this situation? Oh my god. Need something to do, bro. I don't want to go shit.
At turn 4, Martin Brundle, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello,
Good.
everybody. Yes,
Good evening, Jay ơi. Good evening.
Of the year because we see them climbing.
Do you understand? Do you understand, bro? Do you even understand right now?
Very slowly. Lots of cars going slowly up the hill. Therefore, you'll see a white flag flying to warn that there's slow cars ahead. So they've obviously just finished some laps, and then into this turn 4. Well, that's here we go. Yeah, so Alonso, we're hearing, has got an issue. We've got a McLaren there, Lando Norris going in. Now that McLaren takes off like a scolded cat out of this corner, and it's a really tricky one. Minimum speed around 85 miles an hour.
What are you talking
about?
about?
You can see how the camber goes away, and the back of the car is sliding around. Do we need to go to the Alonso thing, or shall I stay up here at turn 4?
Carry on, Martin. We'll address the Alonso thing in a few moments. It is a problem with the steering wheel, and they are switching it in the garage.
Very good. Good info, thank you. Yeah, so this is a really tricky corner. They want to get on the throttle. The engines have got quite a rasp up here, actually. And bearing in mind next year's motors, they take the gubbins out of the exhaust bed, the MGUH, that is the motor generator unit heat. So they should bark even more next year, providing they've got enough power and electrical energy to get them all the way round. But I'm sure they'll sort that out. And then, so they're asking a lot of the back of the car, starts to move, and you see who's got the downforce. Here comes the Williams car. I'm expecting to be pretty good around this racetrack. And again, just a little bit of movement, and you just want it wants to be everything going forward. That's what you always want. Another Williams then powering on, sounding good, looking good. This is the most immaculate racetrack, even on the inside, and you can see down here. You think it's sand when you watch it on the TV, but it's not. It's actually painted concrete, which is
painted concrete.
So that it limits the amount of sand we get on the track, and of course we know it's got a really grippy surface here that helps them in the conditions we are out in the desert as the Haas pours through the corner. Got this fascinating camera here as well that gives brilliant shots, that scans around and just follows the cars through the apex as the McLaren just
are you fucking kidding
the
me?
hill quite slowly, actually. Must be quite a challenge to keep that one, tracking the cars. Back to you, Crofty, we're moving round.
Thanks ever so much, Martin. We'll be back with you in a moment. I said we'd go back to the Fernando Alonso situation. Here it is. Watch the steering wheel, and at the moment you won't see anything on that display. And there's a reason for that, as Fernando will explain via the magic of team radio.
Change the steering wheel. There's a problem with the steering wheel. It's
I know.
switching off. We see the same.
Yeah, not just switching off, but coming off. Did Fernando Alonso take the steering wheel off himself, or did it just come off?
On first glance, I did wonder if he was taking it off to do some sort of reset, but it did look like it caught him off guard there. I'm not sure. I mean, if he... let's see what the team say, because if he took it off, then
that's dangerous.
That's quite dangerous, and the stewards would probably have a look at that. But if it did come off, well, that's also dangerous, and then the technical delegates of the FIA will be having a look at that, because steering wheels coming off in the driver's hands isn't great.
Last time I remember a driver having a steering wheel come off on the track was Vitaly Petrov. Do you remember when he got launched into the air in
Sepang.
Malaysia? Yeah, at Sepang, as Leclerc goes really wide over the
the curb and then gets all shaken up as a result. Either way, a steering wheel should not be coming off at that speed.
Yeah.
So you would think that the driver has done it themselves, and the FIA, the stewards would not want to see, I'm sure, a driver taking matters into their own hands. Although it seemed to actually do the trick because it then switched itself on. Maybe the argument was Fernando had to do that because otherwise the car just wasn't working. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's fine. But the car was still moving. What, you know, then stop and do it. Right,
Yeah.
is my point. Like taking the wheel off while the car's driving seems, you know, even a driver as gifted as Fernando Alonso, that seems quite a thing. But there you go.
Yeah, Aston Martin say we had an issue on the steering wheel on Fernando's car, which we're looking to resolve in the garage. Ted, that resolve hasn't happened yet.
It's all looking a bit havey-cavey down here because there was one FIA technical guy down here asking what's going on. Then all the Aston Martin mechanics have formed a human wall to block anybody from seeing. And now the paddock policeman, Joe Bauer, has come down to quiz the Aston Martin mechanics about what on earth is going on. It looks like it's just an issue with the steering or something with the steering column rather than the steering wheel itself. And I'm sorry, I mean, you know, Fernando Alonso isn't the most experienced Grand Prix driver for no reason. He would have done everything possible to keep the steering wheel on. That's the point. You don't want to have it off in any moment, do you?
No.
So Fernando's not stupid. He would have said, I'd really rather the steering wheel was on at all times. So I'm sure it was, but the FIA are now getting involved because there's something that they don't quite understand and they want some clarification. A clarification I'll try and get from the team.
Thank you, Ted. 50th Grand Prix start for Aston Martin this week for Fernando Alonso.
I'm really interested in this Lewis Hamilton lap time, Crofty. A 32.1 on the medium tyre, which is nearly 0.6 quicker than Charles Leclerc.
Yeah.
But crucially quicker than Antonelli, Verstappen, Russell on the soft tyres so far. So that's quite a strong lap time there from Lewis. Let's see as they unfold. When we get them on track at the same time on the soft tyres later in this session, I'll be interested to see how that all shakes out.
It kind of is the C2 medium tyre like a C2.5, if that makes sense.
Well,
and on the face of it, probably not a bad qualifying tyre, except you haven't got as many of them to take into qualifying. There's a lot of drivers locking up out there, though.
Yeah.
Every time I look up at the screen, I seem to see another driver running wide.
Or has the Ferrari made genuine progress? Because Hamilton's just going even faster in the first sector. So we're watching Russell come down towards the final corner. Lewis is now on the soft tyre and going faster. So let's see, he's done 32.1 at the medium. Let's remember that as the reference as we see Russell come out of the final corner and charge up to the timing line. We'll see if he does an improvement. Yes, he does. So Russell now goes top on a 31.9.
But
Hamilton, we're going to get the second sector in a minute, Crofty.
Yeah, so a 29.1 for the first sector, which was a 10th up on George Russell, but something's happened to Lewis in the middle sector because he's put in a 64.4, so he might have gone wide somewhere, and we'll find out in a couple of moments. It's George Russell, yeah, sliding around turn 4. It was turn 8 where Lewis Hamilton had his moment at the bottom of the hill, slow right-hander. That's Nico Hülkenberg dipping tyres into the gravel, which he won't want to be doing anymore. 15 years since Nico Hülkenberg made his debut at this very track. We've been talking about you and your debut. You've got the air-conditioned commentary box for tonight. Nico Hülkenberg still out there, pounding around, doing his stuff, 15 years on. And he's the 15th driver, by the way, in Formula One to still be racing in the sport 15 years after their debut. And by the way, he's also the 15th driver on the all-time starts list. Any more number statistics you want me to come up with, I'm more than happy.
Imagine if he finishes 15th. Just to finish off your symmetry.
Well, to be fair on that one, he's got to go one place higher than he did in Japan. And he did finish 15th in China, so it's possible.
It's possible. So Oscar Piastri didn't get the birthday win in Japan, but we'll see if this weekend can deliver another victory for him. His drive in China, of course, was superb. And it's funny, there's the margins that F1's based on, isn't it? Oscar saying, you know, listen, 44 thousandths of a second, less than a blink of an eye, would have put me on pole, and guess what, I would have probably won that race because it was all defined in qualifying. So that's the margins we're talking about between winning the Japanese Grand Prix and not, is those 44 thousandths in qualifying.
Largest pole margin of this season so far, including the sprint in China, is 84 milliseconds.
Unbelievable.
So just over 8/100ths of a second, and that's across 4 qualifying sessions.
Amazing, really. Piastri, by the way, is still on the hard tyre. So McLaren, they're the only ones out there who've run the hard tyre in this.
Gasly has run it
sorry,
as well.
Gasly. Yeah, so 2 McLarens and Gasly on this on the hard tyre so
Are you
far.
surprised that they've not kept 2 sets of the hards for the race?
Yeah, because everyone's been talking about the hard tyre being the race tyre.
Yeah.
But maybe with the shift in compounds, maybe we're looking at a 2-stop, maybe two stints on the mediums, which is why a lot of people are using softs.
Well, and because you can push that much harder on a set of mediums, maybe the pace will be too slow, even with the expected tyre degradation to run the hards. Ted Kravitz, steering wheel gate, part 2.
I wish the Aston Martin mechanics could do my car. When have you needed a steering column replaced, Crofty? Gone into the garage and the guy says, the girl says, "Yeah, no worries, Gov, I'll do that for you 10 minutes." They've just brought out, they just took out the whole steering column, all 4 feet of it, and then bunged a new steering column in.
Tra-la-la-la.
Attaching it to the steering rack.
How can you tell? All I can see is the backs of the crew.
Don't you worry, Crofty. I can see gaps in bodies. A whole 4-foot long steering column is difficult to miss when it comes out. And they
Tra-la-la-la.
you got to lever that thing in,
Liri-liri,
So,
la-ri-la.
clearly the steering wheel was attached, but maybe the steering column wasn't attached fully to the steering rack and then to the bits that actually move the front wheels. But no, listen, something was up, but they've changed the steering column. The mechanics are just finishing it, and yeah, I reckon complete steering column and maybe even the rack changed in 10-15 minutes, and that's what you call service.
I love it.
Coco Fanto,
Very
Elefanto.
impressive, indeed. Thank you very much, Ted. We've
Bombobini,
mechanics literally shaking
Guzini.
Kimi Antonelli's
Bobini,
car.
Coco,
Trying to get the
Chini,
back end
Chico
off.
Camelo.
We've had mechanics bunging a new steering column.
Chulimero,
These are all technical
Chulicino.
terms, I'm absolutely
Icato,
sure.
Hippoca,
Meanwhile, Lewis Hamilton not
Hippopotamus.
spinning around at turn 8 this time.
What?
Has probably the best middle sector that we've seen on this latest lap.
Bro,
Now,
bro,
on the
patabin.
soft compound tyre this time, not the medium.
Boneka
Hamilton
ang
crosses the
balabid.
line, goes fastest
Tulis-tula.
over his former teammate George Russell by 3/100ths
La
of
vaca
a second.
Saturna.
It is very, very
What?
tight between Hamilton
Saturno,
and Russell.
Satino,
Does that bring a smile to
Saturnito.
Fred Vasseur's face? Not just yet. Don't get any points for for practice.
Audi sponsors Formula One on Sky Sports.
Formula One glory comes to those who put in the preparation. Build your dream F1 team. Upgrade your car. Choose your favorite drivers. And compete in online races. Will you make the right calls and lead your team to victory? F1 Clash. Download for free from your app store.
Hello, you. It's stressful when bills are coming at you from all angles. At USwitch, our experts fight for fairer prices on your energy, broadband and mobile bills, so you could switch, save and feel more protected. USwitch. We put you first. Energy, broadband, mobile.
SCS Special Spring Savings are now on. The elegant Albignano is just $649. And the stunning Maya is just $799. Now with up to 4 years interest-free credit, with so many great deals, you could buy 2. Hurry, these offers end soon. And New Look stores are now open at Chelmsford, Ipswich, Team Valley and Blackburn. SCS, New Look, new sofas.
PI figures were down this month. Now I want...
This lunchtime, go all crispin with Walkers.
It's okay, lads.
I'm with the AA.
No wonder more people choose the AA.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
When you don't want to feel overlooked.
Hello? 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 Syrup?
It matters where you stay.
Hello.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton, for the stay.
At Wren, get an AEG dishwasher for just $149 in our spring sale. The Great Renovation.
When I stay in the shoes and I will hold the same in a whole red maybe get the color boss dying. Chance of mine begin to cold, Bevis is staying yet with Joe.
What's the best thing about being
an F1 driver?
It's being an F1 driver.
Wow, was that fast?
It isn't a jungle.
The F1 season continues. See every race live, only on Sky Sports.
Yeah, that.
Alex Albon on a very good lap here, 2/10 up in the middle sector. So we'll see what this delivers. Williams looked good here in pre-season testing, didn't we? Carlos Sainz left the three-day test, I think, with the fastest time, did he?
It was a time of a 1:29.348 for the fastest time. Let's see what Alex Albon can produce for this time. Then it's not as quick as his teammate managed in testing, but it is the fastest of the night so far. 33 milliseconds clear of Charles Leclerc.
Stand by. There's a Dutchman who's going to, I think, have something to say about that time. Faster than anyone in the first sector. Good 2/10 up on either Ferrari in sector 1. So up to turn 11. This is where we're seeing these sort of corners where you had so much understeer in Japan. It looks much less here. The car is rotating, pivoting there, flat through 12. The braking for 13, so tricky. Normally you get it. The rear of the car sticking with Max. That is the best I've seen the Red Bull stick with Max for a very long time. And the lap time is reflecting it. So 3.5 tenths up. Verstappen now into the final corner. A little bit too deep, I think, there. So I think he might lose a bit of time in the last corner. We'll see.
Well, he didn't set the fastest final sector. Kimi Antonelli still has that. It's 3.5 tenths up on Alex Albon. And whilst Max Verstappen was the only driver in the 28s for the first sector, Lando Norris has now joined in because he's on a flying lap as well. And we'll try and pick him up, I think, right here. Over the crest he comes, and into 9 and 10. You racing drivers like to brake in a straight line. You can't really do that into turn 10.
No, I think it's brilliant, though. Honestly, with my track designer hat on, I often say to the team and we're doing stuff, let's design more corners like turns 9 and 10. I think it's a great challenge for the drivers to try and get right. But we'll see what the middle sector does here. Look at the sparks, the bottom of the car buried into the ground. Oof.
Hello.
Nearly half a second.
Okay, so we marvel at the lap from Max Verstappen, and rightly so, as Gabriel Bortoleto now goes 4th fastest with a 1:31.7. But this is a lap that Lando Norris is really hooking up for the McLaren, and hooking up the perfect lap in qualifying in Japan was not what he or his teammate could do. And he's nearly 7 tenths up on Verstappen when he crosses the line. Now, if that is a genuine 7 tenths between McLaren and Red Bull, then Max Verstappen might just take up the invitation to come and drive that McLaren car at some stage.
Ferrari a second off? Is that genuine? Wow. Because, I mean, Bortoleto 1.1, that sounds about right. Piastri faster than anyone in the middle sector. So, as we've seen all season long, the McLaren drivers very evenly matched, but George Russell's coming, Crofty.
I was about to say, don't discount George Russell, who's there or thereabouts more often than not in the Mercedes, and we'll talk about him in a moment as we follow Oscar Piastri over the line. Is he going to go fastest? Yes, he does, by a 1/10 and a half. It's a 1:30.5. Last time out in FP2 last year, a 1:30.3. But it was like 13 months ago rather than 12 months ago, so you're not comparing completely identical conditions. Here's George Russell next to cross the line, and as he does so, loses a bit of time in that final sector, ends up half a second off the pace. Sort of very interesting, as we watch Kimi Antonelli here, interview that James Allison was doing with for Mercedes, saying George wanted to prepare his tyres for Q3 in a certain way in Japan. We said no, do it another way. George was right. He wanted to be more like Max to really attack the first sector as Toto Wolff.
Being summoned by the boss.
Yeah, exactly. Is that an engine chat to have? We shall see. But yeah, George Russell wanting to do it one way. The team say no, do it another. And James Allison, the technical guru at Mercedes, saying, yeah, we should have listened to the driver a bit there.
Yeah. Which, you know, but that's part of this whole thing, isn't it, of George becoming the #1 driver in the team. And, you know, listen, they all know each other very well now. He's been there a long time. But it's, you know, he's gaining confidence to make those big calls. And the team have sort of need to go on that journey, I guess, with him and work out when to trust those big calls he's making. Leclerc now. So, first sector, what are we looking at, Crofty? 28.9. He's there or thereabouts, but the middle sector is nowhere. 39.5 is miles off.
This could be why Fred Vasseur wasn't smiling too much when Ferrari were setting the fastest time in the early part of this session. Tell you what, Charles Leclerc rounds the final corner. Let's head trackside once again to Martin Brundle. Where have you ventured to now, Martin?
We're on the inside of turn 10, the little left-hander where you often see the drivers locking up their inside front tyre. In fact, there's a really pungent smell of scorched Pirelli down here because a Sauber just went through, all locked up. And what happens is it's just a constant left hand, ever slowing, ever downshifting. That's obviously an Aston Martin of Lance Stroll there, just preparing for another run. As we see the Racing Bull come in here. And it's one great big long arc, as long as you don't lock your front tyres. But it's important because the DRS detection point is just on the top of the hill up there. And as you can see behind us, the DRS starts there. So you need to be close to your rivals. And the Royal Tower up there doing its whizzy thing with lights. And this is where they tend to sort of jockey around to get their position, to understand where they're going to be towards the end of the lap, get some space in front of them. But it's always in the race, especially when the front tyres are going away a little bit. And the problem is, if you come down this hill and you're braking too late, there's nothing you can do. It's the most hopeless feeling that you're committed. You've got so much energy and mass going on that you're damned if you do brake, keep your foot on the brake, you'll just lock the front axle. You're damned if you don't, you'll run wide. Anyway, it's one of those really clumsy, unsighted, super important corners. Now, weirdly, there's a bollard on the inside, which looks a bit like a corporate driving day. It sort of gives the drivers a clue where the apex is, but I think they know where they want to be. You just can't always get there, but it was great to see the cars coming through here a little while ago. You were talking us through that. On fresh tyres, full commitment, literally just poetry in motion. Back to you.
Just like yourself, thanks ever so much, Martin. While you were giving us your view trackside, George Russell was saying that he wouldn't mind a little spoiler adding to his helmet. He's getting quite a bit of lift down the straights. To explain why that could be rather off-putting, from Aston Martin's driver squad, Felipe Drugovich, former F2 champion, joins us in the commentary box. Do you ever have problems with helmets lifting? Hello, Felipe.
Hello, good evening, or good afternoon.
Whatever
time it is in UK right now. Yeah, sometimes we have some problems like that, you know. Depends quite a lot on the airflow throughout the cockpit, and sometimes, depending on the airflow, you just get a lot of lift or shaking on the helmet sometimes.
I had a really bad problem with lifting once at Paul Ricard when I was driving in
Oh, here we go.
Sorry, this racing driver chat, Karun, you can sit this one out for a bit. In a Renault 2.0, and I had a lot of lift from the helmet as I realised I hadn't done the strap up properly.
Oh, that's not the greatest thing to have in a car, I would say.
I did a lap of Paul Ricard with one hand on the top of my helmet and one hand on the steering wheel. Why are you pointing at the
Well, I
screen?
say Fernando Alonso's back out on track. It's good news for Felipe's team. That's what I was pointing out.
In the words of Ted Kravitz, they have bunged a new steering column onto there. Were you in the garage where when the boys and girls were setting to their task of replacing the steering column?
Yeah, after that I was walking for 30 minutes to get to this
We're a long way away, yeah.
commentary booth, but no, I think they just had this little issue there, which I didn't have in F1, but apparently it's just said they changed the column there and should be good to go.
What did you do to his car? Because it was all switching off.
I'm very scared now. Maybe I broke it. I don't know.
That's your tactic. Scare him into retiring.
Just
so you
drove
get
it too hard, you know.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You drove it fairly hard, and to be fair, you were what, 7/100ths off Lance Stroll, who's had a few more Grand Prix than yourself. It has to be said. That seemed like a decent session for you.
Yeah, I think it was a good session. Yeah, I think, you know, I had a short run at the beginning doing aero random stuff that is not interesting for the people watching, but very interesting for us. And yeah, I think after that,
that last corner is making me very confused.
Do you want to turn left?
no, actually that corner is very difficult at the moment. It's very bumpy on entry, and then you get some wind, crosswind sometimes, some tailwind, which is quite confusing sometimes.
That's why we're seeing a lot of cars going quite wide.
Yeah, yeah.
In the final two corners.
Because of the bumps and the wind, sometimes you brake and you lock up, sometimes you brake and you stop the car in 10 meters. So
tell us about this aero work that you were doing. You say it's not very interesting, but I would imagine it's quite important for the team at the moment. We're not rushing upgrades to the track because you're trying to understand this car a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. I think at the beginning of the year, everyone is really trying to understand. Obviously, we know what we need, but they really need to understand what areas they need to focus on the car and make sure the first upgrades are in the right direction. Because we've seen when you take the wrong approach for the first upgrade, it's very hard to, you know, make that right again or even to catch up with the other teams. So yeah, that's very important.
It's interesting the team at the moment not really putting a definitive, this is where we're bringing our upgrade or our big upgrade to the track. Imola would be the first place you would expect because it's in Europe and you've got, you know, the first 5 races out of the way. But is it worth maybe waiting until Spain, where we're led to believe that a lot of people might need to change their front wings anyway?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm not really into the wings discussion, so I don't know what's going to happen there too much. But yeah, I think normally it's similar where people start bringing their upgrades and they got a good understanding of the car.
We're hugely disappointed. We thought you'd come here with a whole list of this is where all the parts are coming. But
yeah.
What have you been doing all winter long? Come on.
Let's talk about you, because you're racing in sports cars. You've had some time away from single-seaters since you won the F2 Championship. You're in sports cars with the team that's coming into F1 next year. Have you had any conversations about that?
Yeah, probably me and another 20 drivers.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really early to talk about drivers.
But you've already got the team kit. You're like, yeah, you're already there.
Yeah, that's halfway through.
You're a cost saving on 2 legs.
Cost cap hero these days.
Superb.
Nah, I think it's, well, first of all, I need to say I'm happy where I am. I think, you know, the team is giving me the opportunities that I need. FP1's even quite early in the year, which is good for me. But also with the endurance side, I'm really happy with them, and we'll see what's going to happen. You know, it's really early. The team is still, I think they're still trying to, you know, build the team. You know, it's very hard to gather all the people, and I think the drivers will come later.
You're actually quite useful to the team, and especially now that they need more rookie sessions filling in, and you know what to do and you know how to drive, and you're pretty quick at doing so. Your stock has risen somewhat this season, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm probably the most experienced rookie driver there. So yeah, I have many days in the car, and every time I jump in, I think I'm doing a good job. So yeah, I think the team is really happy, and that helps a lot.
We've been talking a lot about, you know, driver preparation and TPC test programs, and Paul Aaron was telling us he and Franco Colapinto have been out testing. Oop.
The final corner, the brakes again just don't work.
Understood.
Are you braking quite heavily into that final corner? It was just a little dab or not?
Yeah, it's as I just said, I think because of the bumps, the pressure is a bit lower. Otherwise, you just lock up everything.
Yeah, well, we're seeing it there. Just before we come back to you, I noticed Isaac Hajar is the top of the 4 Red Bull cars in this session. Once again, the Racing Bulls doing a brilliant job.
You cannot be serious right now.
Doing a great job.
You cannot be serious right now.
We're going to see you. Well, we're not going to see you doing private test days, but are you going to see yourself doing some private test days and just keeping yourself sharp?
Oh, you cannot be serious right now.
Last year I did Pirelli testing, so probably this year might look similar. I'm not sure yet what the plan is going to be, but I think on paper it should be similar to last year. A few FP1s and a bit of testing. So yeah, just keeping myself sharp. And yeah, even though I felt quite rusty, in this FP1, since last year I didn't drive a Formula car, so yeah.
Felipe Dragovic with us, if you don't recognise his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, F2 champion, part of the Aston Martin driver squad, and a man who's been out on the track today, which Karine and I have yet to enjoy, but he's come over to the commentary box with us. There he is. So you mentioned the final corner, 2 corners, according to the official FIA track map, but where else has it been tricky driving out there today?
Yeah, I think because of the wind, turn 4 has been quite a challenge. You go over like a hump in the middle of the corner, and then on the exit it drops down, and then at the same point you get tailwind through there, and it's very tricky to put the power down after turn 4. But I think the whole circuit was quite a big challenge for everyone. With those temperatures, you get no grip. That was probably the lowest grip I've ever driven in my life.
Really?
Which is quite challenging, but quite interesting at the same time.
Is it akin to driving on a greasy track on slick tyres type of no grip? You're just not quite sure where the grip's going to release next?
Yes and no. I think it's more like just sliding.
There is no fucking way.
Sometimes, the car is just going sideways instead of going forwards. Traction is something that we really suffer. Overall, I mean, every team is just suffering with traction with those temperatures. The tires are just burning hot after one corner, and then on traction is very painful.
Good job we're racing at night and at sunsets here rather than racing during the day.
Yeah, you can see the lap times are a lot quicker.
It doesn't work racing during the day here. Parish notice for you, by the way. Alex Albon's been fined €7,500 for unnecessarily impeding. It was his teammate, wasn't it, Luke Browning, in that FP1
But you were
section.
right behind it, weren't you?
Yeah.
You nearly saw Luke Browning fly into the grandstand.
I was like, oh, okay, this is pretty bad, I would say, between teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that could have been, if they'd made contact, that could have been really bad.
Yeah.
I mean, for the team as well
The
as...
speed delta was pretty big there.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is something, I want to ask you about, because obviously the track temperature now, 33, 15 degrees down what we saw. But we're seeing the drivers still on their cool laps going unbelievably slowly, isn't it? So, how much of the support are you getting from the team in terms of cars coming and all that sort of stuff? Because, you guys are going so slowly, you can't see who's 1 or 2 corners behind you in the mirrors, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially, F1.
What the fuck are we doing here, chat?
Because, you look 1 second, there's no one behind, and then you look 1 second later, there's a guy behind you. So it's pretty quick. So you need to tell the engineers just to keep you, 3 seconds behind, 2 seconds behind, 1 second, so you can just leave the space and actually focus on yourself. Because if you just keep looking at the mirror, it's not so nice.
And
that track map there.
I am in misery.
All the bits where you need the engine goes blue.
What
and,
the
the bits that go uphill are blue, which is...
How the fuck do you lose 5 tenths in the middle fucking sector, bro?
Stay with us for a minute, Felipe. We've got to go down to Ted. Where are you, my friend? Red Bull Racing.
There is no way. There is no way, bro.
Yeah, but he did get a reprimand for undertaking in the pit lane earlier in free practice 1.
There's no
getting
way.
quite close to that Sauber mechanic. So Yuki got a reprimand there. Over 1 lap, he's saying the tyres are just getting too hot. He's just left the garage now while Max is on his long run.
Oh wow, that's so scary. That's so scary.
On yellow stripe mediums. Correct. So let's see how they go.
Oh my God.
The experiment, if you want to call it that, with a different setup in Japan is not going to be replicated here. A lot of testing here, so Yuki knows what he wants from a car, and they're just going to give him the fastest car possible and hope that he can score some points. What would, of course, be his first points for Red Bull Racing on Sunday.
Yes, Max Verstappen has scored all the points for Red Bull Racing so far.
Skibbity toilet!
Fernando Alonso just made his way into turn 10. You wouldn't have seen this, but he got a big thumbs up from Felipe Drugovich in the commentary box. You rather liked his approach there.
Yeah, nice that I didn't break it, first of all, so he can drive a little bit. But yeah.
Oh, was it a thumbs up that you're out there, Fernando? Thank you very much. Right, let's see where this lap ends up. And it won't be the fastest lap time that we've had so far, but it will be Fernando Alonso's. And he goes 15th with a time of a 1:31.8. He's 1.3 seconds off the pace. Felipe, thank you very much for joining us. It has been a pleasure once again. Just before you go, I just wanted to ask, yourself and now Gabriel Bortoleto, is Brazil going even more passionate for Formula One, especially now they've got someone on the grid week after week?
Yeah, I think so. And there's so many people following and watching, and on social media they go crazy all the time, even too much sometimes, I would say. But that's great to see, people following and supporting us. So it's good. Yeah, for sure.
We can't wait to get to Sao Paulo again. Thanks for coming to join us, my friend. Good luck this season.
Thanks, guys.
With everything you do. Felipe Drugovich with us in the commentary box. With just over 6.5 minutes to go on the soft tyre runs, on the qualifying times, it was McLaren with Piastri ahead of Norris.
Audi sponsors Formula One on Sky Sports.
Formula One glory comes to those who put in the preparation. Will you make the right calls?
Vài phát hiện ra hai hand sitter.
F1 Clash. Download.
Bro, I hate these man. What the hell are you doing?
The powerful AI from Salesforce.
Like, can you cook? Oh, is he on a long run now? For fuck's sake.
Which has changed.
I'll tell the pilot to hold the plane.
They got an app for that, dude.
Agent Force helps Heathrow create a first-class experience. Agent Force. It's what AI was meant to be.
Fast delivery. Massive entertainment. It's on Prime for $8.99 a month.
At Park Dean Resorts, we're all about together time.
Oh my God.
Non-stop playtime.
6 lap. Oh.
Splashing in the pool time. Proper bonding time. With more beaches nearby, breathtaking locations across the UK, and tons to do. It's easy to enjoy together time with Park Dean Resorts. Book today.
Give your family's broadband a spring refresh. Pay nothing for 3 months and we'll cover up to 300 pounds of your leaving fees to switch. Plus, when school's out, you've got control to pause Wi-Fi on your kids' devices. Oh, and it's powered by BT. We'll handle the switch for you. Search EE Broadband Deals.
Be the one thing that can change everything. Be bold. Be authentic. Be brilliant. Be the unexpected. Be an open heart. Be true. The beauty. The laughter. The laughter. In a world where you can be anything. Be love. Be love. Be love. Be love. My love is your love. Pandora.
Normally, I'd say something here about this. I'd talk a bit about how good it looks. Then I'd throw in some glowing words about how it tastes. But I don't really need to do any of that, do I?
For thousands of years, we have been at war. But before we were enemies, we were like brothers. Always got your back. We were given the power to change our world. We could have built the future together. I don't think so.
Ah! Shit! Shit!
We have to stop him.
Transform and roll out. Transformers 1, available now on Sky Cinema.
My brakes are really not decelerating well.
Okay, copy.
So into the final couple of corners, Max Verstappen was saying that he was having trouble with his brakes. That's Liam Lawson locking up into turn 1, where Oscar Piastri has just locked up on the hard compound tyre. So I wonder if it's still that same corner that Verstappen is having the issue, and whether it is bump related or brake related.
Yeah, it's auto combination. So they'll be looking through that. Back of the base. So let's look at this. So they're into the 38s and 39s now, aren't they? I mean, what's the standouts on terms of pure lap time? I'd say Doohan ahead of Gasly. That's good effort from him to bounce back after a difficult weekend in Japan.
Yeah.
Tsunoda being that far away from Verstappen is disappointing, isn't it? 7/10, especially as he looked good throughout the practices and Q1 in Japan, so that is disappointing. Where's Carlos Sainz to... Yeah, Sainz and Albon together, aren't they? And Williams once again showing good. But Ollie Behrman, again.
Over one lap, Ollie Behrman. I'm not saying he can't do it over the race runs either, but over one lap, Ollie Behrman is right up there. I mean, it's 8 milliseconds behind Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah.
Same Ferrari power, two very different teams in that respect. Jack Doohan, you take pole here? I think he did, actually, in F2. 2022, he took the first of his 5 poles.
Your handwriting's so small, I can't read it.
Yeah, that's the idea. Makes me sound so much cleverer.
But I will say, once again, it's this guy who's my star of the session. He's been my...
Oh, that's
pretty close there. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. It's feisty.
What is he doing there?
He's holding you up, Isaac.
I have to say, I'm quickly turning into a bit of an Isaac Hadjar fan, if I'm honest.
I think he's got a lot of raw pace.
Yeah, he's raw, look at a bit of mistake, lock up, but you know, he's a rookie and he's raw, but he's fast and he's delivering well, and I think, I have to admit, I didn't expect him to be ahead of Tsunoda, now Lawson, if I'm honest, but he's been my star of the season so far.
And came home to take his first points in Formula 1 with an 8th place finish, albeit got overtaken by Lewis Hamilton in the race, and the only one of the top 10 that lost a place there, Isaac Hadjar, but that's still very good points for the Racing Bulls team. Jack Doohan, as you mentioned, just behind Liam Lawson. Just on the subject of Yuki Tsunoda, I know he got into Q2 and that hadn't happened in the second Red Bull car, but did anything really change by putting Yuki into that car from a Red Bull perspective in the way that they were hoping for in Japan?
Not with the end result, but a couple of the engineers yesterday were at pains to point out to me that essentially he made a mistake on turn 1 in Q2.
Yeah.
That put him out of track position, and then he just drove around in traffic. But looking at this weekend, let's see. It's only FP2 and it's not qualifying. So far, 7/10 off Max. That's not where he or they would have wanted to be.
Correct. Ted, down to you.
At Mercedes, hello Crofty, at Mercedes, where I've got a line on each driver actually. So first of all, good recovery from Kimi Antonelli after missing pretty much the whole of free practice 1 with that water leak. And the mechanics trying to get the car apart and break it into 2 pieces. But they fixed the problem and he's out again, P5 last time I looked, and doing a decent race run. But also the same as George Russell. And I like the way that it's a McLaren 1-2 and Russell third, Crofty, because that's exactly how it ended in testing.
Yes.
In terms of the pecking order. And I don't know, I'd like to bet you 5 Bahraini dinar that it might end up that way, which is actually worth 55 quid.
I was going to say, it's the second most valuable currency in the world, Ted. That's a lot of money.
I know, it is a lot of money. That we might get McLaren, and then George Russell as the result on Sunday. Which McLaren in which order, I can't tell you, but it's a difficult one. But yeah, all going well for Russell so far. Good recovery from Antonelli, and I'm happy to say Toto Wolff is back in the garage in his normal spot. So whatever it was that the boss Stefano Domenicali wanted from him, it didn't take long. All agreed, and he's back in his position.
You don't think they were trying out that new Michelin-starred pasta?
This is not Skibbity toilet right now.
The F1 show
I will.
on, where yours truly will be trying it's the Michelin star chef who is cooking. I'm not sure whether pasta can be Michelin starred, but it's Massimo Bottura, who's the 3-star Michelin chef from the Emilia-Romagna region. And he's doing it with the new pasta partner of Formula One. Yes, there is such a thing.
Yeah, pasta makes you faster, as they say. And Stefano Domenicali, also from that Emilia-Romagna region. It's a real shame you have just been doing your fantasy F1 team, because we've had a wonderful view of that McLaren rear wing going down the straight. So hopefully we can just stay on board and you can see what it does down the next straight. Oh.
It bends backwards, I bet.
That's the end of that one then. Just to see, you know, are they still exploiting that particular area? Meanwhile, Lewis Hamilton saying that he's got issues over the team radio. Right side fully.
Right side fully?
That's what he said on the team radio, yes. I don't know what that might mean. That's why.
Fully what?
Fully issued.
Okay.
I was hoping you might be able to come up with something. I don't know why I'm bothered.
This is not Wordle, is it? You can't just like lob a bunch of words at me and say make up the rest.
Well, I thought that was the strength of our on-air partnership over the years. I lob a load of words at you and you make sense of it.
Great. Did we mention that Hajjar's time was done on the medium tyre, by the way?
Did we mention that? No.
Hajjar's time was done on the medium tyre.
It's done on the medium tyre.
So that's even more impressive, isn't it? Because we've seen most other people improve by 3-4 tenths.
Yeah.
Medium to soft.
So
if he and Lawson,
there's more to come from Isaac Hadji.
Yeah, but then they've turned the engines up more. So is that an offset? Maybe. But bottom line is, we can say that the Racing Bulls has got to be a Q3 contender again.
Well, yes, I would certainly hope so.
Oh my God! Are you fucking kidding me?
Huge raft of upgrades coming track to track at the moment, and setup is making all the difference. So if you're coming well, it should go well here.
Yeah, a bit
How
of
different
sliding
it could have been for Isaac Hadji if he hadn't headed out on the formation lap in Australia, but he made up for it all. George Russell was nearly taking part in a drag race down the drag strip there. The lockup was so severe going into turn 10.
Yeah, it shouldn't come off brake pedal instead of damaging the tyre, which is a smart move because he'll get a couple more laps on that tyre. Carlos Sainz, so what's he been up to? I mean, he's matched Albon today, which is not something he necessarily managed in the last couple of weekends, so that's a solid start to his weekend.
Yeah, he's ahead by about 7/100ths of a second, Carlos Sainz. Well, he went fastest in pre-season testing. The Williams should work well here. This could be the track that Carlos Sainz needs, you know, to have a bit of confidence after what has not been, you know, the easiest start to his Williams career. And I'm sure he would have been putting pressure on himself to be a lot closer to his teammate than he has been so far. I mean, that said, Alex Albon, you know, continues to be a very strong driver. Scored 3 time since 2020, and also he's only been out-qualified by a teammate twice since the start of 2023. Happy birthday, by the way, Carlos Sainz Sr. for tomorrow, 63 years of age. Albon has been the modicum of consistency in qualifying, no matter who his teammate has been. And science, you know, in equal machinery, has it all to do.
Yeah.
Because Albon is showing no signs of getting any worse this year. In fact, I think he's probably got a bit better.
His stock has gone up, hasn't it? You'd have to say, you know, it was always going to be an interesting dynamic there. And it is going to be one over the next 19 weekends, isn't it? Yes,
Yep.
19 weekends after this one. Because that inter-team battle is it's going to be one of the best ones this year.
No,
and so far...
Round 4.
Round 4, we've got 24.
24 races. So it'll be 20.
20 more weekends after this one. We're losing the plot already. We're not even a quarter of the way through the season. We've lost the plot. We can't even count.
You can tell, Ted, over the winter we've not been watching a lot of daytime telly because Wordle and Countdown we can't do. So please, fill our minds with something intelligible.
Well, let me just give you a closing thought from the Alpine garage. So as you say, not much pace that's evident so far. Jack Doohan 14th, Pierre Gasly 17th. But look at this, this is quite interesting. It's old Flavio Briatore standing, oh, he's just gone away. So he spent the whole session standing at the sort of central control panel area with Ollie Oakes, getting personally involved with the sort of, you know, what's going on with the team and telemetry and drivers. I mean, he's now sort of wandering around the garage. I did kind of think they should get him a stool to sit on. He is almost 75.
Tomorrow.
It is the 12th of April. How did you know, Crofty?
Because I wrote it down.
You're very good.
Thank you very much.
David Croft, ladies and gentlemen. He is 75 tomorrow, is Flavio. And he is being made to stand, because they all stand at the end of the central control console with Ollie Oakes and Paul Aaron, the test driver. And I thought, oh, come on, someone, get Flav a stool. He wants to sit down. But taking personal interest in what's going on, as well he might, because they are, of course, yet to score, and they want to change that this weekend. Not looking stellar so far, but the weekend is yet young.
Alpine, bottom of the championship, pointless, as you say, Ted, as they were after 3 races in 2024. Max Verstappen has just been on the team radio to say, this is pointless. I have 0 grip on a track where, as you might have just read, 4 DNFs, more than at any circuit in his Formula 1 career.
He's done a 39.7, which is still one of the fastest people out there. Most others have drifted off into the 40s. It's an indication, I think, Crofty, that we are going to see a 2-stop race, isn't it? More and more people struggling for grip here. Verstappen, at the moment, listen, he's on the soft tyre. It's done a lot of mileage, so you'd expect that to struggle.
Piastri, by the way, also on the soft tyre, but his have only done 5 laps, whereas Verstappen's have done 15.
Yeah, that's the end of the line.
Yes, Piastri's just put in a 136.5.
Take that, McLaren. Yeah, I mean, you know, McLaren. Ooh, this is Verstappen and Russell.
Yeah, holding up George Russell a little bit. Russell's going to dive past him. I think Max saw him coming and wasn't going to fight that because it's only a practice session, but yeah. George Russell, I'm sure, will like that.
Yeah, Piastri's looking good, isn't he? A couple of tenths up, 10.5 on Lando in the quali rounds. His race, I feel like he's raised his game again. If I look at the race pace he delivered in Japan and in China, it was very, very impressive. And we saw races last year, didn't we? Where he struggled with tyre digger stuff. Haven't seen that so far this year.
I think it's been pretty faultless from Oscar Piastri, or it's gone pretty perfectly, bar 1 corner in Australia during the race when the rain came, and 1 corner in Japan in qualifying, turn 2, where he cost himself the chance to take pole.
Yeah, I agree. He's been stellar.
That might have been the difference between Oscar Piastri winning 3 races, not 1.
Yeah, because he looked like the quicker McLaren, didn't he, in the race in Japan and in Melbourne. He did look like the faster car in the race.
And that might be quite a nice end to this session for Oscar Piastri as well. And I know Max Verstappen is struggling for grip at the moment, and Piastri's tyres are an awful lot fresher, but he got the move done on the Red Bull driver to cross the line and take the
fun to watch your weakling. The Empire giveth. Selection stage. For the thrill of combat, we spare no expense. Who's this with a challenge? Patience, friends. Our fighters will return soon enough. A bold choice. Exactly what the arena wants. make the warrior. For our prosperity and yours.
Patient as a tree.
empire giveth. We go. The crowd salivates, sate their hunger. the warrior. We go. Bare your teeth, warriors. The need for restraint is over. The fight for your lives. You've earned second place.
What the hell, man?
be green and purple, I think. And it would have a kite. It would be able to fly, 100%.
Lamborghini.
Not in it, bro.
Cho em có khoản đồ anh Tùng.
Khang ơi.
Cho có bản đồ anh Tùng.
Vào cam đi Khang.
Why?
Tao quá chán rồi. Nãy tao top 2 tao cũng không cam. Trời ơi.
Hey Club, smoke here, smoke here.
Mẹ mày Khang ơi thằng.
Okay, thank you Club.
Mẹ Ferrari mẹ đem nguyên một lô update rồi vẫn không nhanh hơn chiếc Mercedes.
Đời luôn. Có chat.
Thế giới này quá tàn nhẫn. McLaren tuần này đéo thắng tao sẽ ăn nguyên cái bàn.
Gì? Nó flash rồi.
Tao nói rồi. McLaren đéo thắng tao ăn cái bàn.
Go inside, go inside, go inside.
Max Verstappen làm cho 100% là tao sẽ ăn cái bàn luôn.
Đi mẹ đéo có một thằng
nào. Go inside, Funes.
Trời ơi. Oh my god, mày biết gì tin gì không Khang? Blue Archive sắp lên Steam rồi. Đến lúc chơi rồi, đến lúc tap in. It's time we tap the fuck in. Guys. Oh my god.
Why is it updating, bro? Fuck. Tao mới ngăn cản nó update và tao bấm play hả? What?
Tao đang rất là trầm cảm, tao không biết nói gì mà. Oh my god. Man. Thật sự là quá hủy. Quá hủy rồi.
Sao Spotify nó ăn nhiều performance của EA? It's Spotify. Ban Silat đó kìa. Không, actually. Các bạn nói đó mày ban chơi.
감사한다, 선생. 최선을 다해주어서.
What the hell? Oh my god. You're telling me they milked a creeper? I'm going to kill myself. What are they doing? They're not even winning the Aura Championship, bro. Trời ơi đủ má.
Trời đủ mẹ nó chứ. Hả? Cái này à?
Lewis Hamilton is coping, bro. He's coping.
No.
We are too slow. Why? 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 Why?
And the ragged. Welcome to the Grand
What the fuck is periodic abilities?
Khác chắc periodic ability là giống cái đúp của Warwick đó mà.
And some money. Oh man, what the fuck that means? Over 700 range. How am I supposed to do that?
Cái Wii 2 mày 700 được.
It's too
Tao không biết
far.
nó tính range kiểu gì
It's
đó.
too far. It's too far. Chat.
It is up to all of us to see beauty in the bare stone.
It's too far. Có thằng dưới rồi.
This fucker, bro.
Skibbity!
Get it,
I'm running.
Get that! Get that! Oh fuck. Get that! Get him!
Sao mày chết?
Nó chết đừng mẹ con mon con buôn.
Nó có cái vòng, nó có cái vòng. Nó có cái vòng cho tao biết. Cho tao biết là bro, you dead ass. It'd be great if I knew. Tao không muốn coi McLaren Championship đâu. I had enough. I've had enough, bro. Stop making a single team win.
The unrivaled Alistar roars above the crowd. May his fortitude be yours.
I'm the rock the river cannot wash away.
Throw another rock. Mẹ Garen có kìa, thua mẹ đâu. What the fuck, sao này có slow cooker vậy? À chắc chắc nó có cái ấn
Nó random sao thế này?
Cái đi, ok, cái đi. Mày đi bắt lẻ đi.
Ý là nó địt nhau kéo bên nhau, bóng bắt lẻ được quá.
Who knows?
Bro. Kìa đừng. Kìa đừng kìa ơi.
Oh, I'm so cooked.
you done it.
Oh my god. Cô lập rồi. Drop silent.
Oh my god, tụi tao đéo chết vậy.
Mày quá skibidi. Lòng chí tao nghĩ là nó sẽ không dậy chơi game đâu.
Nó nói nó ngủ rồi.
Không, nó không nói nó ngủ nhưng mà tao đang ngồi trong vô chat nó nhưng mà nó tự nhiên nó biến mất.
Ủa, tao đã bấm gì vậy? What did I do this? Mấy tao bấm vô ích, tao tắt cái setting của tao cái nó mở này tao. Thôi, mẹ chơi Kavit AD. Lỡ rồi.
Thôi đừng qua.
Sao tao lỡ có này đâu ba.
Lỡ cái gì? Vậy cứ lên sắc lực đi mà tới bao nhiêu lâu mày mới được mới mua ấy mà. Tới bao nhiêu lâu mày mới mua đồ thứ hai, đồ thứ ba nữa.
Chứ ơi, mày
tao sẽ không được xài R, tao muốn cái ấn mà không cho tao xài R.
Đấy là mày đúp cho nó đúng hướng như tao.
Cái gì? Cái quần què gì? Hell no. Hey yo, what you doing? What you doing, bro?
Get in!
How do I get him? Please tell me. Mẹ mày tao quá skibidi rồi. Tao không biết phải làm gì đấy. Fuck bro, cho tướng Sam quá. Trời ơi, lòn hồi oh my. Cái quần què vậy trời. Cái quần què vậy trời. Má sao cho mấy con cặc không nhỉ? Thật sự là cho mấy con cặc không?
We are so cooked.
Cút mẹ ơi.
Sao kịp tụi tao đi, tao sẽ lên cái viết AD và tao sẽ đặt cái viết AD mạnh nhất.
Hell no.
I'm gonna be the strongest.
Hell no.
Trust me, bro. You gotta trust me. What's this? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mẹ gặp hai mày phải đánh như kịp.
Phải đánh đi. How do I do that? How the fuck do I do that? I'm gonna possibly do.
It's probably that one.
Không, cái thằng mà real là nó có cái ấy. Nó sẽ có cái gì đó hiện trên người nó mà. Oh my god, you are so fucked. You fucked bro, you fucked bro. You're fucked. You're fucked bro.
I'm actually so fucked. I'm so fucked.
Oh wow, mày qua đó làm cái đéo gì?
We're gonna fight bro.
Không có đánh được. Nói đơn hả?
E rồi mày núp kìa ơi.
Máu. Thằng kia.
What is it? I don't do
thằng
that.
Kia.
Tao không gây đám cho nó luôn ba. I don't do damage to him. Why did I do damage to him?
Go. We're fucked. We just fucked, bro. We're just fucked.
We're just fucked, bro.
We're doomed.
We're straight up fucked.
We're done, bro. We're done. We finished. We're done. We're done, bro. We're done. We just plain done, bro.
Cái pha này cái gì vậy? Fuck.
Tao phải một bằng cách nào đó mà giữ cái khoảng cách của tao, tao quăng tao...
Dễ lắm, tại vì con này là nó tới gần mày đúp nó ra được mà. Mày luôn luôn rải E trước. Mày luôn luôn giữ cái E trên người mày là được rồi. Oh my god. Tao
sao mày chết rồi?
Tao biến mất luôn rồi.
How the fuck you do that?
Tao biến mất luôn rồi ba.
Sao mày chết nhanh vậy?
Nó bấm hai nút của tao đi luôn rồi, tao biết.
What the fuck? Thôi đủ má, em ép mẹ. Cái đéo gì vậy trời? Cái đéo gì á? Oh my god, Akai Hato kìa. Mẹ Timo chôn. Mẹ Timo chôn. Rồi đủ mẹ một chút. Mày coi con Sako ủa má. 3 ứng Prismatic.
Cái lộn ma đó chứ. What the fuck, đâu ra vậy? Where did he get that?
This game is so done, bro. I'm done with this game already. I'm so done. I've never been more done. Trời, đánh hàng chó đẻ này nữa. Nè, nó mang chó đẻ không à.
Mày E chứ mày đúp kìa. Mày đúp nó vô cái E của mày.
Ủa mày giờ spam chiêu thôi, cũng có đéo quan tâm nữa mà. Kiểu đéo thì cũng thua. Kiểu đéo thì cũng thua thôi. Tao không biết cách nào mà thắng được hết á.
Con gì? Đi mia.
Rồi skip đi toilet vãi biểu. Cút ra. Cút ra. Cút ra. Cút ra. How are you dead? How are you dead?
Ê nó quay lên. Còn tao cái tao bắn bộ quá.
How are you dead? How are you dead? How are you dead? How are you dead? Oh my god. Đây là lý do tao kêu mày lên. Đây là lý do tao kêu mày lên sắc lực đi. Mày dẫn đôi cô lên AD. Oh my god bro. God.
Chịu vậy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mày không có đam luôn Khang. Mày là AD mà không có đam luôn Khang.
Đó bro, mẹ nãy tao quẹt cái nửa máu nhưng mà nó quẹt tao lại nguyên cái máu thôi. Chỉ là ratio nó khác nhau thôi.
God, oh my god. I'd kill myself.
Please do.
I kill myself, bro. I'm gonna kill myself. How the fuck do I win? Đâu mà đánh hại chỗ đẻ này đâu thôi mẹ nghĩ mẹ game em ép luôn đi. Em ép luôn.
Đúng mẹ.
Em ép.
Đúng.
Em ép mẹ. There's no point in living. Trời ơi, má cái map này nữa thôi đi mẹ mày. I'd rather kill myself.
What's on my head? Oh shit.
Gió vô không rồi? Giờ nó vô. Gió vô. Gió vô. Không đâu không.
God bro. Fuck this game.
How the fuck do I do? I'd kill myself.
Oh, we're not dead. Alista. Yeah.
Quitting the game, bro. Quitting the game, bro. Quitting the game, bro.
Bro.
Quitting the game. Quitting the game. Quitting this game, man. Quitting this game. Quitting this game.
I'm quitting this game. Man, sao đủ sao luôn. Không give fuck.
Yeah, we don't get to revive, bro.
Đủ mày chết rồi làm gì Khang? Giờ mày chết rồi mày làm gì? Chết rồi thôi đi chứ sao giờ? Tao revive được mày hả? Mày revive được tao không?
Thì tất nhiên rồi, tao nói là
No. We cannot. We cannot do anything. We're done. We're finished.
We are done, bro.
We finished. We're done. We're finished. Má Mythic Punch nữa hả? Thôi nghỉ mẹ đi. Nghỉ mẹ đi đánh Lulu. Đánh Lulu mày bắt Lulu, mày bắt Lulu, mày phải bắt Lulu, mày phải bắt Lulu.
Tao bắt Lulu kìa.
Mày phải bắt Lulu. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What mày?
Cái guy! Why did you do that?
What I do, bro? What I do với gì? What I do?
Why did you do that?
What I do, bro? What do I do? What do we do, bro? What do we do? What do we do?
Nó con Lulu thằng Yumi luôn rồi kìa, nó có chauffeur kìa.
I'm give a... I can't, bro. I can't. I cannot. Physically cannot, bro. Mẹ cho con tướng như con cặc. Cho con tướng như con cặc. Cho con tướng như con cặc. Ủa sao liên minh đéo cho tao ảo má nè, ghét vãi miêu. God damn man, hate this game, hate this stupid shit.
So game is still in progress here. What the fuck? Extreme gun losing his brain kìa. This game's still in progress vậy? Ra được gì vậy?
Tao tắt game, tao mở lại.
The fuck? Game lộn.
Địt mẹ mày Skibidi.
Oh my god, đụng mất cặp vũ bự chà bái nè.
Please.
Mày muốn coi cặp vũ bự chà bá không kìa? Oh.
Sabrina Carpenter has ruined Fortnite. What do you mean?
Gọi là
The floor is giving us what we expected in terms of load. But with these conditions, you overheat the tires and you lose the downforce you gained. Then what do you do? Then what do you do, bro? Then what do you do? What do you do? What do you even do at this point, bro?
I need Nico Rosberg to take a selfie with a McLaren right now.
Got off grip.
I see you lack judgment.
Lando Norris wins the downplaying championship, bro. Sometimes I wonder why a couch fucker is the vice president of the United States, bro. He fucked the couch.
Skibidi toilet, skibidi toilet, skibidi toilet.
I see you lack judgment.
Why her ass got rockets, bro?
I shoved a nuke up my pussy.
Can't be serious. You can't be serious. You cannot be
I
serious
got
right now.
feet.
You cannot be serious right now. I don't believe you. Forget everything I've said before. Damn! Damn! Trời ơi, biết hết luôn kìa.
Má, cuộc đời buồn bã.
Vãi bèo.
Má, mấy thằng mà biết mấy con bình thường chả nói gì mà mẹ nó biết con sa cua rồi. Chơi game mà muốn thắng.
Rồi.
Gì vậy?
Khang ơi, tỉnh lại đi Khang ơi.
Trời ơi, đi rồi Kiệt ơi, đi rồi Kiệt ơi, I don't know how to play this character.
Quá Skibidi tôi lẹ rồi.
Ivan LeBron James.
Đâu? How is that possible? Thôi, tàn hình núp thôi.
Bro.
Oh.
Oh, what the fuck?
Thôi, tao nghĩ là tao đi rồi đấy. Just saying bro.
Tao được shot kim cương quá. Cái anvil của tao kim cương.
Thôi lại. Tao chỉ có chạy thôi mà. Tao chỉ có chạy thôi. Tao đánh xong tao chạy. Trời ơi, đánh hai quỷ này nữa. Lucian nháp cha. Mẹ,
Quy tao lấy gì vậy?
Đừng đọc chiêu nữa Khang ơi.
Tao không biết cho con đấy. Ai à?
Nó không quan trọng. Chạy đi, chạy thôi. Vãi lộn. Cam mày đi. Ra làm gì đó đi Khang ơi.
Đây là tao không. Thôi là bro. Chị ơi.
Má,
Good.
Tao biết nói gì bây giờ đó. Không biết làm gì hết á. Thật sự luôn á.
Tốt được con.
I'm freaking bored. This is no way, bro. This is no way, bro. What do you do? What do you even do, bro? What do you even do? What do you even do? How do you do? How do you do, man? How do you do? Oh, that's how you say it?
Cassiopeia.
That's how you say it?
That's not how you say it.
That's how you say it? Tao lên này sớm luôn. Fuck it, bro. There's no other thing.
What the hell?
There's nothing else I can do, bro. There's just nothing, bro. I can't do shit, bro. Tao gõ con Annie đi. Tao gõ I don't give a fuck anymore, man.
Bring me a real Just try to stop it.
Skibbity!
The ring is closing.
Where's the ring closing into?
My ass. Oh my god. Chị ơi, mất cút. Nó chạy đi.
Đánh vỡ mồm anh đi! Đánh vỡ mồm anh đi! Đánh vỡ mồm anh đi đi!
I'm now move.
Rồi giao hồi sinh cứ đánh đi. Okay, this is acceptable. Đủ má, hai lồn này sao đánh? Mà... ai lò mặt ra trước đánh.
Một dive bro. Oopsie.
Lol.
Fuck bro.
My journey is only beginning.
Qua đi.
Chết địt mẹ mày, tại sao tao lại chết hay thế?
Chết rồi.
Má là cái quần què gì á. Đó.
Đây.
Má khó
Được,
chịu
mẹ
cho. Mẹ gặp tướng thôi mỏi
má cái cho tao biết
từ từ thôi đủ rồi, cứ từ từ tao bây giờ tao phải lock in. Trời ơi, sao gặp mấy cái con cặc không vậy? Ê, sao gặp mấy con cặc không á?
What do you mean the crown salivate, bro?
Crowd is drooling. Trời ơi. Ăn cục máu đi, ăn cục máu đi.
What the hell?
I can't help you with that.
Từ kia.
Mày phải clone ra, mày phân thân ra, mày lừa nó đi. Mày phải lừa nó đi Cát ơi.
Tung rồi ba.
Mày phải lừa nó đi. My God. Toàn gặp mấy thằng mọi không.
Nữa hả? Hỏi gì đâu không vậy?
Oh, I don't know man. Mẹ gặp cái quán này ơi. Mỏi rồi.
Nó đang chết được.
Adapt to all situations.
Cái quần què gì? Don't. Lộn nó tệ lẹ, lộn nó tao qua đây, nó qua rồi.
Bro, that hit me.
You're as good as cooked, bro. You're as good as cooked.
Hey, he's all dead, come on! Man, sao con này nó chết vậy? What is it?
Mẹ, toàn gặp mấy thằng lồn tào lao không? Thật sự luôn.
Tao thấy đi được nó luôn ba đi cụ.
Thật sự là gặp tào lao không? Con Phật. Phát hiện ra pro game à. I can't take it anymore, bro. I can't take it anymore. Mẹ Wukong nó cong cong như cái đầu mày luôn kìa. Nó có Mirage Blade là win, nó win mẹ. Ồ mấy này win mẹ hết rồi, mình đéo cả.
Oh, what a fool you playing. AP Assassin.
Bắn đánh bay bay hết chiêu đi. Đánh hết chiêu đi, sử dụng hết chiêu đi.
That didn't even hit anyone. Oh. What the?
Cái lò gì vậy Khang?
Không dính. Còn không dính cái phần true damage nữa mà tao dính đam chuẩn hay là đam sát thương vật lý nó hơi 900 máu tao banh xác luôn mà.
I don't know bro, I don't know what to do bro. Lòn này hết mana, lòn này full. I'm like Ferrari the way I can't fucking win. đánh thằng Twisted Fate. Mày tao bay vô tao bị choáng rồi mày đánh nó cũng được nữa. Mày nó phải chết rồi. Tao đánh được con on tao
Thế là
phá
thật
giáp
sự
rồi.
con TF nó không có
Nó không có, nó choáng.
Không nghĩ là nó mà không chết sau cái combo tao biết nói gì luôn chứ.
Tao không quan tâm mà mày phải giết được nó. Tao chắc chắn là tao vô là tao bị choáng rồi đó.
Yeah.
Sẽ đi vào cái bụi. Không đi vào bụi.
What is that dead?
Tao chịu ok. I don't know what to say bro. Nah, you done bro, you done, you finished.
Fuck this game bro.
You done, you finished bro, you done or you finished. Fight, Bill.
Fuck this game, bro.
Skibidi toilet qua đây. Skibidi toilet qua đi. Thực sự là quá skibidi toilet.
I see you lack judgment.
Not true. Nó bị điên nữa, đủ má, tao mới thấy một cái post về một cái trên Zalo trên Facebook, xong cái tao tắt Facebook, cái tao lỡ bấm Zalo lên quá. What?
Trời ơi. Khang ơi, ít nhất con này mày biết
ơi,
gặp con Di thôi.
đủ má nó chứ.
Mày chơi con này được Khang ơi, nhưng mà tao không biết chơi con này. Rồi, bấm tất cả các chiêu thôi.
Chiều gì bấm chiều đó mà.
Đơn giản mà,
Thấy gì sáng bấm luôn.
lên sát lực bấm tất cả các chiêu.
Còn ta đi kịch lên AD đi.
No. My god, foot. That's so fucking way. Who's out, bro? Friday night Renata, tao đọc là Friday night chứ.
Friday night funkin'? Bro, you are all sleeping on Friday night funkin' porn.
Oh my goodness. Holy shit. That's crazy.
I'm getting so much feed on.
McLaren spending all of their budget building a car for Lando Norris and he can't even drive that shit.
Bro, put me in it, I probably win.
No. Girl band cry, but I've never seen them cry, bro.
Doubt the girl still. Sao có mới 57% vậy?
Giờ là mày á, Khang hãy chứ tao là 98 rồi.
Oh. Oh yeah, tao nổ kìa. I exploded.
Nice, what a great start.
Oh.
What a great start, bro.
Let me just end task.
Battle song and bloodshed, fellow Noxians. Welcome to the arena!
Khang ơi, tao chauffeur nha Khang.
Please, bro, please, don't.
Không Khang ơi, tao không có gì tốt hơn Khang.
Anything but that, bro.
Không, tao không có gì hết. Oh, fuck it, bro. Oh, there we go. Never mind. I got it.
Okay.
Luck of the draw.
Tao bấm đúp là tí chạy nhanh thôi hả? Mẹ.
Rock enchantment? How do I pick enchantments, bro?
Bro, okay.
No, how do I pick an enchantment? Kill him. What? Blind him and kill him.
Hold on. I have an idea.
What idea do you having?
Cho tao tàng hình đi. Why we're going invisible?
Mày đang bị
I'm
đánh
not going
mà.
invisible, bro. Hả?
Mày đang bị đánh mà.
Tao bị đánh là mới invisible được mà.
Không.
Yes.
No.
Oh, without being damaged, bro. My bad, gang.
Oh my god. How you fucking...
What idea do you have?
Bro, stand still. Bro, literally stood still. What the fuck do you... What idea in your head, bro? Tao nghĩ là tao sẽ lên AD kìa. I can't even lie now.
Mày có lòng ghé phát gần đây kìa.
Lòng ghé phát gần đây kìa.
Đừng. Kìa nhớ đẹp.
Kiệt ơi.
Cái gì?
Cái lúc mày thi bằng lái á, là mày phải ra đấy mày đăng ký trước hả? Ý là mày ra đấy đăng ký thì người ta mới bắt đầu người ta đưa giấy khám sức khỏe cho mày hả?
Không, mày phải đi khám á.
Tao không có làm giấy sức khỏe tại vì tao quen người quen trong bệnh viện tự làm.
Rồi ra đấy thì người ta sẽ nói mày kiểu lịch thi các thứ hay là mày phải đăng hay là mày phải tìm hiểu trước?
Không, họ sẽ báo cho mày lịch thi luôn.
Rồi, ok.
Mày thi ô tô hay là mày xe máy hả Long?
Mày xe máy, tao chưa bằng xe máy.
Tao bị kìa.
Kệ mày không có cái gì mà mày có. This rock. Yes. Là tao phải enchant mỗi lần luôn hả? What the fuck, bro?
I fucking hate niggers.
Đang stream ấy.
My bad game.
What the fuck? How? This how? How do you fucking play this?
This is so fucking annoying! I hate this nigga. I hate this guy.
Oh, you cannot be serious. Oh my
God.
Can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. God. Can't, bro. I can't. I cannot.
Có nắm mà đi vô nắm như kìa thì nó bị polymorph rồi.
Hồi chiều lâu vãi.
Gọi chi một.
Tao không có mana nữa.
Mà gặp hàng đĩ này nữa.
Thôi, mày nghĩ mày.
Dead ass.
Game.
Bro, and we spawn on the wrong side. Oh my god.
There's no right side, bro. There's nothing you can do.
I'm fucked.
Bro. Tao sắp...
Mày mới thua 50 á kìa.
Tao không tin được luôn, thế mẹ nó hất tao xong rồi nó đánh tao nó chết luôn. Phải tao bị CC 2 giây nó không làm được gì luôn. Crazy.
This is crazy, bro. Demonic work right there.
There's nothing I can do. Game sucks. Game is so bad. Game so bad. I'm finna get. I'm getting AD, bro. Tao nghĩ là mình sẽ đứng đợi và mình rải nắm, mày sẽ rải nắm tự lưa luôn.
Oh, I wish.
Mày rải nắm tự lưa đi Khang.
I wish, man.
Mày rải nắm tự lưa đi. I swear to God, bro. Please just do that. I'm running. Oh my God. No. Goodbye. Think I can do, bro.
Bro. Get him! Oh. Get up!
Phải làm gì đó đi Khang ơi. Mày phải làm gì đó đi Khang.
I've done everything I could, bro. Mẹ lại là thằng lột giấy chặt này.
Mày rải nắm đi Khang ơi, mày đứng trong bụi mày rải nắm đi, mày làm cái gì đó đi, mày làm gì đó đi. Thôi trời mẹ nếu không tâm. I just can't give a fucking move.
Why? It's that.
Thích đéo nào mà đem. Đam đéo vậy trời.
Thế là tao không có. Tao không làm được gì đó mà. Why do I need to block?
Bro, what the fuck, bro? Em biết tương, tao ghét mày biết tương mà đi. Biết tương mà đi.
Why is it blocked, bro? May cunning be my guy.
I'm losing it, bro. I'm losing it. I'm losing it, bro. I'm losing it.
Jeff to kill him.
Nếu top 8 hên quá đi mẹ. Đồ mẹ mày, cái đéo gì dashing vậy? This dashing hả? Victor mày.
Thôi, đi rồi ba.
Đéo đi. Tao sẽ hóa.
Mày ráng rời cái tượng kìa.
Tao không quan tâm, tao spam chiều.
Mày rời cái tượng kìa. What the fuck, bro?
Mày lo mày chạy đi. Mày lo mày chạy đi.
He's right here, isn't he?
Nó chưa có đam đâu.
Chỉ có đam nhưng mà nó là con fit mà. Có đề nó là con fit, chứ là con Victor.
Tao bị xí cái đéo gì mà nó còn
Help me, no,
elbows, bro.
I hate this so much.
I can't, bro. I can't, bro. I can't do this. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. What the fuck? Hôm nay cái điều khiển của Alonso bị disconnect cái khen.
Right.
Controller disconnected, bro.
I see you lack judgment.
I'm going to eat this little Chinese boy.
What? Thắng lận.
What? What? First time driving for Frederick Vesti is being posted. What team is Frederick Vesti? And why do they drive for him? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on? God, there's no way. Can't wait for him to find out about this.
Tụi mày có tính chơi game hay gì không?
Tụi tao đang chơi game.
Hả?
Tụi tao đang chơi nè.
Chơi gì vậy?
Liên minh.
Liên minh à?
Ừ. Liên Arena.
Dưới chắc chắn bánh van. Sao thằng Việt Miêu Mic ủa thằng Việt nó đang quen ai hả Khang?
Khang đi rồi.
Mà không biết hả?
Thế là nó công khai gì đâu sao tao biết?
Ủa tao tưởng anh em biết hết rồi mà bữa tao nhớ
Không,
bữa
đâu có
có
công khai
lần nói mà. Oh, shit.
Tao đâu biết đâu.
Đang quen ai Khang? Quen ai vậy?
Hả?
Someone.
Có dắt bồ về gì không?
Gì là không đâu nhưng mà.
Ấy là bồ, ấy là quen xa hay quen gần vậy? Cùng trường à?
Đây là mày muốn biết thiệt đúng không Long? Kiệt không nói là tao được kể nha. Hình như là nó quay lại ngân hà.
Ủa gì đâu đụng má, bạn bè với nhau mà.
Hình như nó quay lại với ngân hà luôn rồi.
Trời ơi.
Thật đó hả? Thật đó hả?
Thật.
Khang ơi, đứng ở trong đây đi Khang.
Tao xem coi. Lồn này. Tao nhắn ngân hà luôn.
Phải luôn.
Nó đang côn với nhau hay gì?
Hả? Tao biết, tao fuck. Tao đâu có bên nhà đâu.
Cái buổi này bao lâu vậy?
Đợi tao xíu.
Buổi này bao lâu vậy Khang?
Chắc lận.
Cái gì đây?
Ủa sao mày biết Khang? Việt nói hả?
Nói thì đeo gì đâu mà bao nhiêu tiếng tìm hiểu.
Qua lại bao lâu rồi? Qua lại bao lâu rồi?
Dạ 2 tháng này, 1-2 tháng này.
2 tháng này. Hay nha, vui nha.
Tao không biết tao phải làm gì bây giờ. Tao nói mấy cái thằng mày là đã không có đam rồi. Tao đánh là gần nữa. I don't know bro. I just don't know. What the fuck do I do? Sao mày lên cái này vậy?
Cái gì?
Cái Guardian Amulet.
Oh my god.
Thì tao hồi tao đưa cho mày khiên mà.
Hạ đang học trường nào vậy? Hạ đang học trường nào vậy?
Không chịu đó.
Ảnh được đền đáp.
Ôi giời,
ảnh được ảnh được đền đáp rồi.
Hả?
Thằng Việt với Ngân Hà giờ tao mới biết đủ. Mày
Thằng nào nói cho mày á?
Không có nào. Thằng Long tự phát hiện ra.
Nãy thôi tao thấy được nó nè. Tao gặp được nó nè.
Điên rồi thật.
Nói chứ đủ.
Đúng không Khang? Đúng tao mày đúng rồi đó Khang.
What fuck? Làm sao vậy?
Đúng không Khang?
Đúng vậy. Xin chuẩn không vậy?
Không, ý là tụi bay có thể là tụi bay đang phân vân nhưng mà tao cá chắc, ý là tao cá chắc chứ cũng được 95%.
Là thằng Lùng Khang chỉ đoán thôi.
Không, 95% lận. Đúng mà.
Ủa rồi đủ mắt tụi nó không côn với nhau hay gì mà mày không để ý?
Không có côn, chỉ nhắn tin thôi.
Không côn nhau luôn, định mày thì tao hiểu tụi nó mối này cứ lộn gì luôn mà.
Tao cũng khả năng cao là tao thấy vậy á Khang, nhưng mà đúng.
Này quá ảo.
Đây là Long ơi.
Absolute cinema.
Lên bật cam chơi Long ơi.
Hả?
Lên bật cam chơi.
Bật cam chơi gì?
Chơi cam. Không biết chơi cam à?
À rồi. Vô.
Sao làm
để lên.
Áo mẹ.
Lầm quả đi Khang ơi. Mình lầm quả thôi. We can't do anything.
Lên nhà.
Không bị chỉ được.
Nếu Long không biết thì mặt Long đang xuất hiện trên stream của tao.
Cái quần què gì vậy?
Tôi sẽ quảng cáo thuốc má bẩn ở trên stream của mày sẽ bị ban.
Cái lủng mày.
Kỳ tính nhanh quá vậy kì.
Xong tự
Cái
nhiên
một
cái
cái
nhãn
bẫy
hàng
trong đó
Hoa
kìa.
đấy đến hợp tác.
Marula ngon rất là ngon luôn.
Cái gì đây? Trời ơi.
Khang ơi, mày thật sự là mày sống mày sống để mày khiêng cho tao vào máy chết ha.
Mày không đánh con Vayne, kiền tao rút con
Tao đánh
Vayne, mày
Vayne
đánh
được
con
không?
Vayne.
Tao đánh Vayne được ok.
Mày tao rút con Vayne là mày đánh là mày lao tao nó mà.
Tao đang đánh tụi mình nó trước mặt tao, còn tao là con melee. Tao là con melee. Tao melee. Tao melee. Do you know what melee means?
Do you know melamine?
Oh, do you know what melee means?
Melamine. Đột ma. Sáng mai có làm không nhở? Hình như có đúng không?
Thật sự là tao chơi game troll đi, tao không quan tâm nữa mà. Tao 2.10 tốc đánh. Let's fucking go, bro. Let's do this shit.
What the fuck?
Sáng mai
Do this shit.
thị trường có làm.
Kìa ơi. Get him! Get him! Get him! Mà tao mất đi gì kìa.
Vòng 1 mà lên tới 106 là to cỡ nào Khang?
Hả? Ê đủ mắt là to lắm á bên.
106.
106 hả? Má 106 mà
Mày
điên.
biết phim
Điên nữa, 106.
106 hả? Là 1 mét rồi đấy.
Oh fuck.
106 là
ở đâu?
Mày biết phim mày biết không phải, mày biết cái phim Fire Fox không?
Chu vi 1 mét nó Khang tin nổi.
Ma ký hả?
Bọn nó cái phim mấy thằng lính cứu hỏa xong mày bật lửa lên đánh nhau với lửa. Fire Fox.
Mà mày nói con nào con ma ký.
Nhớ cái meme hoàng đế Raphael và Leonard Burns phản bội đế chế vì vòng 1 của How lên đến 106.
Ủa là sao? Ý là thằng Việt nó đang quen một người nhưng mà tụi bay đều không biết là ai cả và chỉ đoán nó là ngân hàng.
Đây nè, bây giờ tao cho mày biết những manh mối hiện tại của tao. Là
manh mối nếu
lâu lâu mà tao quay qua. Lâu lâu tao quay qua. Đây là không phải tao cố tình nhưng mà gì mà tao thấy là nó nhắn tin với một người tên là để tên là người đẹp. Ok. Và tao nhớ cái hình đó, xong cái hôm bữa hình con ngân hà đó lại xuất hiện.
Y chang luôn. Trời, ảnh giấu. Anh sợ.
Anh giấu bao giờ?
Biết anh sợ ai chọc không? Mày biết ai sợ anh chọc không?
Khoan đi Khang ơi, khoan.
Mày biết cái thằng mày chọc nhất là thằng nào không?
Bình tĩnh.
Thằng nào?
Tao không có đi.
Bình tĩnh đi Khang, mình không có vội Khang, mình không có
vội. Hà béo quê pleiku.
Kill him.
Rồi, quy này. Không thể nào vô được. Mẹ mày đi.
Stream bao nhiêu người coi, được 2 người soi, tao vào tao coi.
2 người soi.
2 người soi mà đâu.
Và người ta vô để người ta mẹ chỉ. Chắc 2 người đó mới vô coi tại vì thấy trai đẹp nhưng mà bây giờ trai đẹp tắt cam nên là. Ủa 2 kia chơi nhà bô ấy.
Tụi tao đang chơi.
Đây mày giờ tao kiếm gần đi tung không thấy đéo đâu.
Trời, mày kêu lại đi.
Thôi,
lúc này tao thấy cái stream của ông Kiệt.
Tại mày sub cho ông Kiệt.
Cứ gần đi tung is me tao kiếm có thấy đéo đâu.
Gần đi ton thôi. Mẹ. Mà stream máy lên bố mới chỉ cho.
Ủa delay mà để có 5 giây gì vậy? Ê.
Tao để no delay á.
Giờ làm sao vậy? Giờ làm sao trời?
Nếu mà tao để mic như này tao nói
Đứng chỗ tao là kiểu đứng chỗ tao là kỳ gây.
Trời ơi. Ui da, ui da, ui da, ui da, ui da, ui da, búp cho tao, búp cho tao. Oh hell no.
Một hai ba bốn, một hai ba bốn, một hai ba.
Nó. Hay.
Số 3.
Đừng để thằng máu.
Ơi. Trời ơi.
Mẹ nó.
You done bro. Oh shit, I'm done.
Vô làm tí solo này suy nhỉ?
Con gì?
Bích đại hai con đấu sĩ vô đánh nhau như kiểu siêu chăm mừng rồi.
Sao mày đai rồi? Sao mày đai rồi? Mày đai rồi.
Tôi chết rồi.
Làm tí solo Z.
Mày làm gì mày đai vậy?
Don't know.
Mày làm gì mày đai mày? Trời ơi.
Why did I die?
Chịu rồi.
Con gì?
Biết là hai con đấu sĩ thì đấy mẹ như kiểu siêu chăm mừng đồ đánh đồ chốc rồi. Camille.
Top đúng không? Là lên top đúng không? Kèo
Rồi,
gì?
lên top
Bây giờ lên roll đi, lên roll đi.
À, thì đấu sĩ kiểu JC gì thế mấy con hay cầm đi solo kỹ năng rồi chưa ra
Ăn
Ribbon
chóc không? Ăn chóc không?
Irelia Bích cứ hai con khác nhau ấy, Bích con gì cũng được. Với rồi tao ngẫu nhiên ra chim đam rồi Gangplank.
Bây giờ ngẫu nhiên 5, ok không? Bắt đầu tính từ bây giờ, ok không?
Ý là chơi mấy con gì thôi chứ chơi Casante đồ thì nó gì quá.
Nó là kỹ năng.
Uphill battle bro.
Tôi chơi không? Chọn mẹ một con Bích đi.
Đấy, tao đang Bích rồi, mày Bích xong rồi hả?
Chưa.
Phí kìa.
Phí đéo gì?
Cho bố mày tự chỉnh bật ngọc nào.
Giờ ví dụ ăn 2 cục máu đi.
Con một mai đi, con một mai. Bom ngoài.
Bom ngoài à Tùng?
Bom ngoài.
Đứng trong vòng kia.
Đi chơi ra.
Tao bị nhìn lông rồi mà. Khang ơi mày đi đâu rồi? Mày đi đâu rồi Khang? Mày đi đâu rồi?
Tao bị có địt ba, tao bị có địt ba.
Mày đứt cái gì? Mày nửa cái máu mày đứng trên bình thường hiêu cho tao đi chứ. Cái lẩu ba mày Khang ơi, cái lẩu ba mày. Khiên đâu?
Anh cay anh.
Chốt luôn à.
Tao chịu rồi Khang ơi, tao chịu rồi, mày làm cái gì vậy Khang ơi? Tao làm cái gì vậy Khang ơi?
Người ta là mẹ thách đấu đồ đại cao thủ đồ ta solo và này hai thằng sát solo với nhau.
You ain't trying enough. You sorry. You sorry bro.
Top nha.
Thậm chí mình còn chả biết kiểu chuyển bản đồ gì.
Lâu quá không quay lại.
Map đánh sao mày, map đánh sao,
What do you want me to do?
Nhớ biết đánh không?
Not
Ta
going.
chỉ biết bắn mấy cái map có cột rồi mẹ mấy cái bông hoa để mình ăn máu thôi. Cái này là như nào?
What am I supposed to do bro?
Not go AD bro. The fuck.
Mẹ mày cắt COBA, bố mày núp bụi. Lầm bụi, lầm đi, cứ lầm đi. There's nothing we can do bro. There's absolutely nothing we can do. There's absolutely nothing we can do.
Ý lên.
Đừng quan ơi.
Oh, David's dead bro.
Mẹ đợi bo vô đánh đi Khang, đợi bo đánh mẹ không được. Đợi bo đánh lụm quả đi.
Nghĩ dễ ăn à?
Khó hơi mày ao lên.
Khó quá.
Khó.
Game này lâu quá, đêm chơi khó.
Thiên thạch bí ẩn này. Bạn đấy bạn mày thua tao mẹ à.
Chắc không.
I don't got shield bro.
Mày muốn đâm nội tại tao vậy? Ai cho, ai cho, ai
gặp
cho?
mấy con chó này thiệt sự.
Ê, tao farm hụt hết đó Long.
Nó thiếu bao quả kìa.
Thoải mái mà.
Cái gì?
Tao
Thiếu
có
bao
chung
quả.
Tao không biết giờ sao.
Vô sớm để tao mày vô sớm mới đánh được chứ.
Mày vô sớm mà, mày muốn vô sớm mà. Mày muốn vô sớm mà. Ok, vô sớm luôn.
Một em hòn.
Một hai vần của Long ơi.
Hai vần không sao.
Nói win hoặc
Win hả? Tròn lồn đấy nhỉ?
Chim nó.
Chắc chưa bộ.
win hoặc không win thôi.
Đâm trời.
Đánh luôn đúng không? Mày muốn đánh luôn hả?
Trời. Đây là bo vô rồi không đánh mà. Đợi tí bo vô rồi đánh.
Chắc chưa bộ.
Chắc chưa bộ.
Đủ
Ây
sao mấy
da,
này
đủ
nó
má,
trâu
một
vậy?
giây nội tại không hồi kịp ạ.
Sao mấy này nó
Ây da,
trâu?
một giây nội tại không hồi
kịp.
Tao canh cái nội tại hơi lỗi vào đấy mà. Ok.
Áo chưa. Còn gì nữa?
Khó.
Mày biết tại sao không? Cái đam của cái thiên thạch làm
What the hell?
Không, lý do lên thiên thạch á là cái thiên thạch nó
I can't move.
Chinh phục của mày phải đánh liên tục 5 hit thì nó mới
I can't move. Cái gì vậy?
I can't bro. What the fuck man?
Mày đâu rồi? Đợi mình kia xong. Đánh đợi mình kia xong.
Cái lộn gì? CC 8 CC 8
10 giây. Tao bị CC 10 giây. Tao đéo chờ nó được mẹ.
Gì nào Long nào?
Không rồi, địch mẹ hang lồn kia.
Từ từ anh em đợi tao với Long solo.
Sâu con
ao à? Sâu gì chạy được. Mẹ ao
đi.
Cậu mà đánh tao bị cái con tròn đánh 2007 đi đam chuẩn đó mà.
Khang cút qua đây. Vào đây Long. Thằng Khang cút qua đây, Long cút qua kia.
Thôi tao đánh mình kiệt nhiều rồi đó, để tao đánh mình suy coi. Đây.
Không, tao muốn đánh với Khang.
Khang có đéo đầu đánh mà. Tao mình kiệt quá rồi.
Tụi mày đứng yên nữa.
Tao mày mạnh quá.
Tao mình kiệt mạnh quá mà. Nói chung bên Khang là nớp xuống, bên Khang nớp xuống.
Tao phải nớp tao xuống để tao trình solo tất cả người trong server này. Long thua nhá. Long thua nhá.
Luôn, nãy bố mày chấp rồi. Ok.
Long thua chóc rồi nhá. Long solo chóc thua.
Nãy nội tại tao thấy 1 giây, mày hiểu không? Thấy 1 giây rồi xong rồi tao tính đủ đam rồi, tao thuốc biến tao đánh thường một cái đéo chết. Chết à.
Tí làm lại không? Thế tí có làm lại không? Hai con chóc vào nhau.
Ok. Được. Không sai.
Gà quá và solo Z thua, solo chóc thua nữa.
Chết rồi, xíu solo lại.
Z hụt tiêu.
Thôi. Mẹ ảo, và Van nói chuyện mày, không biết ai hơn ra đâu, lượng khẩu Van đồ nói chuyện ok.
Ví dụ nha, rồi
làm lại nhìn đẹp này.
Thịnh là Hân nè, rồi Long cũng Hân nè, rồi Việt Anh là Hà nè, giờ Khang là heo cô đơn.
Tao vừa nghĩ tới luôn.
Ok.
Ba còn thằng Kiệt là Hùng đó.
Cho tao chọn chữ H khác đi vào, please.
Hải.
Còn H gì Khang? Hùng mà. Hải hả?
Hải là ai?
Hưng.
Hùng.
Không mà trong đầu Khang có một chữ H là Hiếu á.
Đi mẹ hay này. Đồ quá, tao không nhớ, tao không nghĩ tới luôn á.
Sao tao lại nghĩ cho mày vậy Khang? Tại sao tao nghĩ cho mày? Với lại Hiếu đó mày không có cửa đâu Khang. Hiếu đó không có cửa Khang.
À,
buồn quá.
Chí Hiếu mình, Chí Hiếu.
Không,
Chí Hiếu.
không có hiếu nào
Cái
có
thằng
cửa. Trời ơi,
cái thằng
tao
làm tao còn 9 ngón luôn, cái thằng mình làm tao còn 9 ngón luôn.
Cười với luôn.
Hiếu nào là thằng Hiếu nào thằng
Chí Hiếu.
Hiếu.
Hiếu hả Long? Mày biết Hiếu không Long?
Biết là Cao Anh Hiếu.
Đúng rồi. Thằng Thịnh này chắc không biết đâu. Thịnh đâu đọc báo đâu.
Đâu đọc báo.
Thịnh đâu đọc báo đâu biết Cao Thành Hiếu.
Nói vậy thôi chứ mẹ giờ con Cao Anh Hiếu nhìn ngon với luôn.
Cao Thành Hiếu đó.
Tao không biết mà, nhìn Weibo
Thùng
rác.
má có 4 team ra nằm kìa. Đó.
nhìn giờ nhìn Weibo rác thôi.
Phải luôn. Weibo rác đấy ba nhìn ngon với luôn. Được hấp vội luôn.
Vậy là mày chỉ quan tâm với phụ nữ thôi. Trời ơi, Trương Quốc Chí.
Cuối cùng con tao biết chơi ba chơi Echo thì
Khai mày cứ e vào đi. Cứ e vào mày bon nó cũng được. Tao cũng chả quan tâm. Tao không biết nói gì, nãy giờ có con tướng nào mà mày biết chơi không vậy?
Anh con bài ổn chứ, suy con 9x.
Hay có con tướng nào mày biết chơi không vậy Khang? Trời ơi, Bluetooth Khang ơi.
Nó tao vậy nó tao đóng đi.
Ê, tàu vứt mà cái đó cũng được mà kìa đây ngon.
Bluetooth rồi. Chí kiểu mẹ tụi ít vào đây nếu có đam top 2. Chắc là do nó không có đam với top 2.
Thì có đam là top 1 rồi ba.
Phải luôn, Rumble set đánh sao đủ má chứ mà Z với King Red như vậy, rồi King Red với lại Smolder là sao vậy?
Nó là muốn 10 kiếm của xỉu. Mình lên đây vậy?
Vãi lồn E này. Cộng 25 tụi đánh má con Warwick rác này ơi, Warwick đánh này ơi.
Trời ơi. Long ơi đừng dính quyền nữa Long ơi.
Vậy tao cố tình tao bét nó bay tại nó dính cướp tao mà.
Tao lát rồi Khang.
Bây giờ.
Kìa đây.
Ồ, tao có tàng hình rồi.
Chạy đi Khang.
Tao phải trốn mà. Là tao phải lên, tao phải có đúp.
Má tao không đánh kịp nó kìa. Đây con Warwick đầu game nó cứ ra đánh thường hơn mày đấy làm gì rồi.
Chịu mà, không làm được gì nữa.
Ủa tại sao mày được cái kim cương vậy?
Tại tao có cái ấn vàng là ra kim cương. Mẹ vô rác.
Lồn Z cũng vậy, thằng lồn Z có chấn động mà lồn Z có chấn động khỏe với lồn đó.
Nó Z chấn động vô vãi lồn.
Mày nhớ Z chấn động tao không Thang? Tụi nổ cái đùng biến mất hết luôn mà. Z chấn động đầu game còn yếu chứ cuối game khỏe.
Ăn máu.
Chết rồi, chưa chết rồi.
Máu là thằng.
Chết rồi.
Trời ơi.
Đốt lên để chết mà, the fuck. Tao làm cái cách rồi. Mà tao nãy tao kéo nó vô cột đập vô đầu nó.
Tao không muốn lụm quạ đâu ba, tao lười lụm quạ vãi.
Thôi lụm quạ mình quên lụm quạ luôn mà.
Lụm quạ ba, cứ lụm quạ mày tự thắng.
Thôi mẹ thiếu tập trung đánh luôn.
Chết mẹ nãy giờ stream màn hình đen ạ.
Đúng mới được quạ thiệt hết trời, quỳ mẹ xuống.
Ủa
Mỹ Fortune con Bram này trâu với lồn đúng không? Nãy thấy cặp kia đánh trâu với lồn.
Thì mình cứ đánh bro thôi. Lộn mình đánh Mỹ Fortune không? Mẹ vào Mỹ Fortune rồi mày đánh chết thôi.
Sốc được mà, mày tàng hình qua đi, tao sốc rồi.
Ê giờ tao raw shot rồi. Lát nữa tao raw shot rồi. Nghĩ raw shot mạnh mà.
Ê kìa đây. Tao mày cứ cày nhây lụm quạ ba, tại vì tao mày đầu game không mạnh nó kìa, tao mày đầu game không mạnh nó, tao mày phải lụm quạ á.
Ok.
Hiểu không? Tao mày cái cơ động mà cho nên là cứ lụm quạ thôi.
Tao tàng hình tao
lụm quạ.
Mày tàng hình lụm quạ. Tại vì đầu game tao mày không mạnh mà, đầu game tao mày không mạnh.
Tụi bay lấy gì?
Mỹ Fortune có xẻng vàng kìa, cút chưa?
Thôi, mày tập trung đi lụm quạ thôi.
Tập trung lụm quạ.
Quả đâu?
Gì? Làm gì? Mỹ Fortune làm gì? Fortune này ngáo rồi. cứ lục quạ kìa, cứ lục quạ. Kệ mẹ.
Ơ tao gấp, tao mới bắn nhìn con.
Đừng mà tầm đây, tao thấy một con quạ, tôi lục quạ đây. 2 con quạ trên đây, 3 con quạ trên đây luôn. Cú rồi. Đánh. Thích đánh. Ơ kìa, nó lục vãi đấy. Đấy, tao lượm. Rồi 7 con quạ trong này lượm 10 con đẹp nữa. Này lượm cùng 10 con đẹp.
Ăn cục máu đó đi.
Mẹ tao đánh hụt à. Tao đánh hụt đi ơi.
Trời, thằng Khang.
Tao đánh rồi chứ tao hỏi animation mà đi cụ.
Ở lồng mấy fortune phân tách vật chất để gì? Ôi em đi qua. Ê kìa đó. Mày có ánh sang. À nó cố tình chết để hồi sinh vậy.
Chết rồi. Hay lôi, hay.
Tao đánh máu mà tao đánh máu. Ơi thành công với lồn 8
quả mà win nữa mà.
Áo mày đéo được quả lồn nào Khang.
Nó đéo có quả lồn luôn.
Tại sao Khang?
Không biết.
Anh em mình chơi lại TFT nhỉ?
Thôi.
Má lần trước tao trong lúc chờ bọn mày để đánh cam với tao hình chí vô TFT. Tao top 8 hình chí.
Y chang vậy thôi.
Mày bet rồi nó tao lo.
Đây là Z skin rate hơi khó, kìa là Z skin rate, tao mày hơi đi khó lực nó.
Bet rồi đây, bet rồi.
Tao cứ trốn này, tao định gì mà tao cứ trốn. Ê kìa nó có quạ dưới rồi. Quạ kia. Nó lụm thêm thôi đủ mà. Cái con quạ trên đây không? Hay quạ dưới kia. Ê quạ. Đủ má chấn động luôn bà. Bà làm quả đánh chấn động bạn. Ok.
Kéo.
Ô.
Quạ.
Tao tỉnh rồi Long ơi.
Quá. Hết rồi.
Đúng rồi. Thôi thế nếu mà trong game đó mình được 10 quay. Đấy.
Vô cái rồi, nó vô cái rồi.
Được không?
Được nha.
Ăn máu là được.
Má nó hồi máu cũng đéo thua gì.
Ô, tao hụt quy vậy.
Có rợ
không?
Không, chết rồi.
Ôi.
Má, round này 9 rồi.
Kịp.
Mình phải mẹn đi tìm thêm nữa mà.
Ủa mới có 9 rồi hả?
Mới có 9 rồi.
Cố lượng thêm ui đủ má Rumble với set. Ui con Rumble nó khỏe dữ vậy. Nó 6-0 kìa. Nó thắng 3 vòng liên tục rồi kìa. Nó mạnh không vậy?
Mạnh vãi luôn.
Nó là con Rumble.
Con set nó khỏe với lồn.
3 chấm tốc đánh, rồi có quick 3.67 tốc đánh.
Lồn qua quýt toàn tốc đánh không luôn á. Người kiếm nó kìa đủ má, đánh không luôn tốc đánh. Ra nó cào mày chết.
Mà nãy nó vẫn thua mình Khang à.
Nó non rồi. Mẹ có kế hoạch hết rồi.
Cứ đi thôi, ta đi đây.
Cái tích với bike hả? Cái bike. Trốn này. Ta đứng ngay cổng luôn ba, sao có con quạ đâu. Có quạ của tao. Mẹ quạ của tao, tao nó quạ của tao.
Rồi, quýt lất Long.
Thế mà thằng Khang đánh hụt được à.
13 rồi.
Rồi mày còn kéo thằng này về đây nữa Khang.
Quạ trên.
Quạ trên
đây. Hai con Long ơi. Chạy đi Long ơi.
Tao không hiểu mày luôn á, con này sao không đánh? Ở chấm Khang tao hiểu ngu.
Và trận này thằng lồn thì không, đi mẹ hiểu không? Là tao quỳ đây đúng không? Cái thằng lồn này xuất hiện. Cái nó đẩy tao qua đây.
18 con được rồi ba, 18 con được.
Mày có đớp mày lặn đi, mày kéo nó đến nó đi.
Má mình không được 25 kìa ơi, cái này mình chỉ được có gì thôi à.
Bây giờ mình được 8 rồi, bây giờ mình được 8 rồi. Bây giờ được 8 là bây giờ cứ ráng tiếp hạ lên 25 thôi. Có ai lên 25 chưa? Tao nghĩ không có ai lên 25 đâu. Không ai lên 25 á, ai cũng ấn vàng á Long ơi, không sao á Long ơi.
Đúng mà Z có đời cụ.
Ai cũng 25 hết à?
Không, ai cũng vàng hết đấy, không có nào vào.
Ai cũng vàng.
Ôi.
Đợt này tao thấy spawn qua ít vậy. Beo bét Bolivar là cũng khỏe với lồn đó. Mày đứng xa bắn thôi, cứ đứng xa bắn thôi. Mày có quy kìa, quy mày hồi liên tục. Ô, quạ kìa. Mà nó lụm mất quạ. Nó quạ kìa.
Trời ơi.
Mẹ chứ. Phát máu rồi.
Mắt như lùn.
Trời ơi, cái gì vậy?
Chạy đi kìa đó.
Lồn không chết thì những không có một tổ à.
Mày đã biết bắn là cút à, mày đã biết bắn là mày cút à.
Tao bị hất tung mà.
Còn lồn Z có cái này khỏe không vậy?
Đủ má, nó lụm hết quạ tao luôn kìa.
Có quả ở trên nhưng mà ao ra khỏi bo rồi. Ơi revive.
Không lấy gì echo.
Ôi tao mày mới cùng một con
bè đánh phát không có miếng đàm rồi
mà được đúng một con nữa không?
Đéo nó nổ chết luôn rồi. Ấy à. Tao mày vừa không lập được quạ, không vừa không làm được gì á. Thế tao để tao câu mày đi được quạ đi. Để là mày không mày có thể quy mày đi hồi sinh tao á.
Sao không được mẹ giờ này.
Bích tướng không vô đây sủa gì với mày.
Sủa. Mẹ sủa thật kìa được trời.
Liên minh là game chính của tụi nó mà. Chắc làm đéo rồi. Vãi lồn thằng Khang quy với Đức được hồi đấy. Vãi lồn bảo sao nãy đánh được cái con kia ba, bảo sao nãy đánh được con Warwick. Con quy kéo Warwick ra.
Đủ mà kịp bắn đầu mà. Đủ kịp bắn đầu vậy.
Có quả lụm luôn, vẫn còn
lụm quả ba. Má thân nãy em mình không chia nhau lụm quả quá đi mày.
Ba mẹ mình sắp chết rồi, mình lụm quả cái đéo gì mà. Mình sắp chết rồi đó.
Không ba mình vẫn phải đi lụm quả mà, mình vẫn phải đi lụm quả.
Còn một round nữa,
Một round nữa lụm địt mẹ. 9
con thôi, nhiêu đâu. 9 con được quá. Nghe gì chi.
Lụm ở bồ á, lụm ở bồ.
Oh my god, Nam Anh kìa.
Vãi Nam Anh.
Nam Anh lên trời đủ lên.
Nam Anh được có phải gì?
Gặp chùm ơi.
Gặp chùm.
Trời ơi Nam Anh thật kìa.
Nam Anh ơi, hôm qua tôi chơi Qatar lên top 4 đâu anh.
Nam Anh ơi, thằng Khang nó kêu là nó có mày chỉ cho Qatar mà sao chơi dở rồi, xong nó kêu là
mày chỉ bố mày đừng lại con đứa nó chơi sầm lô nữa mẹ mày.
Con Nam Anh à, đánh Aram thôi.
Tao muốn Aram.
Dạ Nam Anh nhỉ.
Xong Nam Anh vô đây, Nam Anh vô đây rủ chơi Valorant.
Cười kiểu gì vậy mày?
Ôi chết mẹ rồi ba.
Thôi lụm quả thôi. Chim rẹt với lại
lụm quả đấy ba, kệ mẹ tao nó đi, lụm quả thôi. Kìa đó, đừng để bắt kia đấy, lụm quả thôi. Lụm quả thôi, quả kia. Nó lụm mất rồi.
Trời hiu các bạn.
Kìa đang bị đánh. Chết luôn mà.
Nó chết không?
Đánh đéo có đam mà.
Lộn đánh đéo có đam.
Nó không chết nổi luôn.
Đánh đéo có đam đi ơi.
Hồi tao đi. Revive me chết. Trời chết không revive tao.
Càng lại cancel đòn đánh.
Hoài luôn.
Kia đó sao mày cứ để bị bắt vậy kia, sao mày cứ để bị bắt vậy?
Tao đang lụm quả mà.
Mày cứ để bị bắt hoài.
Tao lụm quả mà mày. Giờ muốn gì mẹ mày, bây giờ mày muốn đánh hay là mày muốn lụm quả? Mày lụm quả là mày bắt là chịu
Này
luôn á.
bọn này có 11 nè, bọn này bao nhiêu đây? Bọn này 25 rồi nè.
Giờ đủ
có bọn
mà,
25
đánh hoặc lụm quả
chịu
không?
mà đủ.
Bây giờ mình sắp chết rồi nè, nếu có lụm quả được nữa đâu. Không có
Anh
lụm
ơi,
quả
có
được.
solo tướng gì không
Đánh
Nam
vào
Anh?
ba đánh, giờ đánh thôi.
Gì mày đòi solo đi 5 anh nữa hả?
Chứ sao? Chờ ông Nam Anh.
Chắc không?
Rồi.
Nam Anh ơi.
Đủ mà được có cô lập tao mày muốn tao chết hả?
Nam Anh nó gạo rồi.
Solo Nam Anh.
Mày quy được mà.
Quy được nhưng mà nó gần lại rồi nó thấy tao đó. Rồi nó bắt
Mày
tao
chạy ra khỏi đôi bơ, đúng không? Mày chạy ra khỏi đôi bơ.
Tao đài, tao sẽ đài, hiểu không? Tao sẽ đài. Tao đài. Rồi đủ mà gặp mấy con chó đẻ rồi.
Giữa ba.
Gặp mấy chó đẻ.
Rồi gặp mấy con chó đẻ rồi.
Ông Nam Anh nào rồi? Vô làm trận solo cất tầm à?
Ai sát gì
Rồi.
mà.
Đến đây là quá hay rồi Long ơi.
Nam Anh xóa liên minh á?
Đó rồi.
Phải Nam Anh không vậy?
Phải Nam Anh không vậy?
Vô đây xem có gì vui không thôi.
Chó cái gì cút rồi. Này suy cút rồi.
Cút mẹ rồi mà đổ gặp hay chó đánh nó có đam.
Sao lại xóa?
Không có thời gian chơi luôn.
Mày vô mày đánh đi Long ơi, mày vô mày đánh đi. Vô mày đánh đi.
Mày cứ làm sao mày thôi.
Mày lấy giáp.
Để
mày lấy
để
full giáp mày. Ý, tao auto tắt.
Đồ ghê dữ vậy. Bắn đi, bắn em đi. Chết mẹ kìa. Ốc, kìa tao chạy đi, tao đỡ mày nè.
Mày biết rồi, cậu bé lửa và cô bé nước không kìa?
Warwick chết rồi Long ơi. Warwick chết rồi Long ơi.
Remender đâm. Cậu bé lửa cô đưa đi đâm nào đây xong nó gửi con Baren với con Kalista vô.
Đây là con Kalista.
Trời ơi, cồng kềnh.
Ồ má, mày thấy tao vòng quay váy luôn kìa đó.
Cồng kềnh vãi cái build.
Siêu vòng quay thế giới luôn ta, siêu vòng quay thế giới. Vô địch. Hay ông ơi.
Vô địch nhau.
Kháng muốn solo không?
Solo thì
solo con gì mày thích cũng được.
Solo đấy thì ba mày tao lựa phong lính vậy. Đúng rồi, tao chơi arena
mày
đó mà không phải đụng với
mày giết mấy
lính.
fortune đi Long ơi. Mày vô mày giết mấy fortune cho tao. Mày phải giết mấy fortune.
Yep.
Mày bắn luôn cũng được, tầm tao xa lắm. Chắc vậy mà.
Bắn luôn, bắn chết mẹ luôn. Với với vào tôi xong Brom làm cái đéo gì, mình cứ đứng bắn thôi, mày bắn nó mà.
Ok, rồi, vô, xử lý y chang vậy.
Nó cột nha, cẩn thận cột nha, mày chạy vòng mày cảm thấy chỗ nào đẹp mày bắn được bắn mà.
Tàn hình đó mà.
Cảm thấy chỗ nào mày đánh được.
Nó tới chân bụi nè.
Đầu vãi luôn. Đánh cầu bay, cứ đánh cầu bay thôi. Lục vãi kìa lục. Ốp, kìa đang bị quay.
Vãi luôn. PewDiePie qua Nhật mua mẹ đất bên đấy rồi vãi luôn.
Mới vào tôi bị cột đổ. Mày chết với tao.
Đi bay mẹ giờ làm cha anime
thì kìa đó lục quạ. Rồi đủ 25 rồi, đủ 25 rồi. Đấm nhau. Mày.
Tao bắn lòi giái luôn.
Rồi, bây giờ mọi người sẽ ngồi trên YouTube xem stream của tao. Và tao đang xem YouTube.
Ok.
Má gặp
Jack
hai
vô
cháu
đâm
đẻ
hồn
này
đi.
thôi, địt mẹ mày. Tao chết đấy rồi, tao sẽ chết. Tao nói chứ mày là tao sẽ chết đó.
No.
Tao sẽ chết đi nha Long. Tao thông báo trước cho mày luôn.
Khó vậy.
Rồi tao sẽ
Ý là đừng để bắt mà đừng để bắt mà để anh Z nó ulti vào người tao đi, đừng để bị bắt mà.
Ý là nó sẽ không ulti vào người mày đâu. Tao chắc.
Thì lúc mà mày không ra luôn mà, lúc mày không ra luôn.
Rồi tao đi vòng vòng,
Thì ví dụ mà mày giữ khoảng cách ba tự nhẽ đủ má tầm đánh mày xa mà.
Ok, tao đi lòng vòng không?
Mày có tốc biến không?
Không.
Đi cái xong thấy cái chỗ nào ổn thì đứng bắn mà. Thấy chỗ nào ổn thì đứng bắn. Ê à, xem mày rờ người tao
Chết rồi. Chết rồi mà.
Đứng vòng mà, cứ đứng vòng mà. Đó, bia bắn mạnh mà. Đam tao mày đều khỏe mà. Mà chết, vẫn chết chứ.
Nghỉ.
Hay. Rồi, đẹp luôn.
Ok. Châu phơ. Ok. Châu phơ lâu.
Châu phơ là gì?
Quá vàng.
Ồ, được.
Quá vàng ok á. Tao tàn hình chứ cứ quá vàng luôn. Rồi, tao nghĩ là top 4 được. Top 4 được.
Ủa bao nhiêu thì mới được có rồng ngàn tuổi ta?
7.
Mà
Có rồng ngàn tuổi lâu lắm. Trời ơi Belvet kìa. Trời ơi Belvet kìa. Mày con Belvet kìa trời ơi.
King Red Deep rồi. Thì con King Red thì đủ.
Mày coi con Belvet kìa Long ơi.
Còn Belvet. Vãi lộn Bolivia phải làm gì đâu.
Chết mẹ rồi. Rồi đủ mới vô đánh luôn. Rồi top 3 rồi.
Top 3.
Dạ được rồi.
Top 3 mẹ.
Top 3 là được rồi. Má giờ mày có giảm hồi máu không? Mày lên giảm hồi máu đi. Tao nghĩ là có cơ hội.
Máu.
Tao nghĩ mày lên giảm hồi máu rồi mình có cơ hội.
Thư đi. Tao vừa mới có cái bộ thăng hoa khá ngon.
Cho mày thăng hỏa luôn. Tại sao thumbnail của YouTube nó tao đụng với anh em?
Cái này mà tao có 1.000 tuổi còn thắng được. Nãy tao dùng hết roll để tao kiếm 1.000 tuổi mà kiệt nó không có.
Tao Bluetooth nha, tao Bluetooth.
Vãi lộn, con Bolivia có mạnh khác đéo gì nữa đâu.
Rồi vô Long ơi. Rồi tao đi rồi mà. Chịu.
Vãi lộn, mày đi quá nhanh mà, mày đi thực là quá nhanh rồi kìa. Thôi chịu gặp hai này, chịu gặp hai này. Hay quá.
Được rồi. Hay rồi. Hay kia.
Velvet 5 chấm tốc đánh, vô trận lên 6 chấm.
Gì? Thật sự là
Đéo nào.
Đâu.
Lòng ơi.
Như hôm nay có tập mới tôi bị rưỡi lên rồi.
Lòng ơi.
Có tập mới của Chiến Thần Lạc Hồng á, hay này.
Có tập mới của mẹ máy.
Một Phật. Thằng nào đã làm điều đó.
Rút ra bài học cho Long.
Long có nhiều bài học chưa được rút ra lắm mà.
Không bao giờ
Không bao giờ rút mày mới làm vậy. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Không, tao
Khi nào thì thôi nôi hả Long?
Chưa biết mà. Kiểu
Một.
này, hay bây giờ tao mày pick ba tao mày pick đi xong giả vờ là ôi đủ bắt được con này quá đã.
mình nói gì mà nghe được hay không?
I see you lack judgment.
Em bắt được cửa ốc nha. Được. Thôi nó còn ở đây nè, đây nè. Biết đâu.
Thì tao đọc cái bộ manhwa này khi mà đủ á, tức là chuyện nó rất là hay nhưng mà lâu lâu nó cứ vẽ phú đi tùm lum la mà tao hay đọc trong phòng tập á đi bị ngại quá luôn.
Có gì đâu ngại trời. Ai đánh giá mày?
Gì đâu ngại kháng mày như vậy mà.
Mày nên biết á, thế giới này á, không ai đánh giá mày ngoài bạn bè mày đâu.
Thì coi mày thấy một thằng đọc hentai ngoài.
Tao không quan tâm.
Ok.
Xong của
Chuyện
nó.
đấy ở đây ta ký kết khế ước với chính mình.
Gì? Nó đọc hentai xong tao hỏi tao lại nó đột má thằng này ghê gớm quá gì? Gì vậy? Ain't my problem. Vậy là gọi là sân si ấy, hiểu không Khang? Sống mình quan tâm đến mình. Chứ giờ sao nó đọc hentai ở công cộng là vấn đề của tao thôi. Nếu mà nó không tự hiểu được thì tại sao mình phải hiểu giùm cho nó?
Hướng dẫn sinh tồn trong học viện nghe có vẻ hay nhỉ?
Tại sao Nguyễn Hữu Hưng lại chơi Roblox bây giờ này?
Nguyễn Hữu Hưng chơi Roblox giờ này hoài luôn mà.
Chơi gì chổng vậy? Trời ơi.
Chơi hầu quay chơi sao rồi?
Tao bấm tất cả các chiêu luôn rồi, bấm tất cả các chiêu. Tao cũng bấm
Rồi
tất
còn
cả các chiêu.
Thôi đây thì má tao để bây giờ con này kia.
Dễ lắm.
Thế là tao biết là dễ nhưng mà thế là tao không có cái lối chơi á, tao không phù hợp cái lối chơi này.
Bây giờ mày đúp vào cái chỗ mày muốn vô rồi mày e vào cái chỗ mày muốn vô. Xong rồi.
Tao không thua, tao không.
Còn tao thì tao không biết chơi con này như thế nào đó.
Là sao con hầu quay chơi sao vậy Quy? Đúp rơi xuống này. Đúp E. Đúp E là gì vậy? Em cười bồi chị Yến à.
Con này lên cái gì
rồi,
vậy?
Mà rồi E đúp lấy gì? Cung cấp tầm nhìn lên kẻ địch à.
Mày biết là Maren full tốc đánh không?
Cái gì?
Mày biết Brown full tốc đánh không?
Không mẹ Brown AD.
Con này chơi sao vậy Long?
Đi dễ chơi mà.
Ê chơi sao?
Thì Quy của mày là làm choáng.
Đi mẹ mày Vega.
Là đúp của tao thiên hướng về cái gì vậy?
Đạp.
E là không chơi, đúp là búp hả?
Đúp là búp với lại
Chơi tao chơi được.
Rồi
đúp E là gì? Đúp E là gì?
Thật luôn đó kìa, thật luôn đó, thật sự.
Ủa sao có dùng đúp E mà dù tao không biết đúp E là gì vậy?
Tao đánh ở đây nè.
Đúp E là đánh hồi mana thôi, hết rồi.
Hay Long ơi.
Tao biết tao hay mà.
Một cái dây.
Chắc là win.
Rồi mình ảnh hưởng không anh? Có bật E ảnh hưởng. Đam cái Win là khống chế, còn đúp sẽ là tăng á, còn mà E nó sẽ là đam nó kiệt.
Quy là đam.
Ta đấm.
Ủa E.
Tất cả ta bấm tất cả cái này đúng.
E là mày lấy
ta bấm tất cả cái nút.
Mày bây giờ mày muốn nhớ cho dễ Long, mày cứ nghĩ là mày bấm E á, mày biết Q nút E là mỗi cái gì làm gì cái gì đúng không? Thì khi mà mày bấm E á, thì mày nghĩ là E cộng với Q thì nó ra cái gì là nó sẽ ra đó rồi mà, hiểu không? Thì thường mày nghĩ trong đầu là nó ra đúng cái đó rồi.
Ở đây bắn tấm. Mày nói chuyện như chặt tao đến nghe bắn tấm, ok? Tao đến bắn tấm, ok? Ừ.
Mày biết điều gì tệ hơn một con pro từng này không Khang?
Mà rủ má nó cho tao tỷ lệ chí mạng kháng phép với giáp làm cái gì? Mẹ.
Đánh thường hay Long?
Quy này tăng tốc độ chạy nè. Rồi E này. E
Chính nó
quy.
là bao lâu rồi, 3 giây à?
Đánh hồi tôi không hiểu rồi.
Vãi lột brand Volibear đủ má, lỗ hổng của team hơn lỗ hổng của team.
Tao thấy mày đánh qua quyết cái bên nên tao lên một bị thư rồi nè.
Hay.
Bị thư cho mày đánh.
Có máu trên đi cô. Tao ăn nhanh đó.
Thằng này cô lập nè.
Gần bán nó, gần bán nó.
Đúng nó, đi nữa.
Khang ơi, về con ơi.
Thằng này mạnh quá. Ngô cái mạnh quá mà.
Thôi.
Ơi, càng bán nó Khang ơi.
Từ máu đấy.
Ngô cái mạnh quá Long ơi. Không được rồi.
Ra.
Ông nó mạnh.
Ngô quyết đầu game mà. Quyết đầu game lắm. Nó còn lên như này nữa.
Tao cứ như thế này được Khang. Sao tao đấm, tao cứ ép nó, tao đấm.
Mày hưởng lắm tao đi xẻ mày.
Cái lùng má mày buồn cười vậy.
Phi ơi, mày có twin map không Phi?
Không bạn ơi. Đây này Khang. Combo hủy diệt này. Xong. Pong. Má Vega mới là Ambessa hả? Khó vậy.
Ủa cái tao E của tao là tao blink mà đúng không?
Mordekaiser với Seiya khó khăn vậy.
Rồi, nó mất E rồi. Vào thôi.
Đâu gì?
Seiya yếu, Seiya mất rồi.
Anh ăn máu rồi. Anh ăn máu.
Dính rồi nè. Chết nè.
Một dạy luôn kìa.
Mất dạy vẫn lộn.
Tao nghĩ là sẽ thích hợp nhất là tao spam tất cả các loại
chiêu. Chó.
Nhưng hậu quay khỏe.
Quay khỏe mà, đâu yếu bao giờ đâu.
Never weak before.
Hay ơi.
Đây là Khang. Khang ơi, quay lại nhìn này, quay lại đây nhìn này.
Nhạc kia dây mẹ ơi. Thằng lâu mày.
Long ơi, mày skill
Tha vơi.
Không đánh được đeo đâu mà tha.
Mày phải skill toilet Long ơi.
Ăn máu đi. Lâu kiệt.
Nhưng mà nếu mà mày không biết á.
Gì? Gì
kia
vậy?
tha ta.
Nó đang đánh hăng lắm mà.
Nếu mà mày không biết thì tao không biết chơi con Echo vậy.
Long ơi, mình có thể đánh nhau tay đôi được không Long?
Ok, kia đi ra kia đây.
Nói quá trễ rồi.
Rồi.
Thằng lồn đủ quá.
Giờ tụ tập của quỷ.
Má giờ tao có thể lấy cái xúc điểm tao đốt pha hoặc là cái tên lửa ma pháp.
Tên lửa ma pháp.
Tao thấy là ma pháp cũng ổn. Cái này tao đang chơi con này khá ổn mà.
Có lo đâu.
Đủ mà gặp Yasuo cả tên là cút rồi gặp Yasuo.
Ai cút?
Má Yasuo đồ đẹp lắm, kìa ba ủy thiên kiếm.
Tao chỉ đợi mày kéo thôi nha, tao chỉ đợi thằng này chơi
nó chết rồi. Chắc vậy.
Ô, Yasuo nó dùng cái gì trước kìa?
Mày có thể nào mà
rồi tự chơi nó đi nha Khang.
tao chết rồi bà.
EQ nè, đủ mà EQ hụt rồi. EE nè, QQ nè. Đủ. Hay kìa ơi, đủ mất kiểu khỏe quá.
Tao phải bảo kê mày cái con Yasuo đó nó ghê quá.
Nó có hút thôi. Thôi tao chết đó Khang. Từ ăn máu đó cô.
Ồ, đúp mình để hồi giáp này giáp của tao. Xong rồi tao thường dùng E đúp đầu game để có thể check bụi đồ ha. Thì cũng này khá là khỏe.
Dâm một phi dâm chó cô.
Mẹ mình buồn cười tao.
Cai in với lại con Diabria hả, trông ghê với lồn vậy.
Mày có giảm hồi máu không mà lo gì?
Tao nghĩ là tao nên lên cái này.
Thôi mày lên thôi, tao khỏi lên. Chúng khá là hại cốt đấy Khang ạ. Biết gì không?
Tụi mẹ mày luôn. Lộn má nó chứ.
Bây giờ mà có cú đấm thần bí nữa con này là win rồi.
Lộn sắp full mẹ rồi. Morgana là mày làm được thôi chứ nó bật E lên tao đó làm chó gì đó đâu rồi.
Ê cái thằng Ken này nó chết là nó nổ. Thằng Ken nó chết là nó nổ nha. Coi chừng nha.
Ô,
để nó ra.
Ây à, chịu quá ta. Nó có tàn hình không để ý. Trời đủ mắt, tao có mấy con kia nó cắn kìa bơ. Vãi lồn đau chưa? Nó sẽ qua chỗ mày,
ơi, đừng chạy khỏi tao.
Ủa đủ mắt cái đéo là kia bẩn vậy. Hoảng sợ nè. Quy nè. Đẹp luôn. Ơi, mấy cái con tao cắn đau lắm nha. Mấy con tao cắn đau thêm cái chiêu R của tao nè. Cái gương đó là đủ má mày thấy nãy
thấy rồi.
Ê tao không có đam gì nó luôn rồi.
Đủ má tao kiện hồi máu cũng nhiều rồi. Bro.
Tao không có đam nó luôn thôi ơi.
Ôi không bật E kịp. Không đủ E. Chưa hồi chiêu E thôi.
Không bất cười quá mà.
Trời đừng hề quá mày. Cái lũ
Brand nữa. Có brand down nha, tao không có kháng phép nữa.
Ôi mặt nó, mặt này nhang.
Tao có nên hút thuốc không ta? Sợ đánh không lại brand luôn.
Ủa brand không phải con suy à?
Không. Nãy mình đánh
suy. Sao mà cầm con brand đó là giờ 100 máu. Thế tao mà cầm con brand thằng Khang mà cầm con volleyball là giờ 100 máu. Thằng này chết là được hồi sinh nha. Thằng này tăng hình nè. Dưới cho xô, dưới cho xô.
Tao đây rồi.
Cho tao.
Có là kia, đấm rồi kia. Đúng rồi kia. Đấm rồi kia. Thằng của hồn đi công mẹ em.
Còn Casante mà, nó là Casante đó.
Lồn nó mắc cười thôi, đi mẹ đi.
What the fuck?
Đầu.
Chạm vô nó.
Ở đây nè.
Kệ nó mà. Cam cái này thôi. Cam cái này thôi.
Chết rồi, anh Tiêu Long chết rồi.
Mày thấy tao chơi hậu quay ok không Kiệt?
Vậy là được rồi, quá được rồi.
Mà giữ khoảng cách đánh các thứ.
Rồi ra con hồ quay là chơi đốt là đau nhất cái lòng.
Bla 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 bla.
Con hoa em mày 30 EQ thôi.
Sao Khang nó sẽ yếu
yếu.
Bán này đi cô.
Vô cái tiền quá.
VL rồi này. Có.
Được kìa đó, không sao đâu, không tin tao không.
Ren volley bear hả?
Piss.
Tao ăn lộn gì đâu không rồi.
Đây rồi, tao có chưa phải hồi kết ba, tao lúc mà trong đây xong tao có thể hồi chiêu để tao có thể CC nó xong mình đánh tiếp. Đây không còn phải
đánh với Warwick hả?
Warwick cũng Morgana. Được.
Qua đây chơi, qua đây.
Tao đánh với Morgana.
Rồi tao đánh
Đứng trong đấy đi.
Tao không có gì vậy được. Tao không gì vậy được. Đi NCC đéo gì lâu vậy.
Không em luôn mà.
Ren mà Long. Ren mà Khang.
Tao không chưa phải hồi kết luôn mà.
Qua đó chứ.
Nó là Bren đó Khang.
Ồ đúng á chúng.
Thế là tao không chạy được khỏi để mà tao không đánh luôn hả?
Chúng nó mạnh quá.
Ren volley bear mà.
Cái quan trọng là con Warwick nó có cái này nè, nó có cái nó chạy hình chết mà. Ủa không phải cái gì? Sao nó đi xuyên qua nó bắt không ta? Kệ mẹ này.
This might be good.
Một cái passive của cái đúp ảo lộn như vậy.
Lấy ra vậy.
Sorry. Cái passive của cái đúp ảo lộn mà what the fuck. Echo attack against enemy below 30% máu, gây 30% max health damage. Missing health damage.
Chạy đây, con Bolivar nó bắt tao quá.
Mày đang ở đâu vậy? Ở đây. Nó đi.
Tao chạy nè.
Đâu mà, cam cũng được.
Để tao hỏi mày thắng sao nè.
Chả cần đánh đâu Long ơi, chả cần đánh đâu.
Đâu này.
Đâu.
Ok. Ok.
Tao ơi từ từ.
Tao biết rồi. Nó yếu rồi, nó đánh này trước, đánh này. Nó chạy qua đây thẳng luôn đấy. Ok.
Nó phải revive mà. Tao biết được.
Tao biết rồi. Ý là tao còn cái gì nên tao
Mà nó cứ hất tung.
Đừng mẹ hất tung đánh cái đeo thì
thằng Bren với thằng Bren volley bear ngu vãi đái.
Yasuo rất là mạnh luôn.
Đưa bố mày con Bren đi là xong game rồi.
Ồ hai thằng lùn này đứa có mạnh lại song sinh nữa.
Rồi đi.
Mấy lồn khó vậy.
Cộng 2.000 máu, what the hell.
Tao còn trâu hơn kịp.
Cái đéo gì trời.
Nói chung là con này chơi giải trí.
Tao nghĩ là winnable.
Chơi vui thôi chứ còn mẹ gì đâu mà.
Tao bấm hết tất cả 4 chiêu, tao bấm hết 4 chiêu.
Tao không biết là bây giờ số Casante hả?
Tao bấm hết 4
chiêu. Cái đứng cào cũng luôn kia cái gì chả chết.
Long ơi chạy lại đánh đi.
Biết cái gì đâu mà đánh bà ha.
Ủa nhớ xuống đánh lồn kiệt đau vãi đái.
Đi rồi. Đó.
Chạy lẹ đi. Tao tưởng thằng Long ta le như không.
Chết. Hay. Rồi, Long câu giờ được Long ơi.
Máu trên kia vẫn còn, máu trên đấy vẫn còn.
Rồi.
Con nào đó cần tao, con nào cần tao.
Có.
Không, nó hồi sinh.
Nó hồi sinh trước rồi mà.
Hồ quay khỏe mà.
Ôi khỏe nhưng mà cái vấn đề là Yasuo chọt Long 2 phát. Tay le. Cổng. Trời ơi, không đi vô cổng mà.
Đủ má tao không để ấy à, phải đó từng cái tao ném quy hụt cái center tao đi cổng qua cứu mày là đẹp rồi. Lỗi.
Nghĩ. Trời giờ mày game ban view.
Đây con nhân xong chưa?
Thao em đi. Ha. Mày có muốn xem tao xanh nghĩa đi?
What?
Mày có muốn xem tao xanh nghĩa đi không?
Lâu đi đâu.
Trời ơi, coi thằng Yasuo kìa. Chết lòng mày.
Mà ai Khang
bằng
không
cách
đi
nào đó phải giết
bắt đồ Minecraft được rồi.
Casante khắc chế con Lowick mà.
Nói chung về cuối tuần này nhiều người rủ tao vậy. Ủa? Cái lòng quá nhiều mà.
Tao lên lịch từ tuần trước rồi Khang ạ.
Tao biết rồi nhưng mà cuối tuần này nhiều người rủ tao mà.
Tao nghĩ là phải bú thuốc ạ.
Vậy thì thuốc lào nhé. Rồi, vô Khang ơi. Chào mừng đến với Absolute Cinema. Và đây sẽ là hành trình mình xây dựng. Xây dựng cái gì hả Khang? Đương nhiên là nghĩa lớn nhất thế giới.
Bro.
Mày đâu cũng chết.
I supposed to flash you. Tao tính flash đó kìa. Tao flash mà tao ăn máu là tụi nó chết á.
Không biết là cái gì vậy? Không biết tăng hay là cái gì vậy? Oh my god. Thôi, cố gắng luôn rồi. Dù sao thì tao cũng hài lòng với kết quả này nữa.
Con Wick mắt tao ba, tao phải lên cái đồng hồ cái luôn nè, em thấy không?
Ok, tao đứng tao đợi mày, tao đứng tao đợi mày.
Ừ. Đâu có đi kiếm tao nè.
Tự nhiên là thích mẹ nó.
Tao cũng vậy.
Thầm lồn mẹ nó thấy cũng tìm. Ngu thế là cũng.
Ôi chết.
Ok.
Làm việc nhanh lên mấy nô lệ.
Ô đủ má. À tao trốn rồi.
Trôi qua lông rồi.
Ai lồn thật. Nó đâu hồi sinh có bức đúng không?
Được.
Nó hồi sinh cố kìa, hay nó có thể chết bo luôn.
Chết rồi.
Cố quá thằng quá cố vậy.
Rồi nhưng mà nếu đánh được hai kia.
Thì thôi bán top 2 nữa.
Quá đẹp ơi, thành phố này của tao mạnh lắm.
Ủa? Sao không đi? Trời hèn chi em không.
Tao mất flash rồi. Hơi căng.
Đi con mẹ mày. 132 củ cải làm sao ăn được trong 5 tháng? Tại sao nó lại ít như vậy?
Thiệt giấy quá vậy.
Tao bú thuốc đây. Tao phải bú thuốc.
Đấy mà giờ đi tao 6.300 máu ở kịp mà tao còn thêm bao nhiêu giáp? 2.620 giáp đó. Sao mày giấy vậy?
Tao không biết luôn, tao chịu. Tao không biết giờ làm gì.
Đứng chung với tao, đứng chung với tao.
Mày đâu rồi? Không biết mày ở đâu đó.
Đây, tao đứng anh bạn này.
Nhà su đâu? Nhà su được mẹ. Bro, nó quá mạnh.
Wow, kìa.
Tao biến mất luôn mà Long, tao biến mất luôn.
Tao biết rồi.
Đi mẹ nó thôi. Tao chịu.
Phải lần thật khỏe dữ.
Quá top 2 2 lần liên tiếp rồi đi.
Phải lần đầu tiên cầm Huawei vậy ổn rồi, mày lần đầu tiên cầm UD.
Cái bộ này có 3 người.
Mẹ 2 lần top 2 toàn tướng.
Đam nó ảo quá vậy trời.
Nó tao stream 10 tiếng rồi.
Làm thử thách